It's time to duel! Only the best of the best are in Florida. $110,000 global participants. Now begins the final stage. Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2016!
Welcome back to the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship and Dragon Duel World Championship.
34 duelists battled it out yesterday for a shot at becoming the next world champion. All but 16 of those duelists have been eliminated.
8 duelists remain in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship, and 8 duelists remain in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game Dragon Duel World Championship.
In the Dragon Duel World Championship event, the remaining competitors are Gabriel Shalpi, representing Italy. John Wilkins from Canada. Christian Suarez from Ecuador. Declan Matthews representing Australia. Izumi Yoshi from Japan. Han Po Shan from Taiwan. Han Ok Young representing Korea. And finally, Aiden Tiemann representing the United States.
And in the World Championship, Makoto Yada from Japan. Edmasu Williams from the United States. Shinsuke Hiyama from Japan. Matthew Casiero from Australia. Travis Smith from the United States. Daiki Momiji from Japan. Soichiro Kajihara from Japan. And finally, Eric Christensen from the United States.
Spectators are welcome to watch these duelists battle it out in their quest to become the world's top duelist. Who knows? You might even learn a thing or two while watching them.
Duelists who weren't fortunate enough to qualify for Day 2 of the World Championship and all other duelists are welcome to participate in the public events such as Winamat tournaments, 2017 regional qualifiers, Dragon Duels, Generation Duels, and Attack of the Giant Card Tournament and Duel of the Champions events. This weekend, entry into each of these tournaments is free of charge.
You're also all welcome to participate in the various free carnival games set up around the convention center. You can even earn cool prizes while doing so.
Kaiba and I will be available for autograph session today at 11 a.m.
I'll also be challenging Yugi to a duel later today, and I encourage everyone here to watch me defeat him. I promise that this will be a show you won't want to miss.
Without further ado, here are the pairings for the top 8 of the World Championship and Dragon Duel World Championship. At Table 1 of the World Championship, we have Makoto Yada from Japan versus Eric Christensen representing the United States.
At Table 2 of the World Championship, we have Travis Smith from the United States versus Matthew Casiero from Australia.
At Table 3 of the World Championship, we have Soichiro Kajihara from Japan versus Edmasu Williams from representing the United States.
At Table 4 of the World Championship, we have Shinsuke Hiyama defending 2015 World Champion from Japan versus Daiki Momiji from Japan.
The Dragon Duel World Championship pairings are as follows. At Table 1, we have Aiden Tiemann from the United States versus Gabriel Schauppi from Italy.
At Table 2, we have Izumi Yoshi from Japan versus Declan Matthews from Australia.
At Table 3, we have Hong Uk Yong from Korea versus John Wilkin from Canada.
At Table 4, we have Pan Po Shan from Taiwan versus Christian Suarez from Ecuador.
The duelists have shuffled up and are ready to begin. It's time to duel. Good luck.
I'll see you later, Yugi.
Yes, you will.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Day 2 of the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. Wherever you may be and however you may be watching us, thank you for tuning in. I'm Jerome McHale, here with Luke Withington.
Hey guys.
And after an exciting, action-packed Day 1, which featured everything from Magispectors to Medolces succeeding on the big stage, we are now down to 8 duelists in each of our tournaments.
Yep, from the 110,000 participants all around the globe, we are down to just 8.
And 2 of them are about to face off in our top 8 feature match. We've taken Table 2 this time, Travis Smith of the United States and Matthew Casiero of Australia, one of 2 Australian participants. In fact...
Yeah, one in the Dragon Duel and one in the main event.
Yep. And that's pretty good. We don't really see duels from Oceania make it this far, particularly often.
I think it's once ever that it's happened that an Australian has got to the top cut.
Well, this makes it twice, and now we'll see if Casiero can also become the first world champion from Oceania.
Yeah, what a conversion rate. Only 3 players from Oceania come to the World Championships. So for 2 of them to be in the top 8, that's crazy.
That's pretty excellent, actually.
Yeah.
50% from the main event.
Yep, and then
the one from Dragon Duel. Yep. So great job to our Oceanic duelists this year, and we look forward to seeing more of you make it in the years to come.
Yeah.
So Casiero has come up with a Monarch deck.
Yeah,
this time around.
I was there when they were turning in their lists, and he showed me his list, and it's actually I like it a lot. He realized that with the list that's here at the World Championships that there's going to be some consistency issues within the Monarch deck, and he decided to solve that by using Allure of Darkness and Pot of Duality.
Very interesting, because he doesn't need to do a whole lot of special summoning, and in fact he maxes out on Eidos, the Underworld Squire, which gives you an extra normal summon.
Yeah,
to use on a tribute summon.
Dropped down to just 2 Edias.
Yep.
So
Makes sense to me.
let's see how that works out for him.
He's also increased his dark count in general by
Yeah.
adding another monarch-sized monster that does a number on special summon heavy decks like
Yeah.
the ones we're seeing in the tournament so far. So
That's
he's running Vanity's Fiend.
Yeah.
That
Very
could
smart
spell
move.
trouble for Travis Smith.
Yeah, especially if he can't summon any of his Blue Eyes White Dragons.
Now, we did see Travis Smith yesterday. He was running the Galaxy Soldier tech that we're both pretty big fans of.
Yeah, I think it's really just solves a lot of hands.
I spoke to him beforehand while all the players were preparing over in the green room next door, and he feels very confident that if he can see a Galaxy Soldier early enough, that he should be able to take this one. So we'll see how that shows up with him.
Yep. So, yeah, it's really kind of intense here at the moment. All the duelists preparing for their matches, just still shuffling up and
So slight
getting
rule
ready.
changes between yesterday and today. We're still doing 1 hour rounds, but we are now in single elimination. So the end of match procedure changes. There can be no draws. There will be a winner at the end of every match. So when the extra turns run out, instead of just, well, we'll check life points still, but there is no chance for a draw. So if they're tied, they just keep going until somebody has lower life points.
Yeah, so it's the single elimination type of the end of match procedure.
And if time is called in game 2, and after you check the life points, the score is 1-1, they will play a third sudden death game that will last 4 turns at a minimum. And after those 4 turns, whoever has the more life points will win. If not, they keep going until at the end of the turn, somebody has higher life points, and that player will be the winner.
Yep. Something that you'll notice when we go over to the feature match table is the playmats have changed.
Playmats have changed as well. And the shuffle procedure will change slightly as well to ensure absolute maximum fairness for the playoff rounds of this tournament. Judges will issue the final shuffles for the decks.
Yeah.
So we'll stay with you a little bit because shuffling might take a little bit longer
Yeah.
today than it did yesterday.
Yeah. So hopefully we can get a few shots of the crowd. There's quite a few people out here watching the stage here, and I'm sure there's people outside, just outside the hall here, because they can hear the audio outside.
Yep, they can hear the audio outside, and when the public events hall opens, and actually pretty shortly that'll open up, there's also a monitor in there
Yep.
that they can check out this feed with sound. So a lot of people have been converging around those live feeds.
Yeah, and if you're nearby, come on down. As we heard Yugi and Kaiba talking about, there's plenty of free public events that you can join in on.
And I believe there's another round of auditions for the 4K media thing
Yeah.
as well. So if you'd like to get your voice in the upcoming Dark Side of Dimensions movie, and you can come down here, I believe there's still a shot for that.
Yeah. So we're getting very close to the game being ready here. So let's take a look at the players' profiles. Here's Travis.
Travis Smith, he played Burning Abyss at the WCQ. He's on Blue Eyes today. He's been dueling for quite a long time,
Yeah.
and I can easily see why he's been drawn to Burning Abyss. Focuses on consistency. That's basically the Burning
It's that
Abyss
middle
MO. And he's from Miami.
Yeah. So
Not too far off, about 5 hours.
Yeah. And Matthew from Australia chose Monarch, the XYZ variant. And yeah, so a lot of regional wins, and then topping the WSQ. He's here to have a lot of fun.
He's got a really great disposition, actually. He seemed to be having a great time.
Yeah, all the Australian guys are absolutely loving it, and they were telling me how all their friends back home are tuning in. It's midnight in Australia at the moment, so
Well, thank you for staying with us.
yeah.
And we'll get you to the match right now, so you don't have to stay up too much longer. Here we are in the top 8 of the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. We're getting the opening hands right now for our 2 duelists. And as you can see, that's a very beautiful new playmat.
Yep. I really like this one.
That is Juno. She's not a Teller Knight. Kind of looks like one. She's inspired by Cape Canaveral and the space program. That's also something known in Florida.
Yep.
All right, it looks like Matthew is taking the first turn, and he's drawn the Pantheism.
Yep.
We saw Edmasu yesterday opening up with that Pantheism twice in 3 games. It's a very strong start for the Australian.
Yep. Let's see where his hand goes from here.
got double pot of duality. One of those dualities not going to be that useful at the moment.
Yeah, his hand seems bigger than it should be. He's got
1, 2, 3,
6
4,
cards.
5, 6.
You shouldn't have 6 cards in the first turn, so maybe one of those pot of dualities is a duplicate. We'll see.
Okay.
Judge. What is your happened to me on the what is your question? Is there like
So Pantheism has been banished. He's searching for it right now.
Yeah.
We have yet to see what is happening with the hand there.
Yeah, so Matthew is just...
Shows triple tenacity.
yeah, straight for the tenacity. No reason not to, I guess, in this kind of situation. You want to be able to guarantee a search for one of those spell cards.
2, 3. Yeah, not quite getting a good count on his hand there.
No.
1, 2,
I
3.
think it's just one pot of duality.
One pot of duality. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. With the extra card from Pantheism, so that should be correct.
Yeah, so let's see if he can... yeah, so I think this is the best option for him here. He's going to have to somehow solve the fact that he can't get a Monarch on the board right now, and escalation seems to be the best way to do that.
Ah, yes, he had the effect failure on Edia from the Smith side.
Oh,
That's
maybe Travis just passed the first turn. Yeah, I think Travis may have just passed
he
the
went
first turn,
first
so
and
that's why
passed.
there is that extra card.
I see. Well, that makes a lot more sense then.
Yeah. That's super hard to tell for us, really.
It's a rare opening move.
Yeah, it seems strange that he wouldn't have let that go through and then played Max C to try and make his hand a little better.
Well, it could just be that he knows that he can't deal with a Monarch right now.
That hand that he has right now. Oh, let's show Travis' hand here. He's struggling a little.
Not super great. We've not seen his draw for the turn yet, though.
He's a double Galaxy Soldier, though.
Discards 1 for the second.
Yeah. Okay, so he drew Melody for the turn, which kind of
The Melody could
allows him
help.
to do something.
That could get him both a light monster.
Yeah.
He can basically get to alternative and the second discard for
Yeah.
Galaxy Soldier if he needs it.
Yeah. At the same time, though, Matthew has got escalation.
He's got escalation for Kuraz, right? He's got
Yeah.
Kuraz.
Yeah. But that's the only disruption that he really has.
And there is a cost associated with Kuraz. If he does use it to disrupt Smith, he'll be giving him a free card for each.
Yeah.
Cards Max C to Melody of Awakening Dragons.
Yeah. I think Travis is in a good spot here.
He gets both original and new Blue Eyes.
Alternative.
Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon has to first be special summoned from your hand by revealing the original Blue Eyes White Dragon. So you can't just play with Alternative Dragon, you have to play the original as well.
Yeah. So that Melody is really good for that, because you can search out both straight away.
What is good, though, is that even though you have to summon Alternative Dragon from your hand first, if it gets blasted by that Kuraz after being summoned, he can then summon it back with Return of the Dragon Lords.
Yeah. Yeah.
He can leave Casiero basically with no monsters. I think he's in a good position.
Yeah. I mean, he's still got the potential to summon the second Galaxy Soldier.
That's very true.
So he could summon alternative, then summon the second Galaxy Soldier with discarding the original Blue Eyes.
He's got to be very careful with this play sequence, though, so he doesn't wind up with an orphaned soldier,
Yeah.
basically just sitting there.
Yeah, because it's not much use by itself.
Summons the alternative.
Yep.
Casiero says, that's fine, but hold on just a moment, I may have a response.
I think either way, there's no way for Edia to really get to the graveyard too quickly. Like he's got to get Infinity on the board, and he can't do that without Edia going to the graveyard via escalation summoning something, which is always nice to get the Pantheism back. That's kind of where I was going with that one.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get Pantheism back, which is always nice.
Now the question is, does he summon the soldier now or force the activation of escalation?
As the second
He
soldier.
goes with the soldier, and that's going to force something out of Casiero.
Yeah, I think he has to.
He's going to wait for the Nova and hope that he doesn't have something to
Yeah.
doesn't have a
Does-
fusion monster to
Yeah.
summon.
Does he play Cyber End Dragon?
I would guess not. Nope, I don't see it.
Yeah. Then it was correct to wait.
So that's going to be channel 1 targeting this. This will be channel 2 targeting. Take out both. Nova and this first.
I think he's just willing to accept that he's going to take a hit from that Blue Eyes alternative White Dragon. But little does he know that his opponent also has Return of the Dragon Lords.
Destroys his own duality. This
Yeah,
could
he
get
kind of wants
ugly.
to keep all of that. Well, he can play Ether now, right? Because he has Curse.
Does he have an Ether in hand? Oh, yes, he does.
That's right, isn't it? Because it's now Tribute Zone, so.
He can. I don't know how much that helps, though, because of Return of the Dragon Lords. Because you
Mhm.
can't Kuraz him out again.
No. But if he wanted to save himself some damage, I guess it's not really. Oh, well, I guess he's going to go for it. What do you think he's going to summon? I guess either way, he's going to be able to save himself some damage here, and he's probably going to put Prime Monarch in the graveyard. So
Yeah.
that's going to help with the amount of tributes that he needs.
It's either going to be an Ether or an Erebus.
Yeah, I think Erebus would be the best choice, because then he can. It's going to go to the graveyard, and then he can use its effect in the graveyard.
Yeah, that'll help him to get back on the Monarch train.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think this is definitely the right line of plays here. Travis is.
I think
Right.
what Travis might do is try to stick him with the Erebus in hand. Just destroy Ether,
Yeah.
and then have that go back to his hand without having a currently visible way to summon it.
Yeah. So he makes a rank A play here.
Goes
He's going to go
for
into Dark Matter Dragon.
Tachyon Dragon into full armor.
Yeah.
I like the effect.
Yeah. It always feels a little strange when you your opponent's just got free reign now. Like, he's not got any more interruptions, so Travis can just do what he wants to do at this point.
Takes out Escalation, forcing Casiero to rely entirely on Ethers for the rest of his opponent turn interaction.
Yeah. Well, he might be able to recycle that escalation somehow using Edia at some point.
Will he, though? Is that more important than going for
And
Pantheism? Because
Yeah.
he does have another copy of Escalation. He could just go get it later.
He's playing multiple copies. Okay. Then yeah, he's probably not going to want to recycle that.
3 different
I figured
Blue
he was
Eyes.
only playing one copy, but he's playing 2.
He's got White Stone, Dragon Spirit of White, Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon. That Alternative Dragon cannot be summoned later.
Yeah. That's kind of a cool thing that Matthew decided to get rid of both of his Max Cs. Because it's not really good in this matchup.
It's too late. It's too late now.
Yeah.
It could be useful, but not at this point.
No.
And he sent 3. What was the third thing? To get rid of all 3? No, 2 Maxis. Third monster.
Yeah, I couldn't see.
Dark Matter Dragon banishes 3 monsters.
Yeah, I couldn't see what the third monster was.
I don't see whatever the third monster is.
Yeah, but he probably picked something that he really doesn't want to draw right now.
Alright, goes for the double attack.
Yeah.
Goes for 12. 12. So he's going to land that Erebus in the graveyard and force Casiero to start discarding if he wants to get cards back.
Yeah. But he's got I think that's another thing to note, is that Pot of Duality choice. He's got Pot of Duality in hand now, which, if he needs to do some special summons, he can just discard the Pot of Duality for the Erebus.
Doesn't he need a Monarch Speller Trap for that?
Oh, I thought it was just discard. Maybe wrong.
Take a look at Erebus. This? Yes, you do need to discard a Monarch Speller Trap, so
okay,
he'd have
yeah.
to give up his special summons to find one.
Yeah.
So Casiero's not in the worst position in the world. He does have
No, I don't think
blocking
so.
with the Prime Monarch, but his hand
Yeah.
is a little bit awkward right now
Yeah.
because he cannot play Pantheism. He
Yeah.
would have to discard it.
It would be a little more scary if Travis had a Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, I think.
Yeah, if he had Spirit Dragon to block Prime Monarch, that would be rough. If he could block spells with number 38, that could also be rough.
Yeah.
And it looks like in the end phase, Blue Eyes has hit the field. And we can't forget that Return of the Dragon Lords is still in the graveyard to prevent one instance of destruction.
Yeah.
All right, and he gets an Allure of Darkness. He's got an Eidos in hand, so that is live.
Yeah. So he's going to discard Pantheism to search back the Erebus. So he can summon Erebus right now.
Yes, he can summon Eidos and then Erebus.
He's going to play Allure. Draws the second Erebus and Ether. Ooh, that's nice.
That's a really good draw off Allure.
Yeah. So let's see. He's probably going to use Pantheism right now.
Quick check of the graveyard. And right now, Smith's only card in hand is Blue Eyes Classic. So he's going to be in need of a pretty good draw.
Yeah.
You may have the.
Here goes the pot duality.
If you'd like to give it to me, that's fine, but I do indeed want the return, actually.
I've gotten Pantheism so much.
I will probably
So,
go back to the deck.
What he's played.
Yeah, pot duality doesn't quite do that.
Smith is
Travis.
confusing it with that other card that starts with P, and now we're going to see that one.
Travis was trying to say, can you just take that Kuraz? That would be fine, right?
That'd be good. You love Kuraz, it's your favorite.
So he decides to take the return, which is obviously probably the best choice there.
Yes. And he gives them a choice of all the different ways that I'm going to tribute your monster.
Yeah. So
And show you the Rebus, and then look at that.
like a little magic trick, didn't it? Because he didn't shuffle, so he kind of just searched off the bottom of the deck.
Oh, how mysterious. I can't believe there was a Stormforth there.
And then I'll activate Monarch Stormforth.
Yeah, I think Matthew is in a
And my Prime Monarch.
great spot now. This Erebus is going to be able to make a
Rebus gets to the deck and shuffle.
great play to get rid of. To get rid of that Blue Eyes that's on the field. Because obviously he doesn't know that that Blue Eyes Classic is in hand. However, Travis does have the possibility with the cards that we're seeing right now. He has the possibility of summoning alternative White Dragon.
That's right.
By
he
using
does,
the Ancient Stone.
He's got the Ancient Stone in his graveyard to get one back.
Yeah. And he can get the one back that wasn't properly summoned, so
Yeah,
that he
get
can
it into the-
make that, and put it in the graveyard in a.
No, I will not enter the deck anymore.
So I feel
Better
like
way,
in,
I
the,
guess.
in a perfect world, he picks up Return of the Dragon Lords here and winds up with two
Oh.
alternatives, like a backup for once the Ether hits.
Yeah, or maybe. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. So either's going to be able to disrupt this play. Just
Bonus.
wondering where exactly Matthew can go to make something that Travis can't deal with. Because just one alternative won't really do it.
It's tough because of the...
Oh, that's
ooh,
not bad.
Yikes.
But he's
Now,
only got one White Stone of Ancients, though.
Does have one white stone, so I think he's first going to summon
Summon
this
the
alternative dragon.
Yes,
and force
I
out
agree.
Ether.
Completely agree.
This is a really back and forth game. We didn't
Yeah,
get
this is really close. That trade-in was a great draw, though.
That's so good. I mean, Casiero had the allure and drew into the perfect stuff with it.
Yeah.
So let's see if Travis can answer back with his trade-in.
Yeah, I guess trade in here. What would you want to see? Like, I think Cards of Consonance and another White Stone would be ideal. He's shuffling too fast. I can't tell what it is. I think that's Return of the Dragon Lords. Yeah, he's looking at his graveyard. That leads me to believe that it is.
All right, so Ether was summoned, but he did not activate its effect. So it seems.
Maybe he's out of Kuraz's. Yeah, he's out of Kuraz's.
Out of Kuraz, he's only got two.
I think he naturally drew one, and then one's in the graveyard.
I thought he shuffled it back with duality.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe. I thought he drew it again later on, but I'm unsure. Yeah, maybe he just didn't want to use that Kuraz in that situation. He probably let Travis target his Erebus and then just summoned either, and then. So now, as far as Matthew's concerned, he doesn't have. That's an effect veiler. Okay, I was trying to figure out what that was. It's very shiny, ultimate effect veiler.
Normal summons it. Synchro summon.
to Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. That's likely.
Got a Spirit Dragon. That'll at least keep the Prime Monarch suppressed.
Graveyard. Oh, but
Close to the grave.
okay.
Yeah, I did it before and wanted me to move it there. So.
Okay, is that something bad? I mean, it's like kind of.
It's a caution. Don't.
Okay. I don't want to. I'm gonna end my turn. Where's the No, I did not search it.
So you end your turn?
Yeah.
All right. So Travis's turn is done.
Yeah. So Matthew here, I think he's got a various number of abilities that he wants to use in the graveyard. So
Okay.
The big one to stop would be
didn't
Erebus.
touch?
So
yeah,
he
the
can't get it
Erebus
back.
one and the Prime Monarch. I think he just drew
Stand my main?
Instant Fusion.
Interesting. Let's see what he can Instant Fusion for. Not Norden, it's forbidden right now. But Panzer Dragon's not bad.
1,000 Eyes Restrict. That would certainly get that Spirit Dragon off the field pretty quickly.
If I drew the tuner guy there, I would have.
Let's see.
That would be a fun one. I'm not saying it's the best play. I'm just saying that would be pretty fun.
Yeah.
1,000 Eyes Restrict. That hasn't been in the World Championships. We're not seen that in the World Championships for around
2004?
10. Yeah, I was gonna say around 10 years. That's 12 years ago. Wow. Yeah.
Tributes Ether for Ether.
Just this effect, no return.
Yeah. Okay.
Just uses Ether here, does not use Return.
Yeah.
Probably running out of Monarch-sized cards.
Yeah. So there is one Curse in the deck. You can see it just there now.
Yeah, that was the one he shuffled back with Pot of
Yeah.
Duality.
Yeah, must have been.
To get Erebus.
I can. Yeah. You're gonna go in. Or?
Does not have
Hopefully not.
Pantheism available. He
Just-
doesn't
just in
have...
case.
What's your turn? I don't want to waste time.
I don't believe he has Escalation available.
No.
Interest is-
Yeah.
Goes Twin Twister, discarding... There we go.
He's going to
That'll
be able
get
to overlay it into rank 8 monster now. What's it going to be?
Very interesting. Rank 8 monsters are
He's got Titanic Galaxy.
Prime Photon, that's pretty big.
Has he got number 95 as well?
He doesn't, but 62 has 4,000 attack points.
Yeah.
Which might be just what he needs.
Yeah, but you can kind of assume that Travis is going to turn that Spirit Dragon into an Azure Eyes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Goes Instant Fusion.
Yeah. I've got a strange feeling that
I feel like
he's
this
gonna
might not go
Yeah,
as
here
well
it
as
is.
Casiero wants.
Oh, wow. Okay. So we've just seen 1,000 Dice Restrict for the first time in 12 years on the world stage.
Let's bring 1,000 Eyes Restrict up. We can eat monsters.
Yeah. Pegasus, all those years ago.
And then no other monster can attack until they.
That monster can't attack and dies at the end phase. All of my other monsters can.
All other monsters can't attack.
Yeah.
That's 1,000 Dragon.
Yeah.
Any other monsters.
Yep.
can attack.
So Casiero has locked himself out of attacks. 1,000 Dragon. What are you doing, 1,000 Dragon? 1,000 Eyes. Oh. Well, that would be why it's not there. Okay, well, 1,000 Eyes Restrict can target a monster, take it as an equip card. Actually, let's put
Gains
up
the attack
Relinquished
points.
because it's the fused form of Relinquished.
Yeah.
It's kind of like this. It
Yeah.
can absorb monsters. However, the main point of 1,000 Eyes Restrict and what's going to get Casiero in trouble is that all the monsters on the field cannot attack.
Yeah. But he's still able to summon that rank 8 monster that we were talking about just now.
Yeah, he can make something real big.
I think Titanic Galaxy would be nice. Oh no, he's going to go for the
And Prime?
number 62.
Yeah.
And he also summons the Prime Monarch as well.
Yeah.
But he's out of interaction and out of cards. Azure Eyes, untargetable currently. Can't be destroyed by card effects as well.
Yeah, he's going to get a Blue Eyes. I think he drew Soul Charge. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad. How big is this Soul Charge going to go? We need targets.
Yeah. He's only got 4,400 life points. Now that's pretty scary, especially when you're facing down a 4,000 attack monster.
No, he's got plenty of things that he can revive, that can take it out.
Yeah.
And don't forget, he still has Return of the Dragon Lords in there.
Yes, he still
The
has
entire
that.
time. So even if Casiero was able to attack, he still could have protected his monster.
Yeah. Is that his hand or is that his deck? I can't tell.
He just shuffled Casiero's deck.
Casiero's got not so many cards left.
0 cards in hand, not a whole lot in deck.
Yeah.
But he can still put up a big defensive front with the Prime Monarch until another copy of Spirit Dragon hits the field.
Yeah. Just something to note. This is only game 1. There's been some crazy interactions going on here.
Oh, this has been a really good game.
We've seen 1,000 dice restrict the first time in 12 years. Maybe not 1,000 Dragon for all those fans who wanted to see that 1,000 Dragon.
Yeah, I got a little excited after we had Red Eyes Black Dragon Sword in the WCQ, but
Yeah,
not
maybe
quite
one
getting
day.
the Joey cards.
Yeah, maybe one day.
This is Kaiba's event.
Yep. So, Travis is deciding what he wants to. Oh, that's right.
That's very
he's
smart.
He's going to be able to get Nova and put Infinity on top.
That's
wow,
really smart.
That's so clever.
The alternative that was supposed to summon correctly.
The alternative that was special summoned correctly, Cyber Dragon Nova, which was summoned correctly and then destroyed.
Yeah.
Normally,
his
Nova
summon
one-
was not negated.
Normally, he gets solemned if it's in the graveyard like that, along with Spirit Dragon.
Yeah.
He can only pay for 1 more, but that would put him in extreme danger if he does.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that's not too smart to reduce yourself down to below 1,000 life points.
You might do it though for like a tuner,
Yeah. For the Spirit Dragon, that's
or
possible.
for a live Spirit Dragon that can be swapped.
Is that going to be a second alternative? I mean, he could just put, like, obviously he can't attack because of Soul Charge, but he could put,
He could put Galaxy or something on the field.
yeah, like, enough to clear Matthew's board and then be ready for next turn.
I think that's going to be the goal here.
Yeah, I think he's going to summon Titanic Galaxy here. Probably going to be Galaxy plus
Galaxy
Infinity.
plus Cyber Dragon Infinity. You're not getting past that.
Yeah.
Not without Lava Golem.
No.
Or the Winged Dragon of Raw Sphere mode, since
Yeah.
I think he's going to have 3
Yeah,
monsters
Sphere
on the
mode.
field at the end here. And I don't even think he used his Azurize ability.
No, he didn't. I found that a little strange.
Yeah,
I
he could have gotten a free summon. He absorbs.
All the way around. All the way around.
There we go. You got it right. He absorbs number 62. He destroys Prime,
with alternative.
and he can't attack with that alternative anyways, so it's fine.
Oh, Soul Charge is in effect, so no battle phase this turn anyway.
Yep. And Casiero is asking if he's even allowed to activate that because he can't not attack. But in this case, even though he can't have a battle phase, well, then he definitely super is following the restrictions on Alternative Dragon.
Yeah. I think that number 38 here would be closing statements.
That would be the backbreaker.
He's got Graveyard negate, Cyber Dragon Infinity negate, and number 38. What a strong board this would be. Now
And
he's
I
laying on
think
the table.
I think he just realized that he forgot his Azurize summon, and he didn't need to spend that extra 1,000 points.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, Matthew has just 1 copy of Meteor of Destruction.
Can you play that to beat somebody? I think they're
Actually, no, you can't. Yeah.
they got to be 3,000.
Let's go
or
Tremendous
higher.
Fire instead.
Okay,
You can play Tremendous Fire.
I'm down with Tremendous Fire.
Yeah. If he draws Tremendous Fire right now, it's all over.
We don't have Tremendous Fire.
Tremendous Fire, Poison of the Old Man.
Poison of the Old Man. That's a good one.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, we got
There
that
you
one.
go. You're
Yeah.
not going to see it in this duel, but there's the old man himself. Seen
Yeah.
some people use that in Aromage decks as either
Oh.
damage to finish people off
Yeah.
or to trigger all their life gain effects.
Yeah.
All right, Casiero's up. He goes Idea.
That's a pretty good draw. But he did end up with number 38 on the field.
Yeah. Casiero needs action. He needs not just material, but something to summon with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think,
He's just trying to bait the infinity at this point.
yeah.
That's the key with effects like this. You have to just let your opponent play until you find something that actually directly threatens the board, and that's
Yep.
when you spring it.
Yeah.
Summons Idea, banishes Eidos to summon another monster.
Does he have a rank 1? Not that I don't think it's going to help right now.
I don't see one, no.
Nope.
Brings out Prime Monarch. And it looks like he negated with Spirit Dragon.
Yeah.
Now, Infinity can only take attack position monsters,
Yeah, that's
so
correct.
the Prime Monarch is safe.
Yeah. So remembers the Azure Eyes effect. He's running out of monster zones here.
He has none left. That is his 5th.
Yep.
Switches everything to attack position. He's going all out here.
Yeah. He could have overlaid into Ender Blather, but that's the only play that I could see that would reduce any of these monsters down.
Style points. Don't get rid of your opponent's life points, though.
Nope.
I don't think he's playing it either.
Yeah.
Nice.
Attack, dude. Just attack, dude. Seriously.
He's just,
It's only 'cause I can't
he's,
concede.
he's just attacking.
Conceded.
And Travis Smith takes the excellent back and forth game 1.
That was a really intense game.
Yeah, I thought he might have had it early on
Yeah.
when Casiero managed to basically do his entire Monarch setup, but he didn't have quite enough action to finish things off.
Yeah, I think that was so back and forth. I think Travis got really fortunate with some of his draws here.
And Travis managed to fight his way back into this one, but he's going to have a bit of an uphill climb in the next 2 duels because Casiero has sided very, very hard for the Blue Eyes matchup. Not only does he have a pair of cycle readers, he also has 3 copies of Electric Virus.
Yeah, this is the big tech card that he was talking to me about when he was showing me his deck list. For those who don't remember what Electric Virus is, it was played back in Dragon Ruler format.
Yes, that one actually was the last time we saw it because Dracosac is a machine, the Dragon
Yep.
Rulers are dragons,
Yeah.
and you discard Electric Virus from your hand to the graveyard to take control of a machine or a dragon. Who would have guessed?
Yeah,
The
so-
exact 2 types that deck relied on.
Yeah, so you could use that to make it. If you've only got 1 Dragon Ruler, you could play Electric Virus, take your opponent's Dragon Ruler, and then Exceed Summon into your Dracosac, and then keep their Dragon Ruler under your Dracosac so they couldn't use it in their graveyard.
That's why it was so important in that format to get rid of your own Dracosac. So you would summon tokens and then you would tribute off
Yeah.
your own Dracosac. And you
Yeah.
would always try to use all of your Dragon Rulers so that you don't give your opponent any chance to take yours
Yeah.
and do something that you won't want.
Yeah, exactly.
So over on Travis's side, I think he's a little less prepared for the Monarch matchup.
Yeah.
He's got the anti-spell fragrances, which are mainly a pendulum counter,
Mhm.
but they're also very good in this matchup.
Yeah.
And what he could do is side in both the anti-spell fragrances and the Twin Twisters
Mhm.
so that he can be the first to set his spells under his own fragrance and force the opponent to set all of their cards
Yeah.
and then blast them away with both Twin Twisters and the effect
Yeah.
of his Dragon Spirit of White.
Yeah. So we've just seen Matthew side decking there, and he had Electric Viruses, he had Cycle Readers, all that good stuff ready for the Blue Eyes matchup. As soon as we switch back to the game screen here, we'll show you Electric Virus.
Yeah, I would not be shocked if Electric Virus is the defining card
Yeah.
in this next duel. He also has oh no, he's got Chaos Trap Hole as well, so that's probably going to come in. And Dark Hole, which is useful as long as they don't have Return of the Dragon Lords.
Yeah.
Chaos Trap Hole is that was originally from the Shining Darkness. Hasn't really been seen too much. I don't know what the most available printing of that card is at the moment.
I think there's a common one in something. I can't remember what it is though.
I think we got it into one of the organized play packs, either Astral Pack or the OTS pack. You can check that though.
Yeah. Well, Matthew's playing the original Shining Darkness version.
The last of the cards in the original set before we added on the world premieres
Yeah.
and the extended cards. Card 80. Pay 2,000 lets you negate the summon of a light or dark monster and then banishes that monster, which is
That's
of
key.
particular note.
Yeah. That's key.
And it's good in both this matchup and actually the Monarch Mirror match as well.
Yeah. To stop lots
Stop
of different
everything.
things.
Edea, Eidos, Ether, Erebus, all light and dark.
Yeah.
All right, so the players are just now counting out their side decks,
Yeah. There's the camera on us again.
swapping decks for the final shuffle.
I think Thousand Eyes Restrict was just happy to be here.
Yeah, just blessed to be on the table.
Yeah. 12 years ago, that card was last seen.
I don't know that
on the world stage.
it's particularly enjoyed its experience here after being summoned, failing to absorb its target, and then summarily exploding in the end phase. But, you know, you made it. You made it, buddy.
Yeah, yeah, you made it. You got more, you know, more time on the table than I have, so that's good. That's good. Right, so Travis opens with a Sage here.
All right. Sage of Thighs Blue. Oh, and Casiero has let him go first.
Yeah,
That or
that's
just
actually
on the pass. I don't think he passed, though, because you're in danger of taking 8,000.
no. I feel like all the questions that he told me about is coming up here. Yeah, he told me that he's actually built his deck to go second with cards like Electric Rise.
So Smith should...
Ooh, Travis decided to go with Book of Eclipse
interesting.
for this matchup.
Let's take a look at his hand. He does not have much of anything. That is not a super solid hand right now. It needs maybe... It needs something. He's got Eidos, he's got Instant Fusion. I guess he could get the Erebus out if he really needed to.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to be facing down
No, I will not. Yeah, I'm not.
at least a Cyber Dragon Infinity, possibly a number 38 as well, because we see that Smith has Soul Charge
Yeah.
in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of...
Smith has drawn just extremely well here.
Yeah. Really, really good.
And there's no Maxi to stop him from doing whatever he pleases.
No. He's going to have Infinity, and he's going to be able to Soul Charge for number 38.
Oh no, he's missing the second. He's missing the second level 8.
Does he? Oh, well, he can at least get Spirit Dragon.
Yes.
You know, at least making out it's like some kind of bad thing. No.
He could get Spirit Dragon. I think he could go to Crystal Wing as well because he has the.
Yeah, he could.
The second
Yeah, he could.
tuner. Now he is going to be forced to negate the. Oh no, he's got the Eclipse.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
This is
a pretty nasty setup.
Yeah, really nasty.
I still think Casiero needs like one more card to make this hand to actually break the board.
Yeah, well,
But-
he only needs to play 2 cards to then be able to Monarch Stormforth away the Infinity. He just needs to play something that seems threatening enough that isn't Stormforth. That's it. That's the kind of the end of it, really. He's got to play something to get that Infinity used, and then be able to play the Stormforth to get over it. That's the key of it. In all honesty,
He really needs like backup though. Like just okay, Erebus. That doesn't get you past the deck that could recover as well as Blue Eyes can.
well, you say you're definitely right. I think the Blue Eyes deck can put itself in a position that it can recover from really well. But I think this exact position here isn't that recoverable. He's it's not like he's got Dark Matter Dragon putting Ancients alternative in the grave. He's not got a Melody in hand. Soul Charge is kind of the big one.
I guess the question is he going to use the Soul Charge now or hold it just in case his opponent can out the Infinity?
No, I think he's passed.
He's
And
passed.
Matthew,
That's smart.
Matthew is drawn
He
into
picks up his
Pantheism.
Pantheism, but the only thing he can discard is the Monarch Stormforth.
Yeah, but he could go
He
get
could
another
triple
Monarch
tenacity,
Stormforth.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he does have the Erebus. Wow, this is super interesting here. I think, yeah, this is difficult. I guess he could play, because it destroys as well. Because he could play the Eidos, and then that he would surely negate that.
Yeah, he can't play the Eidos first, that's for certain.
Yeah. So
Pantheism discarding Stormforth, that's okay. I think that's the right
okay,
move.
that was quite a threatening card, but he decides to let it go.
I think he's letting it go because he wants to negate the next one that gets searched. Or is he not letting
Okay,
it go?
Matthew already drew a card, and then Travis stopped him. He's negating that.
Okay,
Whoa.
he is going to negate it.
Okay. He's just going to be able to play Eidos, and then get another Stormforth, and then play Erebus. I'm not saying that's that's going to win, just outright winning the game here, but
2 in hand, sorry?
yeah, Cyber Dragon Infinity is really tough to get around.
Well, one thing for Casiero is that he can at least get the Cyber Dragon Infinity back into the deck. and that'll stop it from being brought back with Soul Charge. I think he's only playing
Well,
one.
he can Stormforth it.
Yeah, he can Stormforth it, but that puts it in the graveyard. And if he puts it in the graveyard, it can come back.
Yeah. Yeah. But without material, it's not much use. Unless Matthew does have a special summoned monster for him to be able to absorb straight away.
He can take his own.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
He can absorb
Yeah,
any
that's a
special
good
summon
point.
monster on the field.
That's a good point. Yeah, so he could. Yeah, just
Guards Twin
that's right,
Twister.
Twin Twisters. I think both players here have to keep in Twin Twisters just in case.
Yeah.
But neither of them really want to play it. That's quite a funny little thing there.
Instant Fusion up next.
Yeah, a fusion in a can.
It's Panzer Dragon. Thousand Eyes Restrict is crying right now.
Yeah.
Gonna go back to the deck if you're-
Okay, he's going to be able
Yes,
to
yeah.
make some, make like Pleiades or something if he really wants to.
Ladies could be pretty good.
Yeah,
Get Infinity back into the extra deck at least.
yeah.
But I feel like
Or
this
he
is
could go
gonna
into
Volcasaurus.
Volcasaurus.
Yeah. So I take 25.
Okay, wow, he's playing this so well.
It's going to do a lot of damage here.
Yeah,
And Volcasaurus can't attack directly, but attacking Sage is basically as good as
Yeah.
attacking directly.
yeah. Wow, this is strong. He's going to be able to take cards out of his hand as well. He's not gonna use the Sage. He's just gonna start taking cards out of his hand. And if he takes away that Soul Charge,
50-50 shot.
whoa, that's gonna be big. Let's see what he decides to
50-50
mill
shot.
here.
Unless he wants to take something from the graveyard. I don't think he will, though.
No, definitely not. But he doesn't know. He doesn't know that he's got Soul Charge.
It's a
If he
50-50
takes away
shot,
that Soul
but-
Charge,
Shuffle one from your hand.
then that's going to leave Travis with just the Book of Eclipse in hand. That's not much use. Oh, it was
He
the
got
Soul
the
Charge.
Soul Charge. He doesn't even know how lucky
He
he just
doesn't
got.
know. He doesn't know. Travis knows.
Travis doing a very good job of not
Whoa.
showing
Yeah.
that
yeah.
he just lost his out.
Yeah, I'm not doing a very good job of showing that he's just lost his one out. Wow. Okay, so I guess he needs to draw into Return of the Dragon Lords here.
No, or the Soul Charge just got sent
Yeah,
back.
all the Soul Charge. Whoa, it's not like he has a White Stone of Ancients in the graveyard either. So, I mean, if he draws like a vanilla Blue Eyes or something, then just, you know, that's not
Yeah,
going to be
vanilla Blue Eyes
summonable.
wouldn't do it. Actually, any Blue Eyes wouldn't do it, and he's still got 5 left in deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be taking 28.
What a turnaround in this game here. He was facing down Cyber Dragon Infinity just a turn ago.
Goes for Upstart Golem, gets another shot, and picks up a different stone.
That's not ideal.
Not ideal, but it's not the worst.
No,
because Casiero has literal nothing.
But Travis is on 2,700 life points.
He does. He can defend, though, and get a special summon in the end phase to get past that Erebus. I would not
But
count
he
him
just-
out here yet.
He just needs a monster to get over the stone.
Stone has more defense than you'd think.
No way.
It's got a big 2,000, right? Is it 2,000?
Or am I thinking of Sage? Sage has 1,500 defense. The White Stone of Ancients has... Is this guy tiny? It's 500.
Yeah.
All right, so Pot of Duality for Ether. After attacking.
Okay, so he didn't draw another monster.
No, he drew Pot of Duality.
Yeah. So Travis just has he's kind of in the same situation he was last turn, but he's got a Blue Eyes. That's a good a good thing.
And he does have a stone in his graveyard as
Yeah.
well, so he can force the Ether out.
Melody.
Oh, here goes
wow.
Melody.
Whew, that's
That's a good pickup.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So traps I have now at 31, is that right?
Okay.
Is that right?
31, yes. yes.
Wait, what?
Oh, sorry, I thought you played Book of
No, you discarded the
Eclipse
discarded the
is
Book of
great.
Eclipse. It's
Ah.
interesting that he didn't use the stone effect in the end phase, but looks like it has rewarded him though.
Yeah. Oh, wait, has he used all of his normal Blue Eyes White Dragons?
He's only used one.
Okay, so he's I guess he's gonna get 2 of those, so he can then use the stone and get.
Yeah,
Get the
I
Blue Eyes back.
I thought he would have summoned a Blue Eyes from his graveyard in the end, or from his deck in the end phase,
Yeah, same.
and also alleviate a possible dead draw.
That's fine, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, that seems strange that he didn't do that.
Very interesting. We'll see. He will probably get a draw out of Erebus.
Yep.
Or out of
That's a-
Kuraz.
Seemed to have been a life point error here, so Travis is now above what a Monarch would be able to do.
Type this, yeah. So check. Oh, sorry, banishes cost.
All right. Erebus distributed for Ether.
Yep. Maybe he's gonna let him get a card here from Kuraz. If he does, then he's gonna be. Oh no, he's just gonna get another Ether.
I feel like Travis would have.
During the end phase, I'll activate effective prime, banishing return. Add a returns to the hand.
I think he would have been better off with the second Blue Eyes on the field. I just don't know
Yeah.
why he didn't summon it.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't summon that. Oh, and he's got Stormforth in hand as well.
He just drew Stormforth.
Yeah. Wow, what a draw. Yeah, he's gonna be able to just take away that Blue Eyes.
That's
Attack for 5600.
that'll do it.
Oh, did I
Wow, this is such an
That's what you get
intense
for playing
match.
game one.
Backwards and
So
forwards.
Casiero wins the coin flip on getting rid of Soul Charge with Erebus.
Yeah.
And Travis Smith either elects not to use a stone effect or just forgets to use a stone effect.
Yeah. Well, he forgot his Zero Eyes in the first game. Maybe he's feeling a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah, that's entirely possible.
Yeah, it's a big stage. It's a big stage. I mean, both players, they're really fighting for their chances here in the top 8
And I
of
feel
the
like
World Championships. I think they're the last table. They're the last table, too.
nope, Dragondel's still going, and I see
Oh, yeah.
some translators over on the other end.
Okay, so yeah, there's not many games left.
I feel like that was probably Travis's best shot to close this thing out because Casiero drew 0 of his side deck cards. He didn't see any electric viruses, didn't see any cycle readers.
No.
And the odds of that happening 2 games in a row,
No, so that means that this game, there's a big chance of, there's still a big chance of those cards.
yeah, it's about a 50-50 shot. It's a little higher in Casiero's favor than to draw one than to not draw one. And well, chances of happening twice in a row, not getting any. I don't know. I think Travis is just going to have to open really, really strong this time as well.
Yeah.
And hope he doesn't have it.
Yeah, so but both players here doing what they were supposed to do. They're making the best plays here. I mean, you know, I mean, he got the soul charge in that
soul charge.
But at the same time, he made the play to get that chance. It's all about the kind of making the plays to make the opportunities to do well.
Give yourself the best chance to win.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think he still doesn't know that he hit a soul charge with that.
Yeah, he still doesn't know. Travis probably wouldn't tell him.
Maybe he'll tell him after the
Yeah,
match.
probably tell him after the match.
All right, well, all the decisions appear to be made with respect to what's going in.
Yeah, both players just shuffling up here. You can see the concentration on their faces.
This is not where you want to lose.
No.
You want to at least make it to the next level. Not sure what the prize card cutoffs are for Juno versus the other one.
I think it's just the
It's just all top 8 or the finalists?
No, I thought it was the finalists. I think it's just first and second.
I saw a lot of copies of it over in the prize case yesterday.
Yeah. Maybe we can get a shot of the prize case and we can see just how many we've got out there.
All right. Still just finishing up the last pile shuffles. They're very delicate with each other's cards. I like that they're not handling them too roughly.
Yeah.
See Joe presiding over, as he tends to do.
Yep. Not something we spoke about. As you can see, every single one of our world's competitors got one of their own jerseys with their name on the back. That's going to be a keepsake. They're going to keep for a long time.
Yeah, and then Joe got one too. You can see he's got his United States patch on there as well.
Yeah.
Last name on the back. Joe was actually really instrumental at the WCQ for helping to unravel the we swapped our decks by accident error.
Yeah, I remember.
And the redemption round as well. He was doing a great job for us here as well. All right. Looks like our players have drawn their hands. Travis Smith looks like he's got some draw power at least.
Yeah, there's
He's
a
got
trade-in.
alternative, regular blue eyes.
So I think the key thing to remember here is that Travis is obviously going to choose to go first, and Matthew wants him to go first. He seems to have just opened a bunch of big dragons.
Sorry.
Trade in, discards blue eyes, draws 2 cards.
Ooh, opening double.
Well, it's
blue
fine
eyes.
because he had the
he had
trade
trade
in there.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought he drew into another.
Nah, he originally had it, but this is pretty good because I think he picked up Galaxy Soldier as well.
So we could see that Cyber Dragon Infinity again.
On the other hand, to get it out, he would have to take the Max C challenge.
Ooh.
And then do it into an electric virus.
Yeah. Cyber Dragon Infinity, another target for Electric Virus.
This could be really, really brutal if he gets Stormforth into Vanity's Fiend.
Yeah, and well, you could Electric Virus as well.
Electric Virus into Vanity's Fiend. Casiero drew exactly what he needed this match.
Wow.
So that activates in the hand, and then I'm chaining next to it.
Oh, that's not what you want.
No.
When you're summoning that Galaxy Soldier, because Galaxy Soldier, although very strong combination between the double Galaxy Soldier, it's not so great just on the field alone.
Yeah, you just kind of have to stop, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
You can't give him all those cards.
Yeah. Galaxy Soldier is kind of like the Battle Guard cards. He always needs one of his friends to back him up.
And he's picked up Erebus, so now he has a Monarch as well.
No more deck searching, sorry?
No more deck search.
Matthew's hand here is pretty good. I think this game has just shown what these players can do. They've both been able to just, again, the deck building here at the World Championships is just fantastic. Okay, so Travis does decide to stop.
That's the smart play, but it might already be too late.
Draws an Edier as well. I don't think he would risk. I don't think Matthew would risk playing Edier and it getting Veiled here.
No. Not a chance.
I mean, he could play the Electric Virus on the alternative dragon, use its effect to destroy the Galaxy Soldier, then summon the Vanity's Fiend.
Just go and Stormforth Vanity's Fiend.
Yeah, I guess he's going to save that Electric Virus.
And that could just be it. Can't special summon at all.
Yeah.
And even though he's picked up another Blue Eyes Return Dragon, he can't play it. He really needs Book of Eclipse.
This is such a huge play here. This is exactly what Matthew built his deck to do. This Vanity's Fiend is just going to sit there and stop Travis from summoning any of his big, strong dragons.
Yeah,
And the Galaxy Soldier.
He's got outs to this. It's just there aren't that many. They come from the side deck. It's 2 Book of Eclipse,
I would like to
Yeah.
and
Oh, yeah,
that's it.
It's got to be the Book of Eclipse. I remember back in Necros format when that was your only hope, was a couple of those Book of Eclipses.
No, he's got Dark Hole. Never mind. He's got Dark Hole, 2 Book of Eclipse, 3 possible outs, assuming he makes it past this turn, which he should because Vanity's Fiend is at least also preventing the Ether double up.
Yeah.
All I was going to do is attack 24 for this turn, and then I was going to set this and set this at once.
He
So
draws.
I think Matthew's just setting monsters to try and make some kind of tribute summon next turn.
Yeah. He comes up with a Sage this time.
Yeah. Did Travis decide to not play any cards again, or did he set Sage? Yeah, he didn't play any cards. So Eidos, Edier. Gonna tribute both of those for an Erebus. That's still not quite enough.
Nope, it's only 52. However, oh no, he can't pull back the Prime Monarch.
Yeah, because Vanity's Fiend is stopping that.
1 to 5.
Rolls, it's 3. That's the middle card.
Yeah.
Don't quite know what that was, but we'll find out what vanishes.
Yep. I think all of his cards is special summoning. This is huge. This huge Vanity's Fiend. It's a really really old card as well. What was Vanity's Fiend first released in?
Cyberdark Impact.
Cyberdark
Flames.
Impact. Wow.
I don't know. I'm not a judge. I don't know what the policy is.
You just attack and send the slip. You can't-
All right, so one last shot. That's not.
That's it.
That's actually not game.
Okay, hitting soul source.
Well,
That's
he's-
5,200.
The game's over
think he shook his hand, and that's the match over. So Matthew wins with a huge Vanities Fiend. Vanities Fiend, I mean, he still had a lot of stuff, Electric Virus and Stormforth. Wow,
And we
that's
don't
it.
see what Travis's card yet because he concedes with life points still remaining. That was actually just a brutal ending to the match.
Wow,
So
that was huge.
after overcoming the Cyber Dragon Infinity Field and Travis Smith still having the out to it, he loses the 50-50 on Erebus. Casiero gets the better end of that, sends it back, loses that game after Casiero saw none of his side deck cards.
Yeah.
And then in Game 3, Casiero sees all of his side deck cards.
Yeah, I think sometimes that's all it takes is to really have a really well-constructed side deck, and then you just
hope you draw
see all of your cards. Yeah. Wow. That's huge.
Smith was so frustrated that he just conceded without even looking at his last card with 400 life points remaining after 28 24s, 52.
Yeah.
Not quite enough, but Travis Smith goes home. He's made it to the top 8, though, and that is an incredible achievement for any duelist.
Yeah. So, still, we didn't see that Electric Virus.
He didn't have to play it. He had double Stormforth, and then his opponent just couldn't play any more cards because of Vanity Fiend.
Yeah. So, just another amazing match here at the World Championships, showing the deck building that these guys have gone through, really thinking about what they're going to see and, you know, making the right choices.
And that's a risky strategy, too, as well. The building to go second thing, you're so dependent on seeing one of those cards that if you don't, and your opponent's deck does what it's supposed to do, you're just, there's nothing much that you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, even when Travis was able to get Cyber Dragon Infinity, though, he was able to play around it, that was big. That was really big.
He had just enough action there to get the tributes that he needed.
Yeah, you've got to be able to kind of make them use the Cyber Dragon Infinity with something that would be enough to stop it, and then overcome it as well.
And that's kind of the difference between Cyber Dragon Infinity now as opposed to when it was backed up by Trap Trickster Fleesia and a Churia Beast. There wasn't any way to actually make the Infinity use its effect at that point.
Yeah, so that was the point. You never really needed to use Infinity's effect. It was just the fact that it was there just in case it was threatened by any of your opponent's cards.
And it was also a big source of damage as well.
Yeah, yeah, because it goes up by 200 for each of its...
200 for each material.
Exceed material.
So it starts off at what? It's 2,100 plus, what, 3 materials?
Yeah.
So it starts at 27.
27.
It's smaller than you might think, though, because it's only 200 per material. And I see a lot of duelists think that it's either, you know, it's at 2,900 when it first comes out, or it gets 300 per material, and it's at 3,000. So a lot of games have actually been punted on the basis of not actually knowing the attack points of your own Cyber Dragon Infinity, because you used to never have to use it. It was just there to scare your opponent and
I guess
so they can't play.
If you absorb a monster right away, though, that is 2,900.
Yeah, if you can get the extra monster on it.
Still not as big as a Blue Eyes White Dragon, though.
Nope. And we sure have seen a lot of them in this format as well. So, if you missed any of the action yesterday, including our exciting Round 1 match featuring Pudding Sis's debut on the World Championship stage, stay tuned. The semifinals are coming up, but for now, please take a look at the action from yesterday. Don't go away. All right. We are just about to get underway. The players are currently deciding who goes first. Bakar on the right, Hiyama on the left, and they're going to have to go into overtime on these dice rolls.
I love how Samir, it's only the dice roll, and he was already getting excited about this game.
Super pumped.
Yep.
Looks like Hiyama has won the roll and opted to go first.
Yep.
Let's see what he's got for us. Now, that's actually kind of interesting because in the United States, at least, the general feeling with Blue Eyes is that you should choose to go second so that you can inflict damage first and actually destroy your opponent's cards. So it'll be interesting to see what Shinsuke does with the first turn.
Yeah, I think a kind of an approach that some people were talking to me about, at least from the European guys, they were saying that they were trying to build their Blue Eyes decks to be able to make some really powerful Exceed monsters like number 38, Titanic Galaxy.
Yeah, number 38 is definitely a good one.
Yeah, and the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon as well. Both of those kind of setting it up so that you can stop your opponent playing cards. So if you do end up going first, those are really good options.
If you could get them both on the field at the same time, that'd be pretty nice.
Oh yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah, that would be really nice.
Especially if you can swap into Azure Eyes and protect.
Yeah,
number 38.
Yep.
All right, so Shinsuke's up. He's up first. He has drawn his hand, and we will momentarily see what that is.
So this is the first time that we've seen the World Championship playmats here on stream. They look really cool.
Yeah, if anybody is wondering what exactly they're looking at there, this monster and the playmat that it's on was inspired by the Bermuda Triangle, which is not too far from here. It's kind of that mysterious zone in the sea where planes go missing from time to time.
Yeah.
And I suppose the implication is that this monster comes out of there and just snatches them away.
Yep, you can actually see the triangle just behind the monster there, and it looks like he's kind of jumping out of it. But yeah, really cool playmat design.
I would not want to see that if I was flying over the sea.
No, definitely not. So this is a fantastic opening here, straight away with the Cards of Consonance, discarding the White Stone of Ancients.
That'll get him a Blue Eyes in the end phase. And he continues on with Trade-In, discarding the real Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yeah. So he's just crafting his hand here to try and be able to produce a board that he's going to be happy to pass with.
He's got a couple Sages. He's got one of his Effect Veilers. That's always nice to have.
Yeah, so I think he drew a White Stone of Ancients from the Trade-In. And then
Looks
one
like
other card I couldn't see.
There's a second Sage. Second Sage.
I think he's got more cards to come. Yeah, there's the White Stone of Ancients. I thought I saw Alternative at some point, but there's a lot of white dragons in that deck. So he's going to go ahead and just set the White Stone, I think.
Set a stone.
Yep.
Summon some kind of Blue Eyes.
Yeah, probably the Spirit Dragon.
Now he has Dragon Spirit of White. He's got one copy of that. And then 3 alternative, 3 regular.
Yeah. So. Oh, he decides to go with the regular Blue Eyes.
In defense mode. 2,500 defense.
Yeah. So Samir's opening hand here. So he's got the one that he really wanted in his opening hand, which is the Speedroid Terratop. That's going to be able to immediately make him be able to produce a rank 3 play.
He's got a lot of search power there. He's got the Terratop. He's also got Magellin.
Yep.
Which you can use to grab Angeli.
Yeah, and he's going to have obviously have another draw before we finish up the hand here.
The Twin Twisters, though, is essentially dead.
Yeah, Twin Twisters is completely dead.
Most of the time. Shinsuke does have traps, though they are of the chainable variety for the most part.
Yeah.
That seems like kind of a dangerous call, main decking.
Yeah, Twin Twisters.
Twin Twisters, and he's got 3 of them in there, too.
Yeah, I think maybe the idea would be that you're going to face a lot of the Demise decks, the Card of Demise decks.
Part of Demise decks or Pendulum decks, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So he's going to have a fantastic matchup against the Pendulum decks. I think he draws Construction Train Signal, right?
Oh, Construction Train Signal. Okay, I haven't seen that card in quite some time.
Yeah, I remember. I have only ever seen this in Modolce.
Yep.
I can't remember any other deck that it's been played in.
As a level 3 Earth monster. I think it was also used in a bunch of decks that ran Melier of the Trees.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
With Dandelion. That would be the other place.
Yeah.
But you don't see it often.
Yeah, it's got a Battle Fader type effect, doesn't it?
Yeah, you summon it when your opponent attacks. Actually, there it is. Let's just bring it up for you. Summon it when your opponent attacks. and it switches the target over, and you just immediately do damage calculation. There are no more chance to switch the attack targets or play effects, and Train Signal just survives that battle.
Yeah, so it can't be destroyed by battle. In that particular battle. So that's a good defense actually against the Blue Eyes deck. That they don't make a lot of small attacks. They usually have the big white lightning attacks hitting you.
Meanwhile, we've got the Terror Top and Kedenborg combo, usually seen in Phantom Knight and Burning Abyss decks at this point.
Yeah.
But it's just a really good opening combo, so you can put it pretty much anywhere.
Yeah.
It gets you Xyz monsters, gets you Synchro monsters, it does just about everything.
Yeah. I mean, if there's a useful rank 3 monster for your deck, whether that's a Dante or whatever it is, it's a really good little engine to have in your deck. So let's see what options does he have here.
Well, he's got, usually the first turn play for Medolces is MX Saber Invoker.
Yep.
To search out Messenger Lotto. But he also has Mech Whip Engineer and a couple of the Leviaires, which are important for pulling off his combos later.
Yeah, so we see him go with the Invoker here. So when you detach from a material from Invoker, you can special summon an Earth monster from your deck.
Goes and gets Messenger Lotto.
Yep.
Go ahead and bring that up for you, too. When it's special summon, you get to add a Medolce spell or trap to your hand.
Yep. So he's got to choose whether he wants to go with the field spell or the continuous spell.
Ah, but he doesn't have a beast. That's right, you need to have a beast.
Ah, okay, yeah. So he's not going to be able to search this time around.
That's right, that's what you need.
Usually, because usually you do, don't you?
Do it with the hook
You've
kick.
got, yeah, you've got hook kick.
So it comes up with Magellin next. It's been a while since I've seen these Medolce cards. They
Yeah.
kind of had a lot of play a couple years back when Primal Origin first came out with Angeli.
Yeah, because Angeli was really strong.
Had a couple months of run, but haven't seen him since. So the fact that they're here at the World Championship is very fascinating to me.
Yeah. Mike in the office actually absolutely loves the Medolce cards. He's got several of them all over his desk. He loves the Medolce cards. So he'll be happy to see these being played here. So he summons Magellin, and Magellin's effect's most likely going to activate here, so we can go and search for another Medolce monster.
Definitely activating, but if we remember from Shinsuke's hand, he's going to consider whether or not he effect veilers it.
Yep.
When
Let's see if he decides to effect veil here.
I think he'd wait for Hoot Cake, right?
Yeah, probably. I think you're going to wait for like the more powerful Exceed monsters rather than the Magellin.
How many effect veilers does he run?
Shinsuke
He
here
runs 2 effect
absolutely
veilers.
just looks so calm and collected, considering the kind of the gravity of the matches that you play in just a 5-round tournament.
Like, he looks calm, but you can kind of tell from his face that he was not expecting this at all.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's some kind of feeling inside him there that's just running around going, Medolce's what?
Yeah, you could see him just take a look through his extra deck there for a second. Like, okay, I've got something in here for this, right? And he does. Blue Eye Spirit Dragon can stop the graveyard effects that would return things to the deck.
Yeah.
Don't do a whole lot of simultaneous summoning, though. So the other effect, not so much.
Yeah, they're quite a linear summoning deck, so it is just kind of one summons the next one summons the next one. So, Hoot Cake and Angeli as well.
And eventually they just start recycling themselves through Ticket and Chateau.
So here we see just a translation here. So this is something that we're probably going to see a reasonable amount here at the World Championships. So they can, both sides of the players here, the Japanese players obviously playing with the Japanese cards, and then the even more slightly stranger Samir is probably playing with the French cards.
Definitely more so with this matchup, though, because I had to look all these cards up ahead of time.
Yeah, we were sat looking at them, trying to remember what they all did.
And it's like, I know what Angeli does, I know what Hoot Cake does.
Yeah.
You gotta check everything else.
Yeah. It's weird, like, the way that I remember cards, I don't really remember their exact text, but I can kind of remember roughly what they do
like,
within the
I know what
archetype.
this does. I don't know exactly what it does.
Yeah, exactly.
And Angeli is the choice.
Yep. So he's going to make an Exceed play here.
2 level 4s. Looks like they're both Earth. Goes for Trap Tricks for Felicia. And he does have a suite of trap holes in his deck that includes Treacherous Trap Hole.
Yep. So it's he's got Treacherous Trap Hole, Time Space Trap Hole.
And I think that's Bottomless Trap Hole.
Yeah. his deck list actually in French here. So
We're doing some linguistics on the fly.
yeah. I could understand most of his deck list. I mean, so obviously I'm from the European side where we've got to have this all the time where we've got different language deck lists. So it's kind of a normal thing for us.
The card attacks the face-down Stone of Ancients. In the end phase, Dragon Spirit of White is summoned from the deck. Nothing to banish. And Traptrix Rafflesia has been activated. And if you're going to use your Treacherous Trap, fold better be now when you have no traps in the graveyard.
Yep.
Just a rules note for everybody. Even though you're not actually activating the trap card itself, you still have to meet the conditions for it. So you cannot use Treacherous Trap Hole if you already have a trap in your grave.
Yep.
So that creates the order of plays that we see here.
Yep. Just a note for again, a World Championship specific thing here, the shuffling. It was said in the player meeting yesterday. The method of shuffling has to be the pile shuffling.
Yes. Want to make sure nobody's cards are damaged and to ensure maximum fairness.
Yeah. So we were sat in yesterday, weren't we? We had a full room of various staff looking at all the decks to make sure that everything was kind of up to scratch, all the sleeves looked perfect and all that kind of stuff. Just to keep that fair playing field that Yugi was talking about earlier.
Yep, it's a late night, but it's totally worth it when you're doing it for the biggest stage in dueling.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So we've got the Treacherous Trap Hole.
Yeah, that's going to get resolved.
And in response to that,
yeah, he used the
Dragon Spirit was tributed to summon another Blue Eyes from the hand.
Yeah, so obviously that misses the target there. So Shinsuke here, actually not in a bad spot. He just drew Phoenix Wind Wing Blast. He's probably going to make some synchro plays here.
He's got likely. He's got a couple tuners.
Yeah, he's got all of his monsters in his hand are tuners.
And he does have that one Blue Eyes on the field.
Yeah.
I think he's got to watch out for, though, is the other material off of Rafflesia.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's he's in kind of a tough spot here, in all honesty. He's only going to be able to really, I don't see any other line of plays other than just one level 9 Synchro Monster. Because, you know, obviously he can get back a Blue Eyes White Dragon from his graveyard to hand to be able to, you know, with the White Stone of Ancients. But that's not going to really do much to his hand.
Yeah, he needs alternative dragon, and he just doesn't have it.
Yeah, or a Melody. Yeah, to be honest, that wasn't a great draw. He, you know, that'd have been great if he had it last turn.
Yeah, to hit the Invoker.
Yeah, that would have.
Whole turn would have been stopped.
Yeah, and this Rafflesia is a real problem right now. Rafflesia's defense isn't as big as a Blue Eyes White Dragon, however, if I remember correctly. It's 2,500?
Something like that. 25, 26, it's big. 25, yes,
Yeah.
and unaffected by normal traps.
Yeah, so it's, you know, I think Shinsuke here can make the choice to attack over it, but at that point, that's his turn over at that point, unless he wants to make a level 9 Synchro Monster.
Yeah, in main phase 2. I think that's really the only play, though.
Yeah.
On this one.
Yeah, I mean, none of these other trap holes are going to be able to stop that. You know, there's no other trap hole that can kind of just react like Treacherous Trap Hole can. Okay, he decides to take out Invoker. Yeah, I think that's a smart decision. I think Samir can outright win if he has Mifuel. I can never say that right.
Mifuel?
Yeah, Mifuel. The when it's the Medalche, when it's summoned, you can summon another one from hand because then he can go crazy. Ah, he has the Construction Signal. I thought that only worked when you attack directly, but
no, Construction Signal can protect monsters. It's quite good.
Yeah, so there we go. He's going to be able to keep the Rafflesia as well. Wow. So he's going to be able to keep the Rafflesia for another turn.
And he gets another material to do something with.
Yeah, exactly. I think Samir here is in a really good spot.
He's smiling. He's like, yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. He's just showing him the red signal. No, your attack stopped.
Stop. It's stop.
Yeah. And the thing is, the Invoker is still there. He's going to be able to play that Invoker again. Wow, he's going to have a lot of Exceed plays here. So the one thing to keep in mind is that Effect Veil is still looming in Shinsuke's hand. So if he plays it at the correct time, he's going to be able to protect his Blue Eyes White Dragon from the Madolche Exceed monster.
The
Princess.
queen.
Yeah,
The queen or the princess, really. Actually, that's the scary thing, is he can play the queen, use it, and then upgrade it. Because I believe Chocolate a la mode is an upgrade type that you can
Oh, yeah.
just use the material for.
Yeah, oh, Tiramisu. I was thinking of Tiramisu. Sorry. Yeah, so he can play Tiramisu, use its effect to try and shuffle away the Blue Eyes, and then that's obviously that's gonna be where the Effect Veil comes in. Either that or somewhere in and around the Hoot Cake.
He used to stop the Hoot Cake.
But still, he's got so many things here. I mean, he can just. So he's gonna go search a second Effect Villa. But yeah,
That's smart.
He's still got the Reflacia, so he's gonna be able to play that, right? When he synchro summons.
Yeah, so the nasty thing here is when that Spirit Dragon is summoned, he can use your Felicia to either use Time Space or Bottomless. And Shinsuke can chain it, the Spirit Dragon effect, to summon something else, but
Yeah.
whatever he summons is going to be dead at the end of the turn because it's destroyed due to Spirit Dragon. And he'll have a wide open field with Bakar getting a ton of summoning effects.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna be able to get Azure Eyes, and that's gonna be able to protect itself from the destruction of Spirit Dragon.
That would be the only choice, really.
Yeah, or start a Spark Dragon as well. That could work. But again, these are all really kind of suboptimal because he knows that he's gonna be able to make a ton of Exceed plays here. Yeah, he's even got things like Acid Golem if he needs to attack over, attack into one of the Blue Eyes Dragons. That becomes necessary at any point.
Synchro summons. Level 9
Probably
is
the Spirit Dragon.
Spirit Dragon. And now Bakar is faced with, does he want to use his Reflecia here?
Oh, so he chooses.
Yeah, he brings back Blue Eyes to his hand by banishing Stone of Ancients.
Yeah,
Since he has 2 in there, he needs to do that now.
Yeah, so he chose not to. He chose not to use Bottomless or Time Space.
He's probably going to try to bait it out in a different way and then get it.
Yeah,
Got to be careful, though, because the timing still has to be correct.
yeah. I think it's still good that it's kind of just looming. It's looming there for whenever he wants to use it.
Got a lot of defensive options now, though, with the Phoenix Wing Blast.
Yeah, the Effect Veiler, Spirit Dragon. He's got a lot here. In all honesty, I was expecting Samir to offensively go for that Spirit Dragon, but he didn't.
He does go after the trap, though,
Yeah, which is that Phoenix Wing Blast.
and loses his Invoker to it.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that he decided to just Twin Twisters straight away instead of using the Invoker first.
He was
Like,
probably
right off the bat.
waiting for Solemn Warning. That would be about the only reason I can think of.
Yeah,
Other than that, you wait for the Vanity if you think it's Vanity.
yeah.
Maybe get around an Effect Veiler that way if they didn't use it on your Angeli or whatever.
Yeah. Still, I think Samir has a lot of options here. And even, it's not like Shinsuke just outright wins next turn. That's not a...
No, he's got a long way to go.
Yeah. So Samir has plenty of time, and Madolche is known for that really strong ability to just produce a huge board of monsters.
Eventually, you just can't stop them once they actually get their cards set up. They basically have infinite cards to work with.
Yeah. Chateau and the other one, the continuous spell.
There's always a chance that he's going to eventually draw
Ticket.
or
Yeah.
Brilliant Fusion and just tear everything open.
Yeah. If he manages to get Chateau and Ticket on the field, then that's going to just leave him in a really good setup.
All right, so Shinsuke picks up another trade-in and then retrieves the Blue Eyes with his White Stone of Ancients.
Yeah. So this is kind of okay. That's turning into a really scary hand.
That's pretty good. He picked up Return of the Dragon Lords. And is that another Sage?
Yeah, it was another Sage.
I've seen all of the Sages now.
Yep. I don't think that Phoenix Wind Wing Blast is in his hand still. I think I got set a long time ago, unless he drew another one at some point. But I don't see it in his hand. So
Nope, it's been set and played. Turn of the Dragon Lords on Blue Eyes. That goes through. Turn of the Dragon Lords now lurking in the graveyard with its effect to protect dragons from destruction.
Yep. So I think Samir here has got to think about, you know, time space trapple instead of bottomless, because obviously you can protect against bottomless.
Yes. It appears he drew time space trapple, so that'll be his face down. He could try to just get that return out of the way, though.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. It would probably be it would be decent to get that out of the way as soon as possible.
Says, well, it's fine.
So yeah, Shinsuke's got to go on the offensive here and clear this board out, because it's just, yeah, it's kind of
There's too many materials.
yeah, there's just too much for him to leave it around. So he's
And
got to
he saw
start
the-
attacking here.
Yeah, he saw the cat being searched last time.
Yeah,
Still has the 2 Veilers, though.
yeah. I think Shinsuke actually is in a really good spot here. I feel like Samir's last turn, he could have expanded a little more than he decided to do there, but. Yeah, that's something when looking at the TCG and the OCG, we play very differently in the way that we just generally play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think in the TCG we kind of play to not lose,
Yeah.
whereas the OCG players rarely just, you know, they go to win, they make their plays to win.
I feel
So-
like there's, like, the biggest example of that was the general reaction to Pot of Desires when it was first revealed.
Yeah, yeah.
Over in Japan, they're like, yeah, no, we're throwing it in everything.
You're drawing 2 cards, which is going to make me be able to win now.
And over here, we're like, but I lose 10 cards out of my deck.
yeah,
How will I play forever?
yeah, but you get to draw 2 cards. It's any card that says draw cards and it's greater than 1. It's usually worth playing.
I think we'll see attitudes change.
Yes.
As soon as next week, when Dark Illusion is legal for the first time in YCS Toronto and Rimini.
Yeah, I think so too.
So Magellin takes a hit from Blue Eyes
Yeah. So
and shuffles itself back into the deck.
yeah.
Raiden Signal's up next. And that leaves Bakar with only Traptrix Rafflesia with 1 material and his set Time Space Trapple.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch what that face down was. Was it a time? It's time space trapple.
It appeared to be Time Space Trapple.
So he's still got the choice of bottomless from Rafflesia, and then that time space trapple. But that's kind of, as far as reactiveness is concerned, that's what he's got. So yeah, I think Weefwil is going to be played here for Samir to try and, you know, really rocket some plays out. But that
Double Veiler,
yeah,
it's like anything's getting through.
He knows that he's got Veiler as well, actually, now that I think about it, because he searched it with Sage. Maybe he forgets. No, I thought it looked like he was going to play it. Maybe he just realized as he was about to play it.
Yep. So he goes with Angeli instead. That's smart.
Yep. Still, the trouble is that Angeli's effect may get through, but it's still, you know, the regular line of plays is to then go get Hoot Cake,
which would then get Veilered.
Yeah. So.
One of the scary things about the Blue Eyes deck is that you can search for your effect Veilers.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember, so kind of in my head, I have the cards in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right from the start of when I played that really changed the way the entire game worked, and I think Effect Veiler is one of those cards.
Effect Veiler, and then I think a few sets later was Max C.
Yeah. Again, really changed the way that the game worked. And I think right at the start, the one before that, before Effect Veiler, was Cyber Dragon, right at the start.
Oh, that was a long time.
Yeah,
Long time ago.
That was the first time that I really sat and thought to myself, this is changing the entire way that we play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Cyber Dragon, very strong. Limited for a time, even.
Yeah.
Angeli effect is successful.
Yeah.
Special summons Hoot Cake in defense.
Yeah, so I think we're definitely going to see Effect Veiler here.
Activates Hoot Cake, targeting. Targeting Angeli.
Yep.
And we'll see how long he lets this play out.
Yeah, because he could let him get all the way to Tiramisu and then Effect Veiler the Tiramisu. if he wants to let him.
Think he might get the messenger auto so that he doesn't get the search.
Maybe, but then you still get the tiramisu.
Yeah, I think he's got mismatched levels. He needs another monster if he gets that, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, hoot cake. Yeah. Yeah, he's got no way to extend this play any further.
And he's got, well, the Invoker's back in the deck because it was sent there by Phoenix Wing Wind Blast. He's got a couple Leviers, so if something is successfully banished, he can get that back.
Yeah, I don't think Samir has a line of plays after hoot cake. That's why I didn't really think too much about it.
I'm not certain that this is actually going anywhere now that I think of it.
Yeah.
It might just be trying to scare him into doing something with his Spirit Dragon so we can get rid of it.
Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere to go from here.
Does he have F-Zero?
No, I think I checked that
Okay,
earlier. It
F-Zero?
doesn't have F-Zero. Nope.
The decision of whether or not to Veiler this thing is taking a very long time.
Yeah, I think actually now that I think about it, if Samir somehow, if Shinsuke overthinks this and doesn't Veiler it, and he's kind of letting him play the plays out, I think that Samir could just go get a level. You can get any Medolce with Hukake, can't you?
I think so.
Yeah, so you could just go get another level 3 and then make Acid Golem and start hitting things.
Yeah, but you can't Veiler that.
No, no. But yeah, so he decides to Veiler the hoot cake in the end. After all that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's, these guys are playing for the greatest prize, the World Championship title. So they got to take their time to think about this.
Now, all is not lost. Because remember, Medolce Angeli is a really good card.
Yeah.
That monster doesn't go back to the deck until the card's end phase of the next turn, and it can't be destroyed by battle while it's on field.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to at least get to keep Hoot Cake around for a little longer.
So he does get another shot.
Yeah.
Though that'll probably get Veiler too.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the second Veiler. Samir doesn't know that he's got the second Veiler. Only one of those was searched from Sage.
Spirit Dragon attacks, and it's not destroyed.
I mean, if he really wanted to get rid of it, he could use Spirit Dragon's effect on Michael, the Archlight's one.
Main phase 2.
He's going to play Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit on that Sage.
So he summons the Sage, activates the effect, and that allows Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit to be chained to destroy it.
No. He goes and gets... Is that Master?
That's Master with Eyes of Blue.
Which one is that? Is that Priestess?
I guess he's just trying to keep the second Spirit Dragon off the field.
Yeah, I guess so.
What's the name of that card?
Yeah, 'cause I mean, if he gets 2 on the field, that's when you can kind of summon a dragon that doesn't protect itself, and then protect it with Azure Eyes with the other Spirit Dragon, which gets really dangerous. Because obviously the main effect of most of the dragons that protect themselves is that they protect themselves. So if he manages to summon one of the dragons that doesn't really protect itself, but has a really good other effect, and summon Azure Eyes as well, then that's a really good combination.
Right.
So yeah, if you need your fill of shuffling goodness, you're not going to miss out this weekend.
Oh, we've got you covered. It's going to get even better tomorrow when the other shuffling procedures take place.
Yep.
And the judges start getting mixed up in the whole shuffling thing.
Yeah. So just 2 years ago, I was stood by a table in Rimini doing that job, looking through all the cards and judging at the table. There was a lot of shuffling going on.
Oh, yeah. That was the first time we saw Shinsuke, wasn't it?
I think it was,
That
yeah.
was the first one he qualified for.
Yeah.
Not
Doing
win.
him. And
Came in second.
yeah. And Xinan Huang was there as well, the 2013 World Championship winner, with the infamous fist pump.
Oh, yeah, okay, I remember that. That's still, that gets traded around as an animated GIF all the time.
Yeah. He was fascinating to watch play Yu-Gi-Oh. It was really intimidating. Just watching him play, I kind of felt uneasy. But he just played really perfectly. It was fantastic.
You remember what he played in that tournament? There was Dragon Rulers in Vegas.
Yeah, Dragon was in Vegas, but yeah, that was it. He played Gear.
He was one of the Gear players.
Yeah.
I think one of the U.S. players did that.
Maybe.
Was it Sean McCabe? I think it was the other one that played.
Yeah,
Gear.
Sean McCabe was playing. Yeah, Sean McCabe was playing Gear as well. There was a few kind of. It wasn't like just one of the set. Well, like one of the continents played it together. There was a few from each of the continent that played it. It was kind of strange, actually.
Rimini was a weird thing because there was like a group of people that were really big on Infernity.
Yeah.
And they all decided that they were going to play Infernity. And then a couple who were just like, yeah, I'm going to run Gear.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was kind of a strange tournament, in all honesty. There was a lot of different decks.
Yep.
I remember the Korean Dragon Duelist who was playing Evil Swarm.
That's right, there was Evil Swarm there. I think there was another Dragon Duelist playing Bujin.
Yeah, there was.
Tournament as well. Was that the Italian player?
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think it was the little Italian guy. Yeah. Yeah, that Evil Swarm deck was actually in my favorite rarity, the DTC rarity.
Nice.
We don't have that over here in the TCG.
Right, so it's looking like Shinsuke has drawn a new trap, which is Vanity's Emptiness.
Yeah, which stops off that Ootcake play.
That's a very fortunate pickup.
Yep.
As it will stop pretty much everything. And Picard no longer has his Twin Twister.
Yeah. And I don't think he's got very many options here.
No, there's just too much negation, and he can't even attempt to play half of the effects. Searching for Magdalene, though.
Yeah, so he just has to go with Angeli. I don't want the game to be over before it's over, but I feel like it's kind of, there's not much options here. Quite a few Blue Eyes monsters, really powerful Blue Eyes monsters for Shinsuke here. So he does get Angeli, and then, yeah, Hootcake's going to get shuffled back into the deck.
Okay, and that is the end of Picard's turn. He still has the time-space trap hole, but I don't even think it's going to come into play at this point, because Shinsuke doesn't have to play any more monsters.
Nope.
He has everything he needs.
He can't play any more monsters that would get affected by time-space because of the emptiness anyway.
Nope. Still, Picard has about 6,400 life left. It's a little bit of a buffer because there can't be any more Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
He's picked up a Twin Twister.
Something I find really fascinating, that the Japanese players, they always line up their hand cards in front of them, whereas well, at least for the European players, they kind of shuffle all their cards quite a lot. They don't really put them down on the table too much.
And he does not negate the effect with Spirit Dragon. Maybe he does the effect with Spirit Dragon. Not entirely certain what that exchange is right now.
Yeah, I think...
Yep, put the Magdalene back in the deck.
yes, I think Samir just assumed that Shinsuke here wasn't going to play the effect of Spirit Dragon.
You know, he hadn't done it at all previously, so I think it's a kind of a fair assumption.
Yeah, but he decides to go ahead and negate that. Don't think it really mattered too much.
All it does is give Picard one less card in deck for if he needs to draw
something else. Yeah.
I don't know what he can really get here at this point because it's all special summoning cards.
Yeah, and at the moment he's well in range of those two Blue Eyes monsters, making a real impact on Samir's life points. We've actually got a great view here in the main event stage. We can see all the way down to the main event.
Yeah, all the tables are just kind of lined up.
Yeah, on a raised up stage. So the stage you guys saw right at the start where Yugi and Kaiba was, that stage is full of tables for the full event. With the table we're watching right now, right in the center.
All right, so we've got Magically negated. It looked like they applied a caution before Bakar. He sets a monster on his own turn, and Shinsuke's back up. He's picked up Soul Charge, which is great whenever you don't have Vanity's Emptiness on the field.
Yeah.
Not really necessary in this case.
No.
Spirit Dragon goes back to attack position, hits Max C. Blue Eyes White Dragon attacks directly.
Yeah. White Lightning.
And Bakar has only got one turn left to turn this around.
Yep.
Looks like he picked up another monster, which is not going to do it.
Yeah, I think he's just playing right to the end here.
Oh, he's going to try to out Shinsuke. There were multiple times last year when he was just completely beat. He just played it out anyways.
Yeah, I guess sometimes you do it to get that extra bit of information. I don't know what possible plays he can do to make this any better than what he already has, I guess.
Well, he's picked up Melody of Awakening Dragon, and he's going to go ahead and
Destroy
show
with an
off.
effect, yeah. All three of the Ancient Stones used. Guess he could, yeah. Decides to extend his play.
He's just going to keep going. There's absolutely no need for this. And he may have given away some information that he might not have wanted to, like I play 3 White Stone of Ancients. But he's going to do it anyway.
Yeah, well, he's able to put a full 8,000 damage on the board there, just to show that he could. That's very Kaiba-esque, I think.
Extremely. It's definitely in character.
Yep. So, really good match there. That was kind of back and forwards. There was times which Shinsuke wasn't necessarily in such a good position as we see him at the end there.
Yeah, he got to draw a lot of cards in the first turn, but they didn't really get him any of the stuff he needed.
Yeah.
And then over the next series of turns, he drew every card he needed.
Yeah.
And Bakar did not. Welcome back to the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. Well, yesterday, Soichiro Kajihara had a bit of a scare after he lost his final round of the day to reigning world champion Shinsuke Hiyama. It was anybody's guess whether or not he would finally make it into the top 8 on 9 points, but he did make it. And he did make it past the quarterfinal round of this day. And now he's facing the same matchup that almost knocked him out yesterday. He'll be taking on Shinsuke Hiyama once again here in the semifinals. Once again, the matchup is Blue Eyes versus Magispectors.
Yep. So we're going to see Shinsuke again piloting his Blue Eyes deck for the third time.
Third time this weekend.
Yeah. And Kajihara with the Magispectors.
Both played pretty well, but in the end, Kajihara was done in by only drawing one monster and having that be Kirin, when he did get the opportunity to go first and otherwise drew a great hand. So let's take a look at how the bracket shaped out here. We had Eric Christensen and Makoto Yada, and Eric Christensen wound up winning that match. He is the only American remaining in the tournament, as Travis Smith lost to Matthew Casiero, which you saw in our last round. Soichiro obviously defeated Admasu Williams, and Shinsuke took out his fellow countryman Daiki Momiji. So there is our semifinals. Second Japan versus Japan matchup. That's what we're going to show you right now. And then another identical matchup, Eric Christensen and Matthew Casiero. Eric's playing essentially the exact same deck that Travis was. Possibly the exact same deck that Travis was.
I think he is. So with the Galaxy Soldier technology as well.
So we'll have to see if Casiero can do the exact same thing he did last time around to give himself a chance to become the first world champion from Oceania.
Yeah, he came over and spoke to us afterwards. He seems really confident. He said he was kind of not looking forward to the first round of today, so he was feeling a little nervous. But the moment that he got that match over and done with, he said he was confident and ready to go.
All right, well, we'll see if that confidence can carry him through. And right now, we're going to see if Kajihara can find a little bit of redemption against the reigning world champ.
Yep, so the players are just still shuffling up there.
Oh, and I did check out our prize case.
Oh, yeah, highlight
in
quick
between
words as well.
rounds. So Juno, the Celestial Goddess, is the prize for the winner of the Dragon Duel World Championship and the World Championship.
Yeah. So here's the player profile for Kajihara here. He played DDD.
Yeah, we'll see a little bit more of them in 2017, but it's basically a multidisciplined deck. It's mainly pendulum monsters, but can also use all the other extra deck types as well.
Yeah.
If you imagine kind of an evil take on the Performer Pals and Magicians from Master of Pendulum, then you get what the DD cards are like. And there's Shinsuke. This is his 3rd year in a row that he's been at the World Championship. He came in 2nd place back in Rimini, and wound up being invited back after the 1st place winner was unable to attend.
Yep.
And then won in Kyoto. So he's back once again here in 2016.
Yep.
So let's go see our players.
Yeah.
Head down to the table. Here we are. This is the semifinals of the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. We've got a matchup between the current reigning world champion and an opponent that he dispatched, but only barely, at the end of day 1 yesterday.
Yep. So let's see. It's the perfect revenge story.
Yep. If Kajihara can pull this off, I think he's got a lot of extra motivation to pull this off.
Yeah.
And he's also got the first turn, which he's starting out strong with Magispector Raccoon Bunbuku.
Yeah.
Searching out Magispector Crow Yata.
Yeah, straight out the gates. No messing around.
He's also got a Toad.
Terraforming as well.
Terraforming is pretty good.
Getting that Majesty's Pegasus.
That lets him swap out his spellcasters.
So this is what we didn't see yesterday. We didn't see this Majesty's Pegasus a whole lot, which was kind of stopping him getting a lot of his trap cards.
The only time we saw it was in Duel 3 of that match, when Shinsuke had all 3 copies of Mask of Restrict to stop this exact thing from happening.
Yeah. So he plays the Maxi. I think it's probably still going to be worth him Pendulum Summoning, just for all those searches that he's going to get.
Yeah, he's got a Kirin in hand as well, and that'll make sure that he can threaten Shinsuke's Blue Eyes cards.
Yeah. Does he have enough scales there to be able to summon the Kirin, though?
Oh, let's see. Oh, no, he does not. He does not have any of his 7 or higher scales. I just thought for a second that he had Sky Iris, not Pegasus, is just going to go get Unicorn, but that is not the case. He'll have to settle with a lot of disruption.
Maybe he's just going to stick with the trap cards.
Got
But
one Tempest.
Still he could make a Pendulum Summon and get Ogama, I think. I think he does at least have one big scale, doesn't he?
Nikomata's 2, Kirin is 2, Yata's 5.
Yeah, so Yata will be the one.
So Kirin and Yata, Pendulum Summon. That counts as just 1 summon, even though it's 3 monsters. So Shinsuke only gets 1 card out of this with Maxi.
Yeah, but Kajihara here is going to get 2, because he's going to get Nekotama in the end phase.
It'll be interesting to see what he gets with that. I don't know if he's going to go for one of his spell cards or get another copy of Kirin.
Yeah, interesting.
And he also has a chance, if he wants to go for an Xyz summon, but that would give Hiyama another card. It's kind of weird. If you made a Totem Bird here, you could take away one of his cards, but you're also giving him an extra one.
Yeah, I think it's just generally in that scenario, it is better to give them 1 more card, but then give you the chance.
Give you the choice of which card you actually want to negate.
Yeah. Just because, you know, the chance of them having of like all of their cards being useful is not necessarily the case.
And that is definitely the case for now, at least.
Yeah, he's got quite a few good cards in his hand here.
The Cards of Consonance is currently, I can't think of any way he can make that useful at the moment, but he can get some use out of all the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see how many make it through, though, given both Tempest and Tornado.
There's that fabled Soul Charge that we were talking so much about in the last game.
Picks it up.
If he
7
was
cards
going
start.
Yeah, obviously, if he was going first with 7 cards, we'd be worried. But with these 7 cards here, it would produce a really good first turn board. let's see if he can play through these two really powerful Magispector trap cards. I mean, you know, Tempest and Tornado are really good.
He's got a Dragon Shrine. He runs 3.
I feel like he's probably going to start with the trade-in.
I don't know. I feel like I might Dragon Shrine first so that I don't draw the cards that I'm going to trade in for.
Yeah.
And he's actually pondering that exact thing. Which order do I play these cards in?
Yeah.
He goes Shrine first.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just thinking maybe, because if you're going to Shrine, you're going to take one of your tuners out of the deck, which is going to give you less chance to draw it with Cards of Continents. But yeah, I can, you know.
I think what he wants to do is start with, you might want to start by trying to take out one of those pendulum scales.
Yeah, using the Return of the Dragon Lords. You mean with the Dragon Spirit of White?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be a great choice.
So he only plays 1 copy of Dragon Spirit of White, so there's no threat of a second one in the end phase.
That's good. Good for Kajihara, at least.
And did you catch what he took with? Ah, it's a Bunbuku. That's
Yeah,
what
he
he
got
took with
Bunbuku.
Nekomata in the end phase.
Yeah, I think it was. It's kind of. It was what you would do. What you would do in the Necros deck when I can't decide what I want quite yet. I'm gonna go at Brian.
I'm just gonna get another search. I'm gonna search for my search cards.
Yeah. so that you can make that choice later on.
Yeah, it sure did help that I was also a warrior.
Yeah.
You get it with Clausulus.
Yeah.
All right, Shinsuke discards Blue Eyes White Dragon to Melody for more searching. He's getting all the searching out of his way now, so he has a better chance of drawing into tuners.
Yeah, I think that is the right choice to make. And he's put the White Stone Evasions in the graveyard, so if he doesn't necessarily draw anything to be able to summon that blue as alternative dragon with, then he can just use the White Stone Evasions to get that.
Does he have another Blue Eyes in hand, or has he discarded it?
Well, I just trade in. Trade in seems like a possibility if he's going to keep on searching for possibly Twin Twisters.
Yeah, he does have a Blue Eyes available right now. So he summons it by revealing the Blue Eyes.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
he got another trade-in. It's kind of hard to tell whether or not it's updated or he's just drawing more copies of the
Yeah.
cards, but it turns out it's the latter. Discards that Blue Eyes to trade in.
Wow.
And he finally gets 1 tuner, but it's not a dragon type. Can't be used for Cards of Consonance.
Yeah. It's a spellcaster, if I remember correctly.
It is. All of the Eyes of Blue tuners are spellcasters.
Yeah, we saw a lot of play with Secret Village of the spellcasters, didn't we? With this deck in the past.
Or with Maiden.
Yeah, Maiden and Sage.
Turn of the Dragon Lords.
Yeah.
Goes in and brings out.
So Alternative Dragon doesn't actually get to use its effect at all here because all of his monsters are Magispector monsters and they can't be targeted or destroyed by card effects.
Correct.
So he's going to target that one with Dragon Spirit of White. Kajihara needs to decide here, is that the one that I wanted him to hit? He's going to chain that Tempest.
He is deciding whether or not, or what to tribute for it, rather. It looks like he's already decided to play it.
Yeah. I think
Tribute
Shinsuke here
Bunbuku.
could use the Return of the Dragon Lords to protect it.
He can protect it, but he can't stop the negation.
Yeah. That in this case it doesn't matter because he targeted the Tempest with the
Right.
Dragon Spirit of White. So it's just a matter of does he want to keep that monster?
He does.
The answer is yes.
Okay. He goes for a tuner next to add the stone back to his hand. That'll get him.
Cards of Consonance.
Now he can play Cards of Consonance.
Yeah, just keeps on digging through that deck.
So far, he's managed to continue to draw into cards that draw cards, and the cards that can be used to discard for them. And he picks up an effect failure,
Yeah. So he's just
not super useful.
he's just kind of putting himself in this particular game state where he can continue the next few turns without having to naturally draw some stuff. at this point he could still even decide to just, not bother trying to take out his opponent's monsters and just make a bunch of Exceed plays and play Soul Charge and make more Exceed plays, synchroing into the Spirit Dragon as well.
Soul Charge is so powerful in this deck.
Yeah, really powerful. Because on top of the level 8 monsters, they're level 8 for a reason. They're very strong, and on top of the fact that they can make all these powerful rank 8s, Soul Charge doesn't really mind what level your monsters are. So you just go ahead and summon them all back.
So he took a quick look at Hieratic Sun Dragon, Overlord of Heliopolis there. Don't know that he quite has...
Is that going to be able to take out the Magispector cards? I don't think it can.
It can't, but I think he's more concerned with the scales. As right now, Kajihara can't rebuild that pendulum scale.
Yeah. Yeah, he's only got one Bunbuku. Yeah, can he?
The interesting thing
Is there a way for him to use Majesty's Pegasus to rebuild the pendulum scales?
He'd need to have a monster.
Yeah,
So he could Bunbuku, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. Can he normal summon Bunbuku, search for another monster, tribute Bunbuku to then be able to...
I think he still needs another monster.
Needs another monster from his natural draw here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is nasty because Shinsuke can basically just tribute off all of his monsters to wipe Kajihara's field and then soul charge everything back.
Yeah.
And Kajihara knows this and decides to activate his Magispector Tornado.
Yeah. This is a good thing for Kajihara, at least. He's filling up that extra deck. As soon as they're in there, they're not really going anywhere. So if he does manage to complete that scale, then he can pendulum summon them all back.
That's the important thing. He needs to be able to complete the scale and not have Spirit Dragon on the other side of the field.
So that's where that Totem Bird would have come into play. Probably much sooner, to be honest. He wouldn't have saved it for that.
Soul Charge for 4.
Yeah, that's a big Soul Charge.
And it does get him another use out of the Dragon Spirit.
Yeah. So I think at this point, he definitely has to deal with those scales. Even more so than previously, because... Oh, of course he's going to be able to just use Dragon Spirit of White.
Yep, he takes
they got banished
out
somehow. Oh, there you go.
Kirin, that's the low scale, because he knows that Bunbuku, which is a high scale, is the remaining card.
Yeah, but
Not
still...
that it super matters, since it searches, so he does need...
He needs to take out one more somehow.
He goes double Spirit Dragon, just in case.
Well, double Spirit Dragon is really scary, because you can use the Azure Eyes from the second one to protect the first one.
And
Oh, how did he get that back? Was it with using Master?
Dragon Spirit... Oh, no, yeah, it's the Master.
He used the Master effect in the graveyard.
Yes.
That's clever.
Yes.
That's real clever. So I think Kajihara here, just checking to see if it's not got a once per turn restriction on it, which it does not.
Here's Master. Summons a Blue Eyes monster, and while Dragon Spirit of White does not have Blue Eyes in its name, it is always treated as a Blue Eyes monster by effect.
Yeah. And then rounding off the turn here, Shinsuke summons the Blue Eyes from the White Stone of Ancients. Wow, whoa, what a turn. He spent a long time playing that turn out there, but he had so much to do. And he has ended with a regular Blue Eyes White Dragon, a Dragon Spirit of White, and 2 Blue Eyes Spirit Dragons.
Having those monsters on the field could be a big help.
Yeah, so he immediately is going to use one of the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragons.
Yeah, that pulls out Azure Eyes, and that's going to shield all of his current Dragon-type monsters from being targeted or destroyed.
Yeah, so
by card effects.
I think the targeting one is the big one.
So we'll see what Kajihara can come up with.
Yeah, what did he draw here?
Against the Soul Charge play.
Okay, well...
High scale, that can also summon Pegasus, is pretty good.
Yeah, well, he can... Yeah, so he can summon Bunbuku. He can summon the Bunbuku, search the small scale, then play the Atrian Eccentric as the other scale, and then just pendulum summon all of his monsters here. The real question is, does he have enough different monsters in his extra deck to be able to then, start making some Exceed plays to be able to take out the rest of Shinsuke's monsters.
He's got to choose one, though. Don't forget about the other effect of Blue Eye's Spirit Dragon. You can't summon more than one monster simultaneously.
Oh, yes, of course.
And that's why he did the double Spirit Dragon play, so that he could both swap
Protect
for
one.
Azure Eyes and then protect the other one.
Yeah.
He goes with Bunbuku as his normal summon.
We were even talking about that yesterday, how everyone forgets that part of its effect.
Yep. It's
I
very
forgot it just now.
relevant to Kajihara right now.
Yeah, very relevant. So I guess he would have to. Yeah, I don't think there's. Is there any Exceed monster that he can make that can get rid of Shinsuke's monsters?
Yeah, but I think it targets. Let's bring it out.
Corbage.
Digital Bug Corbage. It does in fact target a defense position monster your opponent controls, so while it does exist, it is not particularly useful in this case.
Yeah.
He would basically summon Giga Brilliant and then upgrade it.
Yeah, into Corbage. I guess his line of plays here is just try and get as many spells and traps. Oh wait, can't he? Does he? It's not Sonic. It's not Storm. It's the other one. Might expect the Cyclone.
Mm-hmm.
Is he playing the? I don't think he is. It was the other.
He is playing Cyclone.
Oh, he's the one
Right.
playing those. Yeah. We've seen several different Magispector decks.
Magispector Cyclone, there it is. It does target as well.
So
Storm
he's out of luck.
targets. Pretty sure everything targets except Tempest, and it's a bit too late for that.
Yeah.
Kieran also targets.
Yeah. Protection against targeting is pretty strong.
There's a whole lot of protection against targeting on the field right now.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, none of the monsters on the field can be targeted right now.
Swaps a cat for a crow and gets Magispector Sonics.
Yeah, but even it can't. It's not by battle, so he can possibly attack over that Spirit Dragon.
He would have to be able to get to more than 3,000. There it is.
Is there any chance of him doing that with the cards he has right now?
What does he have in hand?
He's got scales. I think it comes down to what he's got in his extra deck. Does he have any of the
I think-
Magispector monsters that can...
I think he's got a Kieran.
Kieran definitely can get over it.
Kieran would double to 4,000.
Yep.
Do that with Sonics? Or is it target at level 4? Yeah, it's just one Magispector.
Yeah, so this is the... this is the Toad. The Toad has over 1,500? Must do.
I always forget what the Toad's attack points are. It would make sense since he is the one who searches it, but he doesn't. He's got 13. In particular, like when we were making these cards, we made a point to make the attack points low because they felt a little too similar to the Clifforts when they were first devised, because they're both pendulum themes with very strong built-in protection abilities. And then these guys also have search effects on top of that. So we made sure to kind of limit how big they could possibly be, so they wouldn't just be better than Clifforts.
Yeah. Yeah, especially considering like almost all of them search something.
Yeah, if you had all the search power, all the protection power, and you were as big as or bigger than Clifforts, there's no choice to make between the two. And that's an important part of card games, is making sure that there are a lot of different viable choices that the players can make for high-level competition.
Okay, so Spirit Dragon gets taken out by the Toad there. Did we just make a mistake on the defense points of that? Is it 2,500?
I wouldn't think so. Thought it was 2,500 attack.
Yeah, I thought it was 25 by 3.
It is 25 by 3. Is the Crow? Like, what's big enough to take that out? Oh no, it's got a Pegasus. Never mind, the Pegasus is there.
Of course. Yeah,
We forgot about the plus 300. So the Toad goes up to 16 and then has the
gets
stack
doubled. There we go. So actually, a lot of them could have taken it out.
And he takes Lightning Chittery. That's
I
a
actually
card from
really
Cosmo Blazer. I love this card.
Yeah, I really like Lightning Chidori. I think it's got a really... It was... like, if it had had any more attack points than 1,900, it would have been a crazy card.
Super good. Gets hit by Effect Veiler, though, so Shinsuke gets to keep his face down.
Yep. With Kajihara now, he's still got a completed pendulum scale in hand, or does he? Yeah, he's got.
He
could
does, 2 and 7.
Yeah, so he could just make a big pendulum summon at the end here and go search a bunch of disruptive cards.
He puts the scales, and Shinsuke, that's why he did it, to keep the Phoenix Wing Wind Blast.
Yep. So that big scale goes right out the window.
However, Kajihara's in a much better position than he was last time.
Yeah.
And since the Dragon Spirit of White is still on the field, it can't be used against him here.
Yeah, but very possible that Shinsuke here can end with the number 38.
It is. Oh, he just drew Vanity's Emptiness. Of course he did. Why even make decisions when you can draw Vanity's Emptiness and make sure no decisions happen?
No, that's just everything anyway.
Yep. And he's got enough damage to win there.
Was that all 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons? I think it was.
All at once.
Oh,
I'm sorry he didn't play Polymerization for you.
Yeah, I mean...
I have no control over this.
Yeah, Kaiba would have been really disappointed in that. Wanted to see a Neutron Blast attack.
So Kajihara almost comes up with the upset there, but Shinsuke had just enough cards to back his 4,000 point Soul Charge play.
Yeah, wow. So that huge Soul Charge play that we were kind of umming and ahhing, was that really worth the full 4,000 life points? Especially when Kajihara could have come back from it.
I mean, he needed all those blue eyes still on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Spirit Azure Eyes is not something that you think your opponent can even come back from. It's just a testament to how good Kajihara's deck is that he was able to do it at all.
Yeah, exactly.
That and the 300 points from Majesty's Pegasus.
Yeah, that was the one
that's what made it possible.
Yeah,
there
we
with
just didn't spot that at all.
It's just not a card that I've actually just never seen anybody play it.
Yeah.
And there we have a look at Shelga, the Tri-Warrior, and Juno, the Celestial Goddess. The players who come in 2nd through 4th will get a copy of Shelga, and the winner of each tournament gets Juno. That's Juno on the playmat.
Yeah. Is Juno firing off from the Earth or attacking the Earth?
She's just kind of chilling in space.
Okay.
Doing a spacewalk.
Okay.
That's what you get to do when you're the Celestial Goddess. You just walk around space like you own it, because you do.
Right, okay. Just chilling in space.
All right, so back into the side decks. Shinsuke's got another Twin Twister in there that he's probably going to bring in. And he can get he loves his draw cards. And he's got multiple copies of Magical Spring in there as well. That he can use to draw even more cards if he wants them.
Yeah.
And then he's got those Mask of Restricts that we saw all 3 of yesterday.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to... Oh, is he putting them in? I can't quite tell.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to put Xyz Universe in as well.
Yeah. Wow, he's taking out... I don't know which pile's going into where, but he seems to be taking out a lot of crazy stuff. Like Effect Veiler definitely needs to be coming out of the deck.
No good here.
Yeah. Effect Veiler needs to be coming out of the deck, not going in. It's hard. He's just got kind of random piles of cards laying around.
All right, so it looks like those are the cards he was taking, or that he was not putting in.
That seems...
so he keeps Universe out, takes out Phoenix Wing Wind Blast.
Yeah, he only put 2 Mask of Restricts in. I guess he doesn't want to repeat of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he drew all 3 yesterday.
Yep.
And I guess that's one of those cards that... I mean, I don't know if it's one that it's more important to draw 1 than draw none. That sort of thing. Or you don't mind if you draw 2 as long as you get 1.
No, I don't think it's as vital in this matchup. There we see
on the Dragon Duels.
Yeah.
2 players from Australia in the top 4, one in the main event, one in the Dragon Duel.
Yeah.
Another U.S. versus Australia matchup.
Yeah.
As Aiden's taking on Australian Dragon Duel Declan. Not the Arc 5 Declan, the real Declan.
No, the real Declan. Yeah. So both players have made their decisions. They're going to shuffle up here and enter what potentially could be the last duel for one of these competitors here.
So last time around, Kajihara won game 1 in a shocker and then lost the next 2. So maybe this is a good omen for him. Shinsuke won the first one. Maybe Kajihara can win the next 2.
Yeah. I can't get over how cool that playmat is. Juno looks so cool.
Yeah, I still want it. I'm hoping that I can maybe find the the color proofs of it somewhere. And see if they mysteriously appear on the R&D table.
Yeah, I really like how the Earth is facing the correct direction for us to be seeing where
Yeah,
we would
seeing
be on the
Florida.
Earth.
Yep. It's a nice touch.
Yeah.
And we see that Shinsuke has opened with one of his Mask of Restricts.
Yeah. So who do you think is going to be going first here? I think it has to be
guessing
Kajihara.
it's Kajihara. That's what his deck does.
He's opened double trap. He's got 2 trap cards. I saw a terraforming for the Majesty's Pegasus, most likely.
Is he running the Sky Iris as well? Yeah, he is running the 1 Sky Iris if he wants that. But it's good to get all his tributing in right now.
His Neko.
Starts with Nekomata and Terraforming.
Yeah.
He's probably going to swap her out.
Yeah, he's got double Nekomata in hand. Unless that's the one he just played.
So the great thing with Nekomata is that its effect activates and resolves when you summon it. To just set up an action that you're allowed to take later. So he can tribute that Nekomata off for something else, and he'll still be able to use its effect in the end phase, because it's already resolved.
Yeah, so yeah, I figured he would get Bunbuku. Bunbuku's probably going to go get a big scale. Going to get Yata. And then he could summon back the Nekotama.
Summon her back.
Nekomata even.
Yep.
And then make the... He could make the choice of making Totem Bird or just the 2... Keep the 2 Matter Spectres for his trap cards.
Looks like he's going for the bird.
Totem Bird. Yep.
He does have the 1 Tempest, but he has a Solemn Warning. Doesn't have to tribute anything for that.
Yeah. And Tempest is just a wind monster, right?
Is it a wind monster? I thought it was a level 4. Oh no, it's tribute 1 wind spellcaster.
Yeah. Is Totem Bird spellcaster?
I don't think it is.
Yeah, I thought it was a wing beast.
It's a bird. Totem Bird is a winged beast, yes.
Yeah. So he's not going to be able to use that with Tempest. I don't think he even set Tempest. He's just set 1.
That 1 and got Bunbuku.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, does he have Twin Twisters anywhere? Oh, he has Mystical Space Typhoon. Okay, so he does have a way to remove a spell or trap card. Set 1, Totem Bird, and go. And Shinsuke is
not
up.
Not a bad hand.
Double alternative, White Stone of Ancients, Melody of Awakening Dragon.
So this is quite... Oh no, it's...
Yeah, it's actually the White Stone of Legend.
Okay, well, that makes it a very different play. Because if you would have stopped that with Totem Bird,
yeah,
then it would have been the Ancients.
Very useful.
And he was definitely going nowhere.
However, with all 3 copies of Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, Shinsuke's hand doesn't actually do a whole lot if the first one gets stopped.
Yeah.
He's got resiliency, but not a whole lot of other stuff. So he's got a full house, alternatives over OG Blue Eyes, and a master and a mask to go with them. Summons the first one. It eats a warning. Now that one cannot be summoned again.
Yeah. What's the wording on alternative dragon? Is it...
must first be special summoned from your hand.
I'm just wondering, can he play another one?
He cannot. So you can only special summon it this way once per turn, and because it's one of those built-in summonings, you don't get to do it again.
Yeah.
All right. So Totem Bird made it through the turn with its materials intact. That means that Kajihara can actually negate the Mask of Restrict if he needs to.
Yeah, which is actually quite big here because he needs to be able to tribute to get more of those going. But did he just top that Murbuku? No, he already had one.
Yeah, he had searched it with the Nekomata last time around.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Now, is that the Pendulum Summon or the normal summon?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Don't think it matters too much for us. Either way, he's going to be able to perform the summon from hand.
It'll matter in a case where he wants to get Kieran on the board, but other than that, Probably not. Takes the fox. QB.
Yeah. I think this is super big here, how he's still got this totem bird for that Master
Yeah.
Restrict, because he's going to be able to tribute off the Bunbuku right now to put it in the extra deck for the Majesty's Pegasus, and then he's just going to be able to carry on going.
Yeah, I'm liking where Kajuhara is right now. He's in a good position.
Yeah.
And Shinsuke's just got blue eyes everywhere. It's
Yeah,
the
he can
once per
just-
turn on that is really hurting him.
Mm-hmm. So once per turn, he can summon the alternative dragon. He does have the Master, though. Master's a tuner. So, you know, he could make a nice synchro play.
He's got to get one to stick, though.
Yeah,
And,
that's the problem.
Now the trap cards are going to be live,
Yeah,
since Restrict will get
Tempest.
negated.
Tempest's definitely going to be live at this point. And he's going to have Tornado. I think that Totem Bird's just going to sit there and cause many problems for Shinsuke here.
Totem Bird is a really good card. It just took it a long time to find a home because there weren't a lot of wind monsters,
Yeah.
especially level 3 wind monsters.
Yeah.
When it came out, it was actually a world premiere card for Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy.
Yeah.
The only thing you could really use it with were other world premiere cards like Elphobia
Yeah.
or Elfuria from the previous set and Mecha Phantom Beasts, who were
Yep.
generally a lot higher level due to their own effects.
Yep. But yeah, it's finally found a nice home here.
So we got double Bunbuku and a QB, along with that Totem Bird in defense mode. See what else gets summoned here. Kajihara likely trying to think of a way he can make 8,000. Because he does
Yeah.
get the 300 boost for each, so those Bunbukus are 15 each, and I think
Yeah,
QB's
15.
18.
Yeah.
19,
And
18.
Totem Bird gets a boost for it still having Exceed material as well, if I remember correctly.
Now, it doesn't get it to merit. So it's 1900, but it loses 3.
It loses. Okay.
It does the materials.
But still, you know, it's on the 1900. That's not
Yeah.
nothing to shake a stick at.
It's about 6,700 damage, if I'm counting correctly.
So
And I remember what the points of QB are.
27. Yeah, like 57. Is that what you
15?
said?
67.
67.
'Cause It's
Yeah, I think maybe I miscounted one.
3,000 plus 37.
Yep, yeah, that's right. I skipped 1,000 out. Yep, 67. That's not bad at all, especially when you're going to set some trap cards.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it leaves him on 1,300. So there's no big soul charge play to be had here.
Nope. And then main phase 2.
Majesty's Pegasus.
You get him yet another search.
Oh,
Goes for a cat. Cat activates and resolves. Makes a second Totem Bird, I'm guessing.
does he play two?
He does. Totem Bird is actually a really big part of his strategy. A lot of what he was doing yesterday was getting all his traps set, having a couple Magispectors, and double Totem Bird on his first or second turn.
As we know, all he really needs to do is stop one of those Blue Eyes alternative dragons being summoned, and that would be all she wrote.
Yeah, that's just a case of... I mean, Shinsuke's had such good luck so far, getting his hands to flow together.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you're due for one of these.
Yeah.
It's just better that it's not in Game 3.
Yeah. I wonder how the other match in the top 4 is going on. I still see the guys sat down at the table.
It's our rematch of last round, where different pilot, same deck,
Yeah.
is taking on Matthew. And it looks like he's only set one of his traps.
Yep.
Perhaps fearing a... I don't know. I feel like I'd want to have both the Tornado and the Tempest set.
I guess
Then
he's-
again, he can't play both.
Yeah, he can't
but,
play both. Yeah, I don't know why you would not set both. Just in the... Well, maybe twin...
I mean, he
guess-
can't get Twin Twistered. That's not happening. Can't
Well, yeah,
use-
with the double totem bird, yeah. Yeah, that seems strange. Why would he not do that?
Interesting. Cards of Consonance
Well,
not
still-
useful here yet. He'd have to summon the Master first. All right, so he goes for the other Blue Eyes.
That's immediately getting negated. Kajihara here, no questions about it. He was playing that Tempest.
Hiyama knows that he can't actually go on here because even if he makes the Cards of Constance live using his master, it's just getting negated.
Yeah, I mean, the double Totem Bird, that caused some problems. Really caused a lot of problems.
And I saw that he was just looking to see what he might have drawn there. I actually don't like doing that because the goal is to make the best decisions in the game with the information you have right now. And if you go look at what would have happened, that kind of taints the way that you reflect upon the game.
Yeah,
Sometimes
sometimes
you might come up with the wrong answers for the future game using knowledge that didn't exist at the time for the previous one.
Yeah, sometimes you beat yourself up a little as well, don't you? If you think, oh, if only
I would have drawn this.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't have drawn this because you're dead already.
Yeah.
There was no getting around that. You need to do something different with the cards you did have, not the cards you would have had.
Yep. But that's okay. It's just 1-1 here in our feature match area.
So far, it's been the reverse of their last match.
Yeah.
Even down to who gets to go first in the final game.
Yep.
More side decking taking place. I would expect that maybe the third Mask of Restrict comes in here. Shinsuke really wants to draw that.
Yeah, I think he's probably regretting right now that he didn't put all three in to get that going, because Majesty's Pegasus made a huge impact on that game.
Big difference.
Massive, massive impact. And he wouldn't have had the second or even the first Totem Bird if he didn't have that, right?
Pretty sure. It also gave him all the extra cards with those searches, especially with Nekomata. Nekomata played a pretty big role there.
Yeah, I'm underselling it a hell of a lot. It wasn't just the Totem Bird. He did so many plays just from that Majesty's Tempest.
All right. Just got a brief check-in. Procedural check-in. Judges are sending some sort of message.
Yep.
Conferring with Shinsuke.
It seems like Shinsuke is he's shuffling his deck and then he's actually testing the hands that he would be getting.
I really wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want to do anything that might make anybody think that I was doing something I'm not allowed to do.
Yeah,
And stuff like that shuffle he was doing there, looking down at the cards, that's not something I would want to see myself do.
Yeah, well, it's it's okay. Both players are going to get to shuffle up here, so there's definitely nothing fishy going on.
It's just a little worry with the initial randomization. I don't know. I feel like it should be just totally double blind, and I'm not.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to. He was trying to, just decide if his side deck choices were right.
Yeah, I know he's just trying to psych himself up and that sort of thing. Make sure that he made the right call there. Just wondering if there's a way to do it that doesn't look like you might possibly be doing something that you shouldn't.
Yeah. Well, both plays here. We've seen so much good Yu-Gi-Oh over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, well, we've still got a few matches to go.
Yeah, I can't reiterate how much amazing Yu-Gi-Oh we have seen over the course of these past few days.
All right, it looks like they're ready to go, and Shinsuke's going to be up first. And he's got a fistful of... Well, he's got Sage. If that gets past Effect Veiler, his hand's incredible.
Yep.
And Kajihara did not draw Effect Veiler.
Nope.
So Shinsuke has an entire suite of all of his draw cards.
Yeah.
They're all going to be enabled now. Or maybe not quite. He's got trade-in, but no level 8 yet.
But
he's got Melody as well.
Yeah, he's got Cards, Consonants, and Melody. He's probably going to Consonants now?
That's his only remaining play with cards as is, unless he wants to
play Melody,
Melody first. But if you Melody first, then you lose.
Well, he's got Dragon Shrine now, so his Dragon Shrine can make his trade-in live.
And he's Dragon Shrined into Twin Twister, so Kajihara is not going to be able to land anything unless he gets some sort of removal card.
Yep. Yeah. The Magic Spectre, like the opening hands of Magic Spectre, always looks kind of unassuming, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But there's so much more to be done. He's got Magic Spectre Storm. So that's a possible way of getting rid of that Twin Twisters.
Storm may only get a monster.
Oh, is it? I thought Storm was just one card.
One of them is one card. Magic Spectre Cyclone is one monster. Oh, Storm might be one card. No, it's one monster.
Oh, okay, so there's no real way for him to... I'm thinking of Pendulum Storm, I think.
All right, so Blue Eyes and Blue Eyes Alternative were the choice for Melody, and then Alternative drops. Spirit Dragon is summoned, and then Blue Eyes is discarded to trade in.
Did you shuffle?
And the question is, did he shuffle following the Melody? Did he shuffle following the Melody? I don't think I saw it. Shuffling usually takes quite some time.
Yeah, I don't think he did. Alright, during the end phase, the White Stone of Ancients is going to activate. Probably going to go get a regular Blue Eyes. He chooses defense mode.
Yep, that keeps it safe from being absorbed by various abilities.
Yeah. Yeah, I think...
May or may not even exist in this deck.
Yeah, just because all the Magic Spectres are quite low on attack points, apart from when he uses Sonic. You know, sticking it in defense mode isn't a bad option anyway. 2,500 versus the 3,000 isn't a big deal in this deck.
All right, well, that shuffle went pretty fast. It's possible we just missed it staring at the lists. Kajihara's up. He picked up Sky Iris.
That's pretty good. That's going to stop the Twin Twisters targeting the Pendulum Scales if he decides to
If you can get a
go
Performer
around
Pal
that
in
way.
there.
Yeah. Oh, of course, yeah, it only protects Performer Pals, Odd Eyes,
Magicians,
and...
Odd Eyes. And he's got some
Yeah.
Odd Eyes. One of them's also a Performer Pal. It's got Unicorn. It's got Pendulum Dragon.
Yeah, still, he's not going to be able to complete a scale with those. I always forget, I think in my head I've got it that Skyris just protects my Pendulum Scales, because I've never played Magic Spectres. I only ever played the Performer Pal version of Pendulums.
All right, activate
So
Sky Iris.
he
Activates
could
Kieran.
Twin Twister both of these here.
He could. The question he has to ask himself is, does Kajihara have enough cards to reassemble the Pendulum Scale?
Yeah. Even if he does, though, the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon is not easily...
Yeah, so it's not easily defeated.
No. Or at least, not necessarily the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, but the Azure Eyes that comes out from it is not easily defeatable. So here's that big Twin Twisters
Discarding
hitting both of those.
a Stone of Ancients.
Yeah, which is going to get him a Blue Eyes later on.
Sky Iris.
Kajihara not feeling great about this here.
Oh, Magician, Perform, Pal, Perform,
Magician.
Mage.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think our judge actually asked the same question. It's not something people remember. Skyris just protects those particular cards.
It's always associated with those cards, so when a situation like this comes up, it's better to check, make sure.
Yeah, it's better to check than not check.
Yep.
But that's the Twin Twisters over. That's the disruption over, really, for Shinsuke. For this turn, at least. So Kajihara's got free reign using the cards that he has in hand.
Goes with Ogama.
Toad? Well, I guess he's going to be able to play Storm here and destroy the regular Blue Eyes.
Yeah, you can put that back in the deck unless Shinsuke uses his Spirit Dragon now. So that's neat.
Just is Storm the one that puts it back in deck?
Storm puts it back in the deck.
I thought it was Cyclone that put it back in deck.
Cyclone destroys a card. Or destroys
right,
a
yeah.
monster, rather.
Yeah.
Takes Tornado. Sets it immediately, because that is what Ogama does. It doesn't search, it sets.
Nope.
Right, Kajihara sets two more. And at the the end phase. Shinsuke remembers his ancient stone and brings out Dragon Spirit of White, banishing the storm.
The other the other match of the top 4 is still going. The other semi-final. That's not concluded yet. Between Eric and Matthew. And we've got one of the top 4 Dragon duels still going as well, which is the same matchup, the Australian versus USA.
Matthews and Tiemann.
Yep.
Shinsuke checks out his graveyard again during the end phase. Or is it during his own turn? Has he drawn yet? Still looking at his graveyard.
Just by the reaction of the Dragon duelists here, I think the player from the USA has won.
He's still sitting there.
Yep.
Getting the stuff ready. And if he's handing his deck back to the judge, that would mean he's won.
Yep.
Shinsuke tributes his spirit for regular Blue Eyes, or his Dragon Spirit of White for regular Blue Eyes, and his Blue Eye Spirit Dragon for Azure Eyes. Just realized I can't use spirit to describe both because they have the word in their name.
Yep. Dragon Spirit of White's going to come out here.
In the standby phase,
Take
Dragon
down.
Spirit of White's going to take down the other card he doesn't know about.
Yep.
Which is a tornado.
Yeah, but now he does still know that that's a tornado. Wow, that's a lot of Blue Eyes White Dragons.
He's picked up that as well.
Yeah, and that's it.
And Kajihara actually just can't do anything about that.
Yeah. Shinsuke, the current reigning world champion, is entering the finals of the 2016 World Championships.
We've never had a back-to-back world champion before.
No.
But
Wow.
it's one match away from happening.
Shinsuke here
That's just that last
playing
duel.
so well.
Absolutely perfect hand.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could sculpt it any better. You could put Soul Charge in it. That
Yeah.
would make that hand better, is
Yeah.
all that good stuff and Soul Charge.
Yeah.
But he didn't need it.
Wow.
He had everything else he needed.
Yeah. So Shinsuke taking the win here.
Kajihara does not get his revenge in Orlando.
Nope.
And he's going to be going over to battle for the bronze with whoever is not victorious in the other semifinal match.
Yeah, so that does still seem to be going on over there.
That is still going on. That's actually going to be the next live match we bring you. At some point during the day, we're also going to have that live duel between Yugi and Kaiba. So that's
Yeah.
going to be brought to you as well.
I am looking forward to that.
So both things are good.
I can't wait.
So make sure that you stay with us all day as coverage of the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship continues. right, we are ready to go. Our players have their opening hands drawn. We've got Shalpy over here on the left. He is running Burning Abyss with Phantom Knights and Speedroids and a Shadow Dragon, because why not?
Yep.
All cards love to go to the graveyard. Just put them in there. And on the right, we have Ian Parrish, who's running a very standard Stellar Knight build. He's got his Denebs, Altair's Unalkalai, Vega, Maxi, and that's it on monsters.
Half of his deck, exactly half, is trap cards.
That is a lot of traps. I thought for sure that if somebody played Stellar Knights, they would go with more of a Card of Demise version.
Yeah, same.
But that is not the case here.
No, just playing Tellarknights.
The only Card of Demise deck I've seen is there is one Clifford deck in the Dragon Duels. But other than that, the card's not made an appearance.
Yeah. So Gabriella here starts with Farfar and 2 set cards. And
He's Max Seed.
Yeah. Round about now, this is when Gabriella is thinking, Tellarknights? Question mark.
Vega is summoned, Inspect is activated, but hit by Phantom Knight's Fogblade to negate it.
Yep, that stops that right off. However, we do see the one itself, the Stellanova Alpha even, really powerful. Oh,
Not going to get to make a difference here because both face downs are getting hit by Twin Twisters in the end phase.
wow!
Taking out a Quaking Mirror Force, which would have been devastating against this particular matchup.
Yeah, but that Twin
And
Twisters.
Stellanova Alpha. Ugh. That's nasty. And he discarded Phantom Knights of Silent Boots as well, so we know there is another Phantom Knight trap where that came from.
Yeah, and he drew Tor Guide off the top as well.
Oh, jeez.
Oh dear.
This could go kind of quick.
so this-
Farfa's destroyed, though.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. He might be able to pave the way through that Vega.
Because right now he can't attack it because it's got the Phantom Knight's Fogblade stuck on it.
Yeah. I just find that I'm still getting over that Twin Twisters. That was really nice.
Well, if you got it, you got it. And it's especially good in this deck because all of your cards like being in the graveyard.
Yeah, specifically just when you discard them.
Now, Skarm in this tournament is limited to 1. Actually, Graph is limited to 1, Skarm is limited to 1,
Yeah.
and Seer is semi-limited. It's
Yeah.
at 2. So there is
Yeah.
a smaller density of good Burning Abyss monsters that you can play before you get to your Farfas.
Yeah, and the big one being Dante is also limited.
Yes, it is.
So you only got one shot at that, Dante. So yeah, that's what I said earlier. He's gonna go with Fafa to
Yeah, new chain afterwards because of the weird way trigger effects work sometimes.
Yep.
Even though you think it's simultaneous with Tour Guide coming out, and it's not quite.
Nope. Tor Guide's got to finish up her effect before we start that new chain.
Shuffles up. That
Yeah.
gives him a free revival if he wants it. Because
Yeah.
he does have Silent Boots in there as well.
Yeah. So
And Parrish, as you can see, he's got a handful of monsters. He really needed the Vega to go through.
yeah. However, the only kind of redeeming factor here is that Farfar is gonna. It's definitely coming back. Vega is definitely coming back, and it's going to be there ready to be used as an exceed material next turn.
The
Which is really good.
the real trick with Stellar Knights is that you have to get that critical mass of 3 monsters,
Yeah.
so that you can start using
Triverse.
Stellar Knight Triver to
Yeah.
loop.
Yeah, and then to be fair, you have to have Call the Haunteds to continue that triple monster looping with Triver.
Yep, and he doesn't. He's just got monsters,
Yeah.
which is a little weird. He only had 13 total in
Yeah.
his deck, and he come up with 4
Yeah,
in
not
his
good.
first 6 cards. Dante, the
Yeah,
one Dante,
The one Dante.
armed for 3. It's Terratop, Seer, and a Ragged Gloves. Seer's pretty good.
Yeah, I think
Gloves is pretty good.
Seer-
Terratop maybe wanted to draw that.
it could have only got better if it had milled the one graph. Graph is limited on
Graph
this list.
is limited, yes.
Yeah, if it'd have milled the one graph and Seer as well, then that would have been devastating.
He does not activate Seer. Instead banishes his Ragged Gloves to send a card to the graveyard. Goes for Ancient Cloak, which he then banishes.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't use Seer's effect.
I believe he's got the other one in his hand. It could be that he wants to save that for upgrading to Beatrice, and then use the Seer effect then.
That's possible. That's entirely possible.
I'm not entirely certain what value you get out of doing it like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe he just doesn't want something on the field that would explode without effect when Beatrice hits. So he banishes Fogblade to summon back one of his Silent Boots, and then special summons the one that he just searched with Ancient Cloak. It's another 2 level 4s.
Going into the Engineer.
Equip Engineer. Haven't seen that card in quite some time.
No, neither have I. Last time I saw that was in Mermill.
Let's go ahead and bring up the Engineer. Engineer is generally a defensive monster. Oh, that's not there. It can detach a material, change an attack position monster to defense position, and then that monster can't be destroyed that turn by battle or card effect.
Yeah, so generally you'll use it on itself to protect itself.
Well, it makes it a very nice wall.
Yeah.
And also being able to detach materials freely whenever you want is also useful for continuing on combos.
Yeah.
Attacks for 25 with Dante, 18 with Engineer.
Yeah, going ahead and using the Yu-Gi-Oh card database there to search up the card and show Ian the translation, because Gabriele is Italian, and he presumably is playing with the Italian cards.
Yeah, Engineer is not a card that you see every day.
No.
So it makes sense to make sure that you know exactly how that works.
In phase 2? Yep.
In phase 2, he now discards Seer to upgrade to Beatrice.
Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it?
There she is. Looks like she's in attack position, so that Engineer can target her.
Very smart.
And
Very
that
smart
leaves
play.
it so that Engineer can target itself next turn.
Yeah.
So now this line of play makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and he goes and gets Fogblade, the searchable Fiendish Chain,
And phase Scarm?
and he remembers the Scarm in the end phase. See, I
Yeah.
tried playing Burning Abyss, but it wasn't ever something I could get a grasp of, is remembering that Scarm in the end phase.
Yeah, effects like that, we tend to not do them very often because it's really not fun when you forget about them.
Yeah. I mean, I've been playing for 12 years now, and kind of the only time that's really been super relevant was with the X-Saber monsters.
Yeah,
with,
Dark Soul.
With Dark Soul,
which is
yeah.
the precursor to Scarm. They're kind of the same card, really.
Yeah, so the X-Sabers. I don't think anything before that really had any kind of effect like that. I think the best thing I could come up with is maybe Drill Warrior.
And there's Gen X Neutron, which I think was in the same set as Dark Soul.
Yeah.
But Drill Warrior was at least mandatory. You couldn't skip it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really easy to forget Scarm.
Yep.
A little harder now that you only have one, though. It's not
Yeah.
such a commodity that
Yeah.
you look at it and be like, it's just a Scarm.
Yep. During the kind of the Burning Abyss format, where Scarm was obviously really, really important, I was playing Necros, so...
So I guess the reasoning for not using Seer is that the only thing you can get back is the Scarm, which is going to use its effect anyways.
Yeah.
And it would already just explode. It just seems weird to see both Seers sent to the graveyard in the same turn.
Yeah.
And just not using it at all. Doesn't
Yeah.
happen often. Twin Twister activated over on Parrish's side to take out the Fogblade.
Yep.
Altair is up, and he had discarded...
That Twin Twist is perfect.
Yeah, that was pretty good. So he discarded Deneb, one of the Denebs, for Twin Twisters, which puts it in the graveyard to be retrieved by Altair. And now Shalpy's going to have to go and probably Beatrice one of these materials.
Okay.
Because if Driver comes out here, that could be it.
Yeah.
He'll be left with just one card, the Graph. I mean, Burning Abyss decks, they aren't gone. They haven't lost until they've actually lost, because they're so good at recovering.
Yeah, they've got great bounce back.
And he'll get the Dante effect as well when that's sent to the graveyard to get back probably Seer.
What
Sure. Target?
So Farfa is sent to the graveyard with Beatrice.
Deneb and Seer for them.
Oh, sure.
And looks like he's going to target Deneb with
Yeah.
Farfa and Seer with Dante. And now he gets the Deneb effect.
So at least for now, That stops him being able to summon that key monster Triver.
Yeah, it stops Triver. I think he can still get Castel, though. He just can't attack with it.
Let's bring up that Triver.
There's Triver. Now, if that did come down, he could have bounced everything back to the extra deck, which is brutal, especially once your one Dante is gone.
Yeah, and there's that Bermuda Triangle again on Triver's shield. Could be the same triangle,
Yeah,
Jerome.
it makes you wonder if maybe that's the same monster, except he fell from space into the ocean. That's why it's there. Could be. You never know. So 2 level 4 monsters on the field. That's not enough to get Triver. He needs 3 level 4 Teller Knights. He goes for a 2 material Exceed summon anyways. There's a bunch of good ones. Castel, for example, could kick Beatrice back to the extra deck.
Yep, and he's not got any Burning Abyss monsters underneath Beatrice. Yeah, I mean, if he manages to get rid of Beatrice here, that'd be quite good. Because, let's be honest, no one really wants to see Dante Pilgrim, because that would be not great.
That's an interesting play. He goes for Bujinte Tsukiyomi instead, figuring that he needs to get those monsters out of his hand and maybe draw some Call of the Haunted or something similar.
That's Anukalai and Compulse.
Compulse? Well, that'll definitely do the job a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
He'll take out
at least one of them.
I'm thirsty.
He will still get the ability to do Beatrice effect again, though, as it is a trap. That's interesting, but I can see why trading the cards that you definitely can't play for possibly cards you could play would be the thing to do here.
Yeah, I mean, like, if he drew 2 power traps, like really big power traps, like Compulse is good, but you know,
I would have liked to see Compulse and either a
Cards of Demise.
Yeah, I'd love the card of Demise. That'd be great. But I don't think he could do it since he already special summoned.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Tsukiyomi. That's not a card that comes up a whole lot anymore, but it was really big in Stellar Knight decks back in the day.
Yeah, you discard your whole. You have to discard cards from your hand, minimum 1, and then you draw 2 cards up until you have 2 cards in your hand.
You can revive a Bujin, but he doesn't have any Bujins.
Yeah.
He's only got regular warriors, not beast warriors.
Standby phase.
Valpy declares his standby phase, and appears to activate Beatrice then. And let's see what he's going to send to the graveyard. Is that Shadow Dragon?
Yeah,
Activate Shadow Dragon to try to destroy the Compulse, which will be chained. And he chains it to take out Beatrice, send her back to the extra deck.
Yep, that's fair enough.
It's pretty good. It didn't really lose anything from the second Beatrice effect.
No, I think it'd have been worse if Barish here decided to play Compulse and then Gabriele managed to be able to use that second Beatrice effect for something other than, you know, just getting rid of the Compulse.
Yep.
And
excellent discipline on Parish's side holding it.
Yep. And he's obviously used up his one Shadow Dragon now, so that's not something that Parish is going to have to worry about later on.
So I think he's going to try to get Beatrice back.
Mm-hmm.
He could normal summon the Seer to special summon back Dante, and then discard his Graph.
Yeah, it's all a bit unoptimal though, isn't it, really? Because he's not going to get Graph's effect.
Nope.
Which is not ideal.
I
guess he can...
He's just trying to win. He's going to have to try to win, because I saw him check the life points right there. Parish is pretty low. He's at 37. So he might be thinking, well, can I break through with enough damage to win here?
Yeah, I guess you can graph a Farfa from the deck to take out at least one of the monsters. But it's getting that extra monster. Does he have... He's got a Fogblade in the graveyard, hasn't he? So he could get another 1200 damage from Boots.
Boots that big? I don't think he's that big.
No, I'm thinking 200. 200. There's...
It could be another Xyz material, though, because if you can get to a point where he can summon Leviair...
Yeah, it's 200. He's got 12 defense.
Then that would be...
There's one of the...
I think that'd be enough.
At least 1,000, right? Ragged Gloves has got 1,000.
Yeah, and he can get that out of his banished pile with Leviair if he can get another 2 level 3s.
Yeah. I don't think he's got the possibility of getting another 2 level 3s, though. He's not got multiple Phantom Knights trap cards in his graveyard.
It's just the one blade. Well, you can only use one blade per turn.
Yeah.
And that is the only Phantom Knight trap card he plays. He's got 3 blades.
Oh, crap. Yes. That's fine.
Starts Graft, upgrade back into Beatrice. Louise can't use her effect this turn. Summons probably the Farfa. Didn't quite catch it. Ah, no, it's Barbar.
Oh, okay.
Barbar
so he's
gets
going
more damage that way.
Yeah, he's going to slowly whittle him down. What was the other card that Ian drew? Vega. So Vega's not much use.
Vega or Unokalai. Either way, it's not super helpful. It is a level 4 monster, though. He could use a Vega.
Yeah, Vega.
Get 2 more summons on the field. And he can always just pitch whatever he has to Tsukuyomi.
Yep.
Assuming that it still has a material.
Yeah, and that it's still there.
Yeah. It's got pretty high defense, does it not?
I thought it was like 22 or 2300.
20-something. We'll see.
28.
It's 23. Not enough to survive an attack from Beatrice. And Beatrice does indeed attack. Thinks about it. Tsukuyomi goes. Engineer takes out Deneb.
He's not got any more Farfars though, has he? To be able to quickly use it with Beatrice.
I'm not certain. Oh, no, he only plays 2. And we have seen both.
Yeah, one's banished. And
well, the question is, does Parrish know that he only plays 2?
That's a good point.
Or will they just give up thinking that there's a 3rd?
Yeah, I think either way, though, Parrish has got to make his plays in the hope that he doesn't. Because he has to try and make a rank 4 Exceed monster here, notably Castell.
That's about the only one I can think of. Let's see, does he play Alec? He does play Alec, so Castell could get negated.
Yeah, so that's even
before
more
it can use
troubling.
its effect. Alec is the negation one, right? Calcab is the bouncer.
Yeah.
There. So in the case of a trigger effect, like Altair, he couldn't send Alec to the graveyard to negate that. It's already been activated. But in the case where the 2 monsters hit the field and then they're combined into something with an ignition effect, there is an opportunity.
Yeah. In the summon response window. Looks like he drew...
Looks like it's Solemn.
Yeah. That's not much use to him right now. His
Solemn
life
would have
points
been
are...
fine like a while ago, but not now.
No. His life points are too low.
Checks cards in hand. Shalby has none. Really thinking about that Unokalai.
Yeah, I think
That's it.
We've got it down as Vega in hand here, but it is a Nukalai, isn't it?
I don't think we've done a super rare Vega.
No, yeah, that's a good point.
A lot of the other ones. Altair.
Unless he's playing an OCG version of it.
That's not Vega. Alright, Dante is attached on the end phase.
Send Kalkab here to bounce the... yeah, that's the line of plays.
Kicks the face down back to the hand. And retrieves a Seer with Dante.
Yeah. I think we're looking at Gabriela taking the first game here.
A pretty commanding victory, too. He hasn't taken any damage. It hasn't really ever seemed like he was in any position, any disadvantageous position at all.
No danger at all. But again, we've not seen Triver. Again, like when Talonites were really good with Triver, like Burning Abyss wasn't really in the meta too much. And I think Triver's not great against Burning Abyss, because if you start discarding random Burning Abyss monsters from your opponent's hand and they're getting their effects, it's kind of...
Not the greatest.
Yeah, just not optimal.
That's fine, though, if you go Triver, bounce everything, attack, and then just slap Diamond on top of it.
Yeah.
And then they can't play any of their cards.
Yeah.
And if you don't discard, then you'll have 4 materials and just be able to negate their whole hand.
Yeah, that was how it used to be done, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They never used Triver's effect. You just straight up go to Diamond.
Oh, looks like Shalpy picked up Terror Top. That should do it. And
And
be
he-
able to get to Ketemborg and a removal card.
Yeah, he is playing Diamond.
Yeah. So he does have the tools available for this matchup. He just couldn't get to them this time because Beatrice came down too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he was a little unfortunate with his opening hand.
Yeah, 4 monsters out of your 13. Not great.
Yep, that's game.
And that'll do it for game 1.
Yeah.
Parrish takes the last 2,800 damage. And he's going to dig into his side deck. See what he can come up with. His next one.
Oh, okay, sorry. He had like all the damage on board.
Well, don't think Mystical Ref Panel is going to be any use here. In fact, a lot of these cards don't seem super great against
Yeah.
Burning Abyss. Effect Veiler is traditionally not too good against them, though it is good against certain specific cards, like Tour Guide from the Underworld.
Yeah.
Droll and Lockbird, that's more for combo decks. The third Maxi will be useful, I think.
Yes.
Twin Twisters, you might want it anyways, just in
for the
case
Fog Blades.
a lot of other cards come in. And just being able to discard something so that your Altairs are live faster is very useful.
Yeah. There's a small chance that Gabriele would be playing Light Imprisoning Mirror for the Blue Eyes matchup as well. So that might be a possibility to side that in against this. Although Dante is obviously light, still, you know, you might want to side that in.
Yeah, we saw that in Bakara's deck last time. He had the Light and Imprisoning Mirrors in his side deck.
It's certainly a good choice in this format, I think, for the Blue Eyes deck.
Let's see if he's using them. Let's see. He's got Vanity's Fiend. Anti-Spell Fragrance is not anti-Trap Fragrance, so I don't think it's going to be super helpful. Plenty of Maxis, though. Maxi is also really good against this deck because it has to chain 2 or 3 special summons together.
Yeah, and you got to commit to them as well.
Right. Otherwise, you've got nothing. You can't really stop. No, I'm not seeing any Light Imprisoning Mirrors.
Maybe he chose not to go with that.
We'll see how that works out for him. He's got the more Maxi. I don't think Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is super useful here.
No. Well, maybe Ghost Ogre just to break the having 3 monsters thing.
That's also possible.
Yeah. There seems to be a crowd going absolutely insane in the public events stage.
I don't know if we have a feed on in there or what's going on. Maybe they're just playing bingo.
That's possible.
I've seen bingo get pretty intense.
Yeah.
It's
pretty intense.
it could be. Because you're just sitting there all the time, right? You're putting the dots on the card.
Yeah.
And then eventually you finally see that it's filled out and you've just been sitting there forever and you just lose it.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of it's a build-up, isn't it? You're kind of building up, dot here, build up, another dot, and then it's like, full house! I mean, whenever I see a full house played in Yu-Gi-Oh!, I get pretty excited, so...
I've seen that in some side decks, so we might get it this
Yeah.
weekend. We also have some updates for you on how our duelists are progressing. The following duelists in the Dragon Duel World Championship have 3 points. They won their first match. Ian Parrish and Rel Shalpy. You're seeing them right now. John Wilkin of Canada and Christian Suarez Espinoza of Ecuador both have 3 points. Izumi Yoshi and Ukyong Hong both have 3 points. Ryoki Shitagaki and Declan Matthews have 0 points. Aiden Tiemann, Sean Alwilis, 0 points. Po Sang Peng, 0 points. And Ronaldo Sierra Cabello, 0 points in the Dragon Duel. Back at the game, we have Ian Parrish starting things off with an Unalkalai. He's sending Deneb to the graveyard.
He's got a bit more of a colorful hand this time.
Yeah, that looks like a better one. He plays the Soul Charge right away. And Max C is chained.
Ouch.
Now, I think that actually...
I just overheard Ian Parrish say that's fine, but he said it in... You know when someone says that's fine?
It's fine.
That's fine.
It's fine.
It's like, I don't think it's fine.
I think it's a little more fine than he might be letting on, though, since he doesn't really have a huge follow-up to that Soul Charge.
Yeah. Well, at least his hand's a little more colorful this time. He's got quite a few trap cards in there, and he's got the follow-up play for next turn. Still no Call of the Haunted though. Is he playing? We didn't actually look through the trap lineup.
Yeah, I guess we just kind of figured he must be playing Call of the Haunted.
So 2 Oasis, 2
Playing
Call.
2 Call, 2 Oasis. That's an interesting split. I wonder
Yeah.
why you would play, or you wouldn't just max out on Call, since you
Yeah,
get to
that's-
summon the monster in attack position and it
Yeah.
doesn't change its type.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Hmm.
The only real time that Oasis is relevant is in Cosmo, which we're not seeing in this event.
Yeah, because it changes the type.
Yeah, so you can't be contact fused with Cyber Dragon.
I don't know if he's playing anything that needs warriors, though. I don't see. He is playing Rongomediad.
Still, then you'd still max out on
You'd
calls,
still
wouldn't
max
you?
out on Call first. Maybe
Yeah.
he's got it listed twice because he got anti-spell fragrance, anti-spell fragrance, anti-spell fragrance. They're different card numbers. Maybe there's another Call of the Haunted somewhere.
No, I don't see it.
Not
I
seeing
couldn't.
it, though.
I couldn't deal with that. He's got 1 secret rare anti-spell fragrance and then 2 commons. I couldn't play like that.
All right, Parrish combines his 2 monsters to summon Bujinte Tsukiyomi, sets 3, and then discards his Altair to draw 2.
Which is nice. Ooh, okay. See, this is the kind of
There you
draws that he
go.
wanted last time. He drew Solemn Warning and anti-spell fragrance.
That's the good stuff.
Yeah, so he's gonna probably flip up spell fragrance straight away.
We'll see if we get the Twin Twister. Does he have Twin Twister? Sharpie does have it.
Yeah, not quite as epic as the Berlin Finals Mystical Space Typhoon, but still gonna get the job done. I think it's just generally scary facing 5 back rows.
Yep.
It's always quite scary.
And he
facing
only
5
gets to
back
take out one of the ones he doesn't know about if he flips it on
Yeah,
the spell fragrance.
yeah. It's not like he's got any. Yeah, so Gabriele now needs to decide: do I want to play my Twin Twisters right now?
Or wait.
Yeah.
And it's a long wait if you don't. Even if it's a quick play, you still can't play it till your next turn because of spell fragrance.
Yeah.
Screaming outside.
Think in chain.
Okay.
So he's thinking about chaining here. So, let's talk a little bit about in what situations would you not chain.
Okay.
You want to try and
Sure.
kind of grind through the rest of the back rows and then take out the ones that hadn't been used or something.
Yeah.
I guess that's the. Okay, so yeah, I kind of did and didn't expect this at the same time, that he decided not to play on spell fragrance, but he chose to just hit 2 of the other back rows.
I think what he wants to do here is basically force Ian into his situation where he's hurt by his own anti-spell fragrance.
Yeah, yeah.
Because normally you flip it and forget it because the rest of your cards are traps.
Mm-hmm.
But if you draw spells later on because you aren't able to close out the duel, your own anti-spell fragrance can be your undoing.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really have that many spells. He just got the reinforcement of the army that he doesn't need to play because of all those Phantom Knight cards.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's really losing a whole lot by
Yeah.
missing out on spells.
Yeah. In all honesty, I think Gabriele here is probably making an assumption that that Ian Parrish is playing Cards of Demise. Because
Yeah.
we know that he's not, but Gabriele doesn't know that yet.
It would be reasonable to think that anybody playing a 20 trap deck would also be playing Card of Demise.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that could have factored into his decision there as well.
I'd buy it. So Ancient Cloak was banished to get a Silent Boots. The other Ancient Cloak, summoned from Shalpy's hand, falls by the Silent Boots. And now he is consulting his extra deck to see if he wants to take out another spell or trap card
yeah, I was gonna
with
say-
Quantal Mech Beast, Grand Pulse.
Yeah. He seems to be going for something that isn't Gramples.
Yeah, it looks like he's got his hand on, is that a Break Sword? Looks like Phantom Knights of Break Sword.
Yeah, I think it is Breaksword. Breaksword would allow him to destroy one of the back rows and then go up into something that could attack over Tsukiyomi. That would put Ian in a really bad spot, in all honesty.
That's that more aggressive international style play. I think a US player would just go for Grand Pulse and try to sit on it for
Yeah.
2 turns.
No, I completely agree. Yeah.
He goes ahead and summons the Break Sword,
Yeah.
and it gets hit by Solemn Warning.
It has to be active
Yeah.
summon first.
I don't think it gets its effect.
Yeah, that's what he's checking right now. We'll check it as well. There you go. Phantom Knights of Break Sword.
Card
The
number
effect in particular
so
is
it doesn't count
if this Exceed summon card is destroyed, You can target 2 Phantom Knight monsters with the same level in your graveyard, summon them, increase their levels by 1, and you cannot special summon monsters for the rest of the turn except dark monsters.
Yeah, so it wasn't exceed summoned at any point.
Nope. I got the summon negated. So this effect will not be able to activate.
Yeah.
That's kind of rough.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it depends on... Yeah, he could have really done with that Tsukiyomi not being on the board right now, because that's going to get him an extra card that he shouldn't really have had.
Yep. And
depending on if...
That's on top of the call as well, because I believe he still has that. That was the other one that didn't get hit. He lost Torrential. I think he lost Torrential and Solemn Strike to the Twin Twister.
Yeah.
But was left with Warning and Call.
Okay, I didn't... yeah, I can't remember what his other set cards was, because he kind of set them all at the same time. It's hard to see.
So this goes off successfully. He could just wind up getting stuck in the Triver loop, where he can keep picking up his own anti-spell fragrance, playing his own spells, and just doing massive damage.
Yeah.
In the meantime. Fortunately for Shopee, he's got 2 Fog Blades, not 1, and can probably search a third if he really wants it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Keep himself in it for a while.
Yeah, I didn't see all those Fog Blades in his hand.
He did get a couple draws off Max C. So he sets Reinforcement of the Army, Fog Blade.
Yeah.
Leaving Farfa in hand.
He drew Oasis. I'm not too sure that face down is Call of the Haunted, by the way.
Yeah? I thought I saw a Call of the Haunted.
Otherwise, he would have played it now. During the end phase, right?
I would think so.
It's a spell card.
Oh, okay.
Don't know which one it is, though.
I could have sworn he had a call. Maybe I'm just thinking of all the times I play against Hell Knights. And
they just always have it.
Calls forever.
Yeah, so that's... Yeah, there's the... Fog Blade. Nothing more to be said.
Well, he's got one now.
Yeah. Still, that's going to be able to be fog bladed by the second Fog Blade.
And it's kind of a tough situation for Shopee, too, because he can't special summon Burning Abyss monsters while he's got all these spell and trap cards on his field.
Yep.
And that's what he's got, is Burning Abyss monsters.
Yeah.
So he banishes a Ancient Cloak.
Yep.
Gets Silent Boots. Flips Reinforce of the Army, since it's now been set for long enough.
Yeah, probably going to go for basically any other...
Anything. Just anything you could play.
Yeah.
And he takes Ragged Gloves.
I think he might go into a second break sword here and start... So, you know, you were saying about that conservative kind of dealing with the back rows. I think he might start doing that now. I don't know what the spell card is for Ian Parrish that's set down there. But it's got to be something good. That he decided to keep out of it that long.
Let's see. Well, he's already played Soul Charge.
Could be Dark Hole.
I got Reinforce of the Army, Dark Hole.
Yeah, could be the Dark Hole.
Probably not Skybridge. Those are really his only spells.
Yeah, what a card.
It's got to be one of those.
Oh, is he playing Skybridge?
Yeah, he's playing Skybridge.
I love Skybridge. When I played Tellarknights, I played Skybridge.
Skybridge is very cool, especially, like, you can do all sorts of crazy combos with, like, here's Unalkalai, and then I'll Skybridge him to immediately get back the thing I sent to the graveyard with its effect.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I think we're going to see Break Sword here, and he's just going to start clearing things out of that back row.
Let's see how many copies of Break Sword he runs. Yes. Looks like 2. No, that's something else. Javier, Phantom Knights, and he only has 1 Phantom Knight Break Sword.
Oh, there it is.
Or is this a 1-1 situation? Because I could have sworn he just played.
But we've only ever printed Phantom Knight's Break Sword in one set, haven't we?
I'm not crazy, right? He played Break Sword and got Solemn, did it not?
Yeah, I did. Let's have a look. No, that is indeed just 1.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah, it could be that he's got a second sheet for his extra deck, where the other Break Sword is written.
Could be.
Okay. Main phase.
Could be somewhere else. Yeah. Okay.
Well, regardless of where it is
There
on
is-
the deck list,
yeah.
it is on the field. And he has destroyed Phantom Knight's Fogblade. And looks like a face-down card, and then attacked with Breaksword.
Yeah, he got rid of the spell card, which again I didn't see what it is. But it was Twin Twisters.
Oh, was it Twin Twister?
Yeah. And obviously
Can't play it
Parrish
without a
couldn't-
hand.
Yeah.
And he searches out another Fogblade. That's the third one.
Yep.
Yeah, so even if, even though we only printed Phantom Knights of Breaksword once, if he has them in different languages, for example, in English and
That's-
Italian one, the way he's writing down
yeah,
his
that's
deck list,
true.
it would be written down as an IT number as a different one.
Yeah, that's very true.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that
so,
mystery solved.
Yep.
Breaksword on the field. Parrish still has his Oasis.
Yep. There's another Fogblade though, isn't there? That's going to be able to
Alter.
stop
Yeah.
that.
Effect.
Change.
So that's one Fogblade, and now the other Fogblade is live. So if he draws another Altair or something, that's going to get Fogbladed too.
Yeah. Yeah, he drew Vega. So he can make a rank 4 here, but it's not going to do him much
Yeah,
good.
that
because
one's
it's-
going to get Fogbladed. Goes in and checks anyways. At least they can Fogblade something good. The one monster I think he could drop and not get Fogbladed is Constellar Omega. It can at least
And that-
make itself temporarily.
He would be able to attack over the Breaksword in that case.
Yeah. And I don't think Shelby has the Phantom Knights to summon back with it. He's banished them all. Search.
Yeah. Let's see if Mr. Parrish here decides to go down that line of plays.
Or did he use Ragged Gloves on the Breaksword? If it's Ragged Gloves, then he can't even attack
oh,
it. 'cause
yeah,
it'll be
he
at
did use
3,000.
Ragged Gloves. He did use Ragged Gloves. That's a very good point.
Well, that's less than good for Ian Parrish.
Yeah.
See if he remembers that that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think he's... I guess he's kind of... When you're solving this in your head, you're thinking, okay, I have to make an Exceed play, because these two monsters by themselves don't do anything. And then he summoned the monster, and now he's looking through the extra deck. Nice dual terminal Daigusta Emerald there.
He's shaking his head.
That was a big sigh.
Yeah. There is the Omega.
Yeah.
Effect.
And he activates the effect
Sorry.
right away. Haven't seen Omega in quite some time.
Is that Omega?
I think it is.
I thought Omega only came in ultra rare.
No, it was in Tachyon Galaxy, so it still had an ultimate version.
Oh, okay. Oh, maybe he can. No, that's still not going to work. I'm just thinking he could go up to Diamond, but that's still not going to help.
Check. Yep.
How much
Sting?
damage?
400.
I guess Gloves wasn't used.
I could have sworn that was the monster that was used. Alright, well. Everybody else is under the impression that Gloves was not used, and that the monster was at 2,000 attack.
Okay.
So we've got 2 level 4 monsters on the field now. Gloves and Boots, which could make a very large Master Key Beetle or Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon. Because Gloves has a mandatory effect to give a dark monster that uses it as Xyz material plus 1,000 attack.
Yeah.
Rather, it gives the monster itself an effect that gives it plus 1,000 attack.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
that only that style of effect only got introduced a little while back, didn't it? It's not been for years and years. What was the first card that did that? Was it the Star Seraphs? No, I was doing before that, right?
You might be thinking of Star Drawing, the card from
Yeah,
Cosmo
Star
Blazer that
Drawing,
gives
yeah.
it the draw a card effect.
Yeah.
It might have been even sooner than that, though. I think Photon Shockwave might have had one.
Yeah, I honestly can't remember all the way back then as to whether there was one.
It's a really weird effect, though.
Yeah.
4, 7.
Obviously, the kind of the famed ones now are the Yang Zing monsters.
Yep. That's a little different.
Yeah.
They're more
Yeah.
like the Jins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dark Rebellion exceeds attack points.
So Rebellion's attack points are at 3,500.
37?
At least they should be.
Gains half, right?
This is gone.
Yeah, Dark Rebellion gains half, and that loses half.
Yeah. So he's up here at 37.
Oasis, I don't think should be gone because the monster is used as Xyz material.
What were the Xyz materials for Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon?
Cosa stanno dicendo? Cioè, lui è
Oh, yeah,
4700.
The ragged gloves.
Silent Boots and Ragged Gloves are used.
Ragged gloves makes the game 1,000.
It's mandatory. Si fa.
Yeah.
So it starts at 3,500
47.
Yeah, okay.
and then steals half of the Omega, which is 24. So it should be at 4,700 and the Omega should be at 12.
1200.
He's asking you to confirm the attack of this card.
1200.
1200. Un million.
However, the Omega should not be able to be attacked because it's currently got a Fog Blade on it.
800.
No, that fog blade was from the monster that was used for the Exceed material.
Oh,
He's still
okay.
got one fog blade set.
Got it. Got it. I see he's now marked the Fog Blade. Okay. In that case, Parrish is in a pretty bad
100 puts him at
sort.
4,000.
So 800 plus 4,700.
Ah, ho capito.
That should be it.
Yeah.
And it is.
There's the handshake.
Good luck for us.
Parrish gets taken down by a very, very large Dark Rebellion Xyz dragon.
Yeah. Wow.
Once break is.
That was a really, really big rebellion dragon.
Yeah. So the effect of Ragged Gloves is actually, it's very potent.
Yeah.
It's something that a lot of people don't think about when they're first learning how to play the Phantom Knight deck or any of the Phantom Knight variants. They just think of it as, oh, this is the guy that I banish to get anything in my graveyard.
Yeah.
And he's a name that I can put on the field to get Silent Boots.
Yeah.
Just from walking around YCSs and even the WCQ, a lot of people just completely forgot that that effect was a thing.
Yeah. It's a whole 1/8 of your life points.
Yep. And just the change of 2,000 to 3,000 is especially important right now when you're in a field where Blue Eyes White Dragon has 3,000 attack points.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can destroy a card and then crash your now 3,000 Break Sword into a Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
And then get yourself set up for your next C summon.
Yeah.
So it's an important thing to remember if you're playing along at home or thinking of building a deck like that for your own. Keep that in mind. Ragged Gloves is a very, very powerful card, and not just for its searching effect.
Yeah, it's important.
So I feel like that kind of went the way that we expected.
Yeah, in all honesty, yeah.
The Burning Abyss always kind of had the advantage over it.
We didn't see Triver once.
Didn't see Triver once. He just couldn't get... Well, one of the things the Burning Abyss has now that they didn't before is the Fog Blades that they get from Phantom Knights.
Yeah.
So having... I guess Fiendish Chain was the popular card back when these cards first came out, but now it's here.
Everyone played Fiendish Chain back then.
Yeah, now Fiendish Chain is back. It's searchable by something that you're using as an Xyz material that's special summoning, and then it special summons more once you're done with it.
Yeah, to then go and be able to make some more Exceed monsters.
That was really the defining card of the match, I would say, is Phantom Knight's Fog Blade.
No question about it.
All right. We are getting ready to go. Looks like the first turn has already been decided. It looks like Smith is going to be the one taking it. He starts by revealing Galaxy Soldier. This is one of the key tech cards in his version of Blue Eyes. He plays a full complement of Galaxy Soldiers that he can use to discard extra light monsters out of his hand, like the stones, White Stone of Ancient and White Stone of Legend. What that gets him is a level 5 light body on the field and another copy of Galaxy Soldier, which he can summon, and then the two combine to form Cyber Dragon Nova, and then Infinity.
Yep, so that's exactly where he's going with this now.
Pretty good. Starts off by discarding the White Stone of Legend for that first Galaxy Soldier, which also gets him a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Taking a look at his hand, we also see that he's got a Sage with Eyes of Blue. That'll let him search something out. Level 1 Light Tuner. He's got a couple Veilers he can pick. He's also got a bunch of stones. Takes a Veiler. Now, does he run any level 6 synchros?
That's just what I was looking at, actually, Jerome. Don't think so, you know, that I could see.
Not super shocking. I can't think of any that are quite as high impact as the rank 5, or the rank 6, rather, Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Yeah.
Or any of the Blue Eyes stuff. Effect Veiler added to the hand.
Yeah, the only one that I could think of. What's I guess no, I think was that in the Dark Illusion? Yeah, I think the
Think of Coral Dragon?
Coral Dragon.
Yeah, that would be the only one, but not quite legal yet. Discards Blue Eyes to summon the second soldier. Searching is only once per turn with the soldier, but summoning is not. So you can combine the two for Cyber Dragon Nova and further upgrade to Infinity.
That's a pretty solid first turn play, Jerome.
Yeah, and he might even be able to go further with Return of the Dragon Lords on that
And
Blue
Spirit
Eyes
Dragon.
for Spirit Dragon. So Spirit Dragon Infinity. What do you think about that?
Well, you remember earlier how we were talking about Spirit Dragon plus number 38?
Yes.
I think this is one step further than that.
It's maybe a little better, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. That's really strong.
With an Effect Veiler in hand, that's...
He's got Effect Veiler in hand as well.
Yeah, he searched that off with the Sage, so that's a dominating first turn. Now, the Effect Veiler's not very good against Magispectors, since they can't be targeted
None of them can be targeted.
by your opponent's card effects.
But still, Infinity and Spirit Dragon, if you're...
It's extremely good.
You could just stop that. Kyubi, is that the right one? I always get the fox and the cat mixed up.
Yeah, it's Fox QB. It can search a trap. And he's going to let that go, I think, and just negate the trap.
Well, actually, thinking about it, wouldn't you... Okay, yeah, he's got Tornado. Yeah, Tornado. I'm just thinking about Tempest. Isn't Tempest a counter trap?
It is a counter trap.
So he's not going to be able to negate that with Infinity, but obviously goes for Cyclone here.
But in the case of Tempest, he'd have to have the monster on the field attribute. And since he's going to know what this card is, he'll just attack instead.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely ways to play around it.
It's interesting, though, that he's playing so many of the actual Magispector cards. He's got Sonics in there to have attack points. He's got the field spell, Majestic Pegasus.
Yeah, quite a few of the deck lists that we saw yesterday actually were playing Majestic Pegasus. But this is the only deck that I saw that was playing. He's playing one-ofs of all the different Magispector spell cards, and I couldn't even name them off the top of my head of the effects of those.
So here's the field spell, Majesty's Pegasus.
Yeah.
Pumps up 300 attack and defense and lets you basically swap out.
Yeah, it's kind of like Sky Iris.
Oh, yeah. Sky Iris, yeah, that makes sense. He activates a Kirin in one Pendulum Zone and a Bunbuku in the other Pendulum Zone. And he's thinking about which one he would like to negate with Cyber Dragon Infinity. He goes with Bunbuku.
Yeah.
That's fine as long as he doesn't have another 2-scale. He's got the cat.
See, again, that's another thing I always forget about the Magispectors, all their scales. Isn't the Unicorn the small scale?
Unicorn is small, yes.
Yeah, so he needs to have another big scale here. Oh, he used the Magispector Storm, I think it is?
Storm is the one that returns it to the top of the deck.
Oh, no, I guess not. No, he managed to get rid of that Infinity with it.
Yeah,
which one's that one?
He baited it out with the one Pendulum card.
Oh, yeah.
And then he did, in fact, play a Magispector Storm. So it's you tribute a wind spellcaster to shuffle monster into the deck.
Yep.
It does target, though, so you couldn't go for the Spirit Dragon. Not that he'd want to.
So here's the Zero Eyes play here.
Yep. And that protects from both targeting and destruction by card effects after its effect resolves. And because he's doing it in the end phase, Tornado wouldn't be able to get it anyways. Not that he has a monster to tribute.
Yeah, so standby phase, its effect is going to activate. He's going to be able to summon back that Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Normal summons Effect Veiler. Synchro summons again. He's going to get another Spirit Dragon. And this might actually just wrap it up right now. Be 2,500, 2,500, and then Silver's Cry in the battle phase for game off of Blue Eyes.
Wow.
And in just 2 turns, Travis Smith destroys Soichiro Kajihara. There's really no other word for it. That was
swift.
Unrelenting. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that fast of a start from a Blue Eyes deck without having Pot of Desires legal or a bunch of draw cards or anything like that.
Yeah. Wow.
That's really the power of Galaxy Soldier, isn't it?
Yeah, that really showed kind of how powerful that is. I mean, he's managed to stop the completed scale there. That was obviously a big thing for Travis to be able to do that. Kajihara just had nothing else to be able to kind of follow up plays there with.
That is the weakness of a lot of the Magic Spectre spell and traps, is that you actually have to have that tribute for them.
Yeah.
And he didn't have the option to both have the monster to tribute for Tornado and get rid of the Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Yeah.
So, we quickly moved to side decking this time around, and I'm going to guess Soichiro has some stuff for Blue Eyes.
So, the 3 cycle readers?
Yep, that seems to be a very common pick this weekend.
Yep. Couple more effect veilers. Not really that useful.
Not great. Although, in this particular variant, it might be more useful.
Yeah, because you can hit Galaxy Soldier.
You have to hit Galaxy Soldier, and you get their discard, too.
Yeah, I was thinking that and Sage, it's kind of good against. That's really it. He's got one copy of Pendulum Storm. Yeah, Dark Hole, maybe, but I guess you can't really Dark Hole. I guess you can.
Yeah,
you can Dark Hole Spirit Dragon. That would work out, but that's only going to happen once before you start seeing preemptive Azure Eyes plays. But still, even with that, it's good to bait those out.
Even if you're only going to get it once in this match, you need it in this game because you're down 1 already.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's another thing I'd like to talk about, the kind of the mindset that changes with going up a game. When you go up a game, you can take so many more risks.
Yeah.
Because you may as well. You're up a game. So you can just go ahead and take a ton of risks. Potentially even, when you see these big floodgate cards, as people call them, the big trap cards that really, restrict your opponent. If you see those in people's side decks and you're already up a game, even though you might not be going first, if your opponent wants to go first, you'd still put them in. Because you might as well. Because if you manage to get them there and to stick, then you're going to win the game, even though it's kind of a bit risky.
In general, there's always a better chance of your opponent opening normally than of just blowing the doors off.
Yeah.
So in cases like that, cards like Vanity's Emptiness are still useful because they need time to build up to their strategy.
Yeah.
This case, let's see if there's anything for Magic Spectres hiding in Travis's deck. Well, he's probably going to play anything that's generally good against pendulums.
Yeah.
Book of Eclipse, I actually think, is kind of decent against this matchup because if they throw a bunch of Kirans out there, you can flip them all down and either force a preemptive activation or make it so they can't use it at all, and then clear out their field 1 by 1.
I think he's using Book of Eclipse for what we talked about earlier.
It's definitely for Blue Eyes, but it might be useful here too.
Yeah. He's got triple Twin Twister.
Twin Twister's always good against pendulums. A Wingbeat of Giant Dragon, it's another similar card. You basically get a Heavy Storm if you return one of your level 5 or higher dragons to your hand.
Wingbeat, I've not seen that in a long time.
There's this other card you might have heard of called Anti-Spell Fragrance, and it stops pendulum monsters from being played in the pendulum zones completely.
Yep.
It's pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, I used to have a friend we called Wingbeat Pete, actually.
So
he always liked playing Wingbeat. So, yeah.
Yeah, some combination of those I think we're going to see on Travis's side.
He's actually playing Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. Not expected. I'm just generally. Travis's deck here, just looking at that, that's kind of interesting.
Reaper is actually really good in an environment where you think you're going to play a lot of mirror matches, especially when you have a vital extra deck card like Spirit Dragon.
Yeah, well, just think about that. If you manage to hit your opponent's Spirit Dragon.
Ooh, can you come back from that? I guess you have to play Azure Eyes.
Yeah,
whether or not you have a follow-up, who knows?
Yeah, that's the thing. You just play Azure Eyes instead, right?
Yep. All right, here we are back in Game 2. So each row started off with Terror Top.
Great opener.
That seems good. Gets to Kettenborg. And special summons it as well.
Yep.
He's got a handful of Magic Specters along with
Yeah.
Solemn Warning.
So he's probably going to perform a pretty decent Pendulum Summon here. Well, when I say decent, he's going to have some scales this time around.
Yeah, I think he can end with a Kirin on the field, though, and that's always useful. Unless
Yeah.
Nikomata and...
Yeah, I can't remember if Neko and Kyubi are the correct scales.
Actually, that's the thing. The one thing about regular Magic Specters, as opposed to any of the mini hybrid decks, is that their scales are 2 and 5. It doesn't go up high enough to Pendulum Summon Kirin.
Right, yeah. That's a bit of trouble. Yeah.
So we'll see if that comes into play.
Well, he is running just one copy of Odd Eyes Unicorn.
Okay, so there's an 8 scale, and he's got Archfiend Eccentric as well. It's a 7.
Yeah.
So he has ways to Pendulum Summon it, but they don't look very easy to get.
No. But he's going to be able to make a rank 3 Exceed monster here. What do you think he's going to go for?
One route would be to play a Totem Bird. He's got a pair of them in his extra deck, and it will stop an early spell, like a draw spell.
Yeah.
That might be what he's going to go for here. Spell and trap removal, not really useful. You're not going to just throw a removal card like Break Sword on the board.
No. So he does go with Totem Bird.
Totem Bird. Totem Bird can negate a spell or trap, and it loses 300 attack points if it doesn't have materials.
So, yeah, Pendulum Summons QB, and then he's going to be able to set 2 trap cards.
Yeah. I know what it does. I just I want to make it.
Yeah, this is definitely a deck that kind of needs to go first.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a lot of these cards don't do anything.
Yeah, he's playing a reasonable amount of trap cards. Because, well, he's not playing a lot, but when I say reasonable, I mean, you know, they're searchable.
Yeah, reasonable as in they're all going to be in his hand within the first couple turns
Yeah.
if the deck is doing what it's supposed to.
Yeah.
And he takes Magic Spectre Tempest.
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
Bring it up. Tempest is a counter trap.
Yeah, I think Tempest is probably the most powerful of the Magic Spectre spells and traps.
Now, the one thing we worried about with Tempest was when it was coming out, we already knew that Solemn Strike was also coming out.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay. But this is going to be replaced as soon as the next set comes out.
Yeah.
Still, in this particular case, he has Solemn Warning and a Tempest.
Yeah,
Not
that's
bad.
pretty good. If your opponent can't play any monsters.
Special summon or a monster effect is activated. I don't know that Travis has anything he can really normal summon. Even with his side deck, there's nothing in there. It's just a bunch of spells and traps and Winter Cherries.
Oh, he's going to play trade in, pay the cost.
So he starts by discarding Dragon Spirit of White for trade-in.
Yeah, 4.
And Kajihara is deciding whether or not he wants to negate that with Totem Bird.
Yeah. Do you want to bring up Totem Bird?
Yes. Totem Bird you don't see a whole lot. This guy was from Cosmo Blazer originally. Sorry, or the Attacking Galaxy version. Lightning Chittery is from Cosmo Blazer, the rank 4 wind-only monster. And goes ahead and detaches both materials. Silver's Cry is up next. Deciding whether or not to solemn that. The answer is probably no. I'll just negate the effect if it targets the card that I want it to.
Yeah.
No, he's actually asking.
Yeah.
So he activates that effect. Gets negated by the Tempest, leaving his Solemn up.
Yeah, putting Bunbuku in the right place for next turn.
Smith is forced to pass.
Yeah, wow. That's big. You can just kind of switch everything to attack mode now and go for it. So let's have a look at Kajihara's hand here.
He has picked up Magic Spectre Toad Ogama. That's actually pretty new. That guy's from Breakers of Shadow.
Yeah. So went ahead and just Pendulum summoned that as well as the Bunbuku Raccoon that was in the extra deck.
Bunbuku has, what, 1,200 attack?
Yeah, I think it's 1,200.
Ogama, 1,300. So we've got a 16, a 12, and a 13, with the Fox, which is 15. Kajihara is also doing the math. It's a lot of damage, but not quite enough. is deciding what to pull with his Bunbuku.
So I don't think he's going to be able to get rid of all of his opponent's life points here.
Nope, the Magispectors are a little bit too small for that.
Yeah, they've got very good defensive effects, with all of them not being able to be destroyed by card effects or be targeted, but they're a little weak on the attack point side.
My suspicion is that he might just go get another QB so that he can get his other Tempest out of the deck and just lock the game down.
Yeah, he's still got another normal summon. Pretty sure Toad does something super useful.
Yeah, Toad sets a Speller
Trap
Trap
directly.
directly from the deck, but you can't use it that turn.
Yeah, so he's going to set
Yeah, and there's
Tempest
the QB.
directly, and then QB, normal summon, get the Tornado.
Yeah, and there's just nothing Travis is going to be able to do about this one.
Okay, he's going to make some Exceed plays.
Probably just another Totem Bird, since he has 2. And doing this locks out yet another card. That's the basic goal here for Suichiro's deck, is that he just wants to lock down your entire opening 6 cards.
Yeah. Yeah. So attack with every... Oh, no, Trapeze Magician.
Oh, that's right, those 2 are level 4. They're 4, not 3, so he can double attack for 26.
Yeah, for that game. Yeah, that game. You win this one. You win this game.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 26 and 26. It's 52, plus the rest is enough. All right, so just as quickly, Suichiro evens things up.
Yeah, straight away. So now this is where Travis has got to be a little more concerned with his side decking. You know, is it really worth going in with all those super powerful trap cards, but not relying on them too much?
I think what he's got to do in this one is just try to play the same game that Suichiro just played. Go first, go crazy,
Yeah.
and throw down a bunch of things to make sure that Suichiro can't do anything.
Yeah, just put a puzzle on the board that he knows his opponent can't solve.
Yeah, something like if he could get Infinity with Spell Fragrance.
Yeah.
Yeah, Infinity Spell Fragrance probably gets you there.
Yeah, I think if we have a quick look through Kajihara's deck here, I don't think there's enough cards in his deck for that to work out, unless he has multiple Twin Twisters.
I don't know that he has any Twin Twisters.
So
You got Pendulum Storm.
yeah, Pendulum Storm. That's
An interesting card, but not relevant in this match. Destroys everything in the Pendulum zones, and then one more Speller Trap.
so he's got all the Magispector spell cards, so he could use one of those to deal with Spell Fragrance somehow.
Eventually,
But yeah,
in a
it's
couple turns,
Yeah,
if it doesn't get negated by Infinity.
yeah, that's true.
It's
You
not...
got to have multiples in one turn, really.
Yeah, and he only has 1 of each. And their spells.
Yeah. Not looking good here.
So this could be entirely down to who gets the better opening hand, really.
Yep.
Both are trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, both players they've spent the time and constructed their decks in such a way as to be able to do this kind of play. It's not just pure chance that that their decks are doing this. This is how they've made their decks.
I actually really like the Galaxy Soldier tech.
Yeah, I
would
like that a
not be
lot.
shocked if that's what carries him to the top 8 and beyond.
Yeah, that's really, really good.
Shuffling very intensely. Proper randomization is vital at this point. You don't want clumping. Taking a look at the clock, it's only been about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I can't see it from here.
On the round so far. Looks like it's at about 37 minutes left out of 60. But even though those duels were only a couple turns each, they were a couple really intense turns.
Yeah.
All right. They're handing the decks back. And Travis is choosing to go first.
By the looks of that kind of notion, it looked like Travis was saying, I'm going to go. I'm going.
I'm doing it. Let's do it.
Okay, let's see Travis's face here. What does he think about this hand?
Probably not going to show us anything. Doesn't want Kajihara to know.
I see a bunch. Actually, I see Archfiend Eccentric, Kajihara's hand,
Banbuku. I haven't had a look at Travis yet.
Should I go? Yep. Okay.
All right. Looks
Look
like
at that
they
beautiful banner behind. It's awesome.
That is the. It's also the image that's on the game mat that you get for winning public events here at the World Championship.
Yeah, yeah,
as
it
all
is.
the protagonists.
Yeah, maybe we'll
Looks fantastic.
All right, so, Kajihara's got Ally of Justice Cycle Reader in his hand, which could throw a wrench in the works for Smith. Smith starts out with Dragon Shrine, sending Dragon Spirit of White to the graveyard. He's got a trade-in his hand, so he's probably also sending Whitestone of Legend.
Yep.
He's got the Anti-Spell Fragrance as well. So it's going to be a good hand. Not necessarily a great hand. Now the question is, how far do you play around something like Cycle Reader? Like, would you try to use
Yeah,
a
it's kind
cry
of.
first? I don't know if you really can get around it.
No, I don't think it's a particularly great way to play around it here. But where in this combination is it gonna really make a difference? Does he have the Silver's Cry in hand?
He does.
Okay, so that's gonna make the difference.
It looks like he's going ahead and playing that trade-in now.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess that's where the difference is gonna be made. He's gonna play the Silver's Cry and it's gonna get Cycle Readed.
I think that is his only revival card at the moment.
He's choosing the Silver's Cry, the Dragon Spirit of White.
Cycle
And
Reader to take out both.
Bam. Yep.
And that's a pain because there's definitely no way he's getting Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon out of his hand now.
No.
It's deciding whether to summon Sage and use its effect, or summon White Stone of Ancients and use Sage's
Yeah,
effect,
Sage's effect
on it.
yeah, I think that's the best line of plays here. Normal summon this and then Sage's effect.
Uses it. Both are sent to the graveyard.
Yeah, I think this is the best play. Like a Blue Eyes and Spell Fragrance is probably the best you're gonna get at this point.
Alright.
I feel anyway.
Could very well be good enough.
so one
Yeah.
second, I'm going to attempt that. Okay,
Then during the end phase, goes
Yeah.
and gets another Blue Eyes.
Yeah, he just needs one more and he can make the ultimate Blue Eyes.
Unfortunately, it's already been taken out of the game by that Cycle Reader. So I'm
That's a shame.
afraid Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's going to have to wait for another day.
If only Kaiba didn't rip up the fourth Blue Eyes, he would have been able to play another one and still make the Ultimate Dragon.
It's nice of him to be able to lend them out to so many people
Yeah, it
at
is.
this weekend.
Yeah,
It's a little too generous, perhaps.
Yeah,
I kind of wonder what's going on here.
yeah.
Well, 2 Blue Eyes and an Anti-Spell Fragrance. That certainly trumps 1 Archfiend Eccentric.
Yeah.
hoping you have that.
Not a Spectre Sonic.
Those 2 Blue
Not
Eyes
gonna
could
do
have
it.
only been better if they had entered the Exceed materials of a number 38. That was the only way that could have kind of been a better.
I like the 2 Blue Eyes here. It's kind of hard to get them off of a number 38 since it doesn't have to detach
Yeah.
to negate anything. And he does want one to get to the graveyard so he can pull it back with that stone and get the alternative out
The
of his hand.
alternative, yeah.
So Kajihara is diving deep into the think tank here.
Yeah.
He's got 5 cards in hand.
Yeah. Let's take a look at his
show him.
hand.
Luster Pendulum, the Draco Slayer.
Okay, so basically,
He summons Archfiend Eccentric and tributes it for its exiled force effect to get rid of 1 Blue Eyes, and that
Yeah.
puts it.
sets Magus back to Sonic. Whoa. Okay. He just drew Return of the Dragon Lords.
Which he can't play.
Yeah. still think there's plays to be had in this hand here.
Oh,
he can
yes.
attack for 6,000 damage.
Yes, this is a very good hand.
He could attack for 6,000 and then make number 38. Do you think that's what he's going to do?
I think he might just leave them. Just leave the 2 blue eyes out there and set his return.
2000?
My logic behind the 38 is like if the set card is Twin Twisters, then
Entering my phase 2.
he can start going places.
Mm.
So if you have the number 38, then you've definitely won, because if that's a spell card that's set, then you definitely can't lose.
Yep, I can see that. I think it leaves you a little open to the trap plays, though.
Yeah.
And having the 2 monsters out, you can't get tornadoed out of the game.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, fortunately, we're not the ones whose tournament depends on this.
Nope.
Gajihara has to make the choice. He goes for...
He's going up to number 95.
Ah, I see. He's going to load up the graveyard.
Yeah. That's a good choice.
I like it.
Nervous. Forget something.
Just double checking.
Yep.
23
Up to 3.
And then he has to do this. Yeah. After send it 3. Yep.
No. Oops. He's going to leave the Dragon Spirit of White in his deck so that the Ancients can summon it in the end phase and banish that Magispectre Sonics.
That's very clever.
So even if it was a Twin Twister, he's already got the answer to it.
He's put one in the... How many is he
He
playing?
plays a lot, though.
Is he?
I think
He's only playing 2.
He only plays 2. He's put it in the graveyard.
One's already banished. Yeah, that seems strange.
All right, well, we'll see how that turns out for him.
Yeah.
The battle between Yugi and Kaiba is eternal. It spanned time and space and is now crashing through the walls of reality itself. Right here, right now, you are about to witness another chapter in the greatest rivalry there ever was. Please welcome to the stage Eric Stewart as Kaiba and Dan Green as Yugi.
Kaiba,
Yugi, good to see you.
welcome to the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. There are lots of really talented duelists here, and I'm excited to be a part of this phenomenal event. All of you who qualified for this year's World Championship should be really proud of yourselves. It's not easy to get here, and you've all achieved an incredible feat. You're the best duelists in the entire world.
A tournament of the best duelists in the world? Oh, I knew I'd find you here, Yugi.
Oh, hey, Kaiba. Are you here to see the finals of the World Championship and the Dragon Duel World Championship?
Mm-hmm,
The duelists are shuffling up their decks and about to begin. It's going to be an incredible show.
Ah, please. I don't care how highly ranked these duelists are. I'm not here for them. I'm here for you, Yugi. As soon as I heard that the world's strongest duelists were gathering in Orlando, Florida, I hopped onto my jet and came straight here.
You're here for me? But why?
Because we're going to duel, Yugi. You've defeated me before, and I want a rematch. By winning here and now, I will prove to everyone that I am the superior duelist. Thank you.
You want to duel me?
Yeah, that's right. I've adjusted my deck and my strategies to take you down. This time, I won't be defeated. Duel me now, Yugi, or admit you're a coward.
Well, Kaiba, if you want to duel, you've got to duel. Be careful what you wish for, Kaiba. I won't be defeated easily.
I'm counting on it.
It's time to duel. I'll start this duel off with graceful charity. This card lets me draw 3 cards and discard 2. I'll draw 3 cards and discard Electromagnetic Turtle and Magician's Navigation from my hand. Next, I summon Magician's Rod in defense mode.
A magician's rod? Where's the magician, Yugi?
You'll see soon enough. When I summon my Magician's Rod, I get to add a Dark Magician-related spell or trap card from my deck to my hand. I add Magical Circle. Now I activate my Dark Magical Circle. But my Dark Magical Circle is a continuous spell card, and when I activate it, I search the top 3 cards of my deck for a Dark Magician card to add to my hand. I add the Ultimate Wizard himself, Dark Magician, to my hand.
Okay, I see what you're up to. Your old tricks again, Yugi. I truly admire your skill in wielding the Dark Magician's strength. But in this new age of dueling, it doesn't stand a chance. My monsters are far superior to your magician.
We'll see about that, Kaiba. I set 1 card face down and end my turn.
I draw. First, I activate my field spell card, Mausoleum of White. This field spell card sets the stage for my triumph and your demise, Yugi. Now, I special summon Kaiser Vorse Raider to my field.
Kaiser Vorse Raider?
My Kaiser Vorse Raider has 1,900 attack points, and while I control no monsters, I can special summon it from my hand. Next, I summon Maiden with Eyes of Blue.
Your Maiden with Eyes of Blue has 0 attack and defense points. It poses no threat to me.
Perhaps on the surface, but my Maiden with Eyes of Blue also has a special ability.
Special ability?
Once per turn, whenever she's targeted by a card effect, I can special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from my hand, deck, or graveyard. I activate the effect of my Mausoleum of White by sending a Blue Eyes White Dragon from my deck to my graveyard. I target my Maiden with Eyes of Blue and increase her attack and defense points by 800. Now that I've targeted my Maiden with Eyes of Blue, I activate her effect. Come forth, Blue Eyes White Dragon!
By summoning your Blue Eyes White Dragon, you played right into my hand. I activate Magical Dimension. I tribute my Magician's Rod to allow my Dark Magician to descend from my hand and take its place. Come forth, Dark Magician! And that's not all. My Magical Dimension also allows my Dark Magician to strike down one of your monsters when it's summoned. Dark Magician, destroy Kaiba's Maiden with Eyes of Blue.
Even with my Maiden with Eyes of Blue gone, I still have 2 powerful monsters on my field.
You won't for long. My Dark Magic Circle enhances the power of my Dark Magician. While it's face up on the field, Dark Magic Circle allows my Dark Magician to banish 1 card from your field when it's summoned. I banish your Blue Eyes White Dragon from the duel.
Oh no!
Now, you only have your Kaiser Vorse Raider, and that monster is far too weak to take down my Magician.
I set 1 card face down and end my turn.
It's my move. I draw. I summon Curry Bandit to my field. Now, I activate Curry Bandit's effect. By tributing Curry Bandit, I draw and reveal the top 5 cards of my deck. I reveal Spellbinding Circle, 1,000 Knives, 7 Tools of the Bandit, Mystic Box, and Dark Illusion. Since all of the cards that I revealed are spell and trap cards, I keep all 5 of them in my hand. Now, I attack. Dark Magician, use your dark magic attack to destroy Kaiser Vorse Raider.
I activate my trap card, Shadow Spell. This card stops your attack and reduces your Dark Magician's attack points by 700.
Not so fast, Kaiba. I banish Magician's navigation from my graveyard. While I control Dark Magician, I can banish Magician's navigation from my graveyard to negate the effect of one of your face-up spell or trap cards. I'll use my Magician's navigation to negate your Shadow Spell until the end of the turn. Your Kaiser Vorse Raider is destroyed. And now you lose 600 life points.
True. But that means my Kaiser Vorse Raider's effect activates. Since your Dark Magician destroyed my Kaiser Vorse Raider in battle, your Magician loses 500 attack points.
I set 2 cards face down. It's your move.
Now that your turn is over, my Shadow Spell once again shackles your Magician, dropping its attack points to just 1,300. I draw. First, I activate Pot of Greed. This card lets me draw 2 more cards. Next, I summon Alexandrite Dragon in attack mode. My Alexandrite Dragon has 2,000 attack points. Now, I activate Silent Doom. This card lets me special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon back from my graveyard. Take flight, Blue Eyes White Dragon! Oh, and that's not all. Now I activate the second effect of my Mausoleum of White.
Second effect?
My Mausoleum of White is more than just an attack boost. Once per turn, my field spell card lets me normal summon an additional monster, as long as that monster is a level 1 light tuner.
Light tuner? But that must mean...
That's right, Yugi. I've mastered the Synchro Summon. Normal summon my level 1 tuner, Sage with Eyes of Blue. And activate its effect to add the White Stone of Ancients to my hand. Next, I activate Cards of Consonance. This card lets me discard a Dragon-type tuner with 1,000 or less attack points to draw 2 cards. I discard the White Stone of Ancients to draw 2 cards from my deck. Finally, I tune my level 1 Sage with Eyes of Blue and level 8 Blue Eyes White Dragon to Synchro Summon the level 9 Synchro Monster, Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon!
Incredible!
I knew I would need to step up my game to defeat you, Yugi, but this new summoning technique will give me the edge I need.
We'll see about that.
Indeed we will. And just because I now have access to powerful new monsters, well, that doesn't mean I can't summon powerful old monsters. I banish Kaiser Vorse Raider and Sage with Eyes of Blue from my graveyard to conjure up the forces of chaos that will lead to your demise. I special summon Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End! By banishing 1 dark monster and 1 light monster, I can special summon my Chaos Emperor Dragon. My dragon has 3,000 attack points and 2,500 defense points, just like a Blue Eyes White Dragon, but also packs a devastating effect. By giving up 1,000 life points, my dragon lets me send all cards on our field and in our hands to the graveyard and inflicts 300 points of damage to your life points for each card sent to the graveyard. I activate my dragon's effect. You'll never survive the aftermath of my Chaos Emperor Dragon's effect. You're finished, Yugi!
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Kaiba. I discard Clear Karibo from my hand to negate the activation of your Chaos Emperor Dragon's effect. Clear Karibo negates the activation of any effect that would inflict damage to my life points. It looks like my life points and my cards are perfectly safe.
Even with my dragon's effect negated, I still have 3 powerful monsters with which to attack. Blue-Eye Spirit Dragon, attack and destroy Yugi's Dark Magician!
I activate the effect of my electromagnetic turtle. By banishing it from my graveyard, I end your battle phase.
I activate the effect of my Blue-Eye Spirit Dragon. Whenever you activate the effect of a card in your graveyard, my Blue-Eye Spirit Dragon can negate its activation.
Oh, no.
Your turtle is powerless against my dragon, and now your Dark Magician is a goner.
I activate my trap card, the Spellbinding Circle. This card paralyzes your Blue-Eye Spirit Dragon and reduces its attack points by 700. My Dark Magician is safe. Plus, by activating Spellbinding Circle during your turn, I've unleashed the effect of my Magician of Dark Illusion. Come forth, my Magician! Whenever I activate a spell or trap card during your turn, I can special summon the Magician of Dark Illusion from my hand. While face up on my field, my Magician of Dark Illusion is one and the same as the Dark Magician, which means it's empowered by my Dark Magical Circle. Magician of Dark Illusion, use the power of Dark Magical Circle to banish Kaiba's Chaos Emperor Dragon from the duel.
I still have 1 monster with which to attack, and your Dark Magician only has 1,300 attack points. Alexandrite Dragon, attack and destroy Yugi's Dark Magician. I set 1 card face down and then end my turn. In my end phase, the effect of the White Stone of Ancients activates. Since it was sent to my graveyard this turn, I get to special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from my deck. With my Blue Eyes White Dragon joining my Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon and Alexandrite Dragon, you don't stand a chance. It's your move.
I draw. First, I activate my spell card, Thousand Knives. My Magician hurls 1,000 knives at your Spirit Dragon, destroying it.
Sorry, Yugi, but I chain my Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon's effect. I tribute my Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon to special summon a new Synchro monster, Azure Eyes Silver Dragon, in its place. It looks like your Magician missed the mark. When my Azure Eyes Silver Dragon is special summoned, its effect activates. Now, the dragons I currently control can't be targeted or destroyed by card effects until the end of the next turn.
Impressive, Kaiba. But my turn is far from over. Since I activated a spell card while my Magician of Dark Illusion is face up on my field, I now get to special summon Dark Magician from my graveyard. Return, my ultimate wizard. Now, the power of my Dark Magical Circle activates, banishing your Mausoleum of White from the duel. Now it's time to show you the new summoning technique I've mastered.
You've mastered a new summoning technique?
Behold, as ancient powers enter a new era, I build the Overlay Network. I combine my level 7 Dark Magician with my level 7 Magician of Dark Illusion to Xyz summon Ebon High Magician in defense mode.
No way!
You thought your synchro summoning technique would give you the advantage in this duel, Kaiba. But a mastery of my own new summoning strategy is about to give you more than you bargained for.
Ah!
And just because I've learned some advanced summoning techniques doesn't mean I can't summon old favorites just like you did. I banish Magician's Rod and Clear Karibo from my graveyard to invoke an ancient chaos summoning technique. As the forces of light and darkness combine, a new soldier is born. Come forth, Blackluster Soldier, envoy of the beginning! My Blackluster Soldier has 3,000 attack points and 2,500 defense points, plus an incredible effect. My soldier has the ability to banish one monster and attack twice each turn.
Thanks to my Azure Eyes Silver Dragon's effect, my monsters are safe from your banishing effect.
But they will not be spared from its attack. Blackluster Soldier, attack and destroy Kaiba's Alexandrite Dragon.
I activate Negate Attack. Your attack is negated, and your battle phase immediately ends.
I chain my trap card, 7 Tools of the Bandit. I give up 1,000 life points, and my 7 Tools disarms and destroys your Negate Attack trap card. Blackluster Soldier, continue your attack. Your Alexandrite Dragon is destroyed, and you're down to just 1,400 life points. Now, Blackluster Soldier, attack and destroy Kaiba's Blue Eyes.
Both of our monsters have the same number of attack points, which means both of them are destroyed.
I set 1 card face down before ending my turn.
Normally, a monster summoned by Blue Eye Spirit Dragon would be destroyed in the end phase of a turn in which it's summoned. But my Azure Eyes Silver Dragon's effect stops that from happening, which means my Azure Eyes is here to stay. It's my move. I draw a card and then activate the effect of my Azure Eyes Silver Dragon. During my standby phase, my Azure Eyes Silver Dragon's effect lets me special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from my graveyard. Return, Blue Eyes White Dragon! Now, I activate Card of Demise. This card lets me draw until I have 5 cards in my hand, as long as I discard my hand in 5 turns. But I can promise you this duel won't last that long, Yugi. I will defeat you long before then.
We'll see about that.
Next, I activate a Wing Beat of Giant Dragon. By returning my Blue Eyes White Dragon to my hand, I destroy all spell and trap cards on the field. Now you're defenseless, Yugi.
That's not true. I still have my Ebon High Magician.
We'll see what good that does you. I activate Trade-In. This card lets me discard a level 8 monster to draw 2 cards. I discard a Blue Eyes White Dragon to draw 2 cards from my deck. And the card drawing doesn't stop there, Yugi. I activate Pot of Desires. Now, I banish the top 10 cards of my deck face down to draw 2 cards. Next, I activate Silver's Cry. This card lets me special summon my Blue Eyes White Dragon back from the graveyard. Welcome back, Blue Eyes. Now, I activate Swing of Memories. This card lets me special summon another Blue Eyes White Dragon from my graveyard.
2 Blue Eyes White Dragons?
Unlike my Blue Eyes White Dragon summoned by Silver's Cry at the end of my turn, this Blue Eyes White Dragon will become just a memory as it returns to the graveyard from which it came. But 1 turn with my Blue Eyes White Dragon is all I need, Yugi, because I'm planning to wipe you out with an onslaught of monsters right now. I summon Luster Dragon. My Luster Dragon has 1,900 attack points. Finally, I switch my Azure Eyes Silver Dragon into attack mode. You're finished, Yugi. I'll use the Blue Eyes White Dragon that I summoned back to the field with Swing of Memories to attack and destroy your Ebon High Magician.
I activate my Ebon High Magician's special ability.
Special ability?
That's right, Kaiba. After you destroyed my back row with a Wing Beat of Giant Dragon, You thought I was left unable to activate any spell or trap cards, but you were wrong. When I summoned my Ebon High Magician, the two monsters I used to summon it became Xyz materials attached to my magician. Now, my Ebon High Magician's special ability lets me detach one of those Xyz materials from it to activate a spell or trap card from my hand during your turn. I detach an Xyz material from my Ebon High Magician to activate Magic Cylinder from my hand.
Magic Cylinder?
This card reflects your Blue Eyes White Dragon's attack right back at you. You lose 3,000 life points, and since you only have 1,400 life points left, this duel is over.
I won't go down that easily. I chain my spell card, Enemy Controller. I tribute my attacking Blue Eyes White Dragon to unlock my Enemy Controller's hidden mode. Not only does this prevent the backfire of my dragon's attack, but it also lets me take control of your Ebon High Magician. Hand it over, Yugi.
Not so fast, Kaiba. I activate my Ebon High Magician's special ability once again. By detaching its second Xyz material, I activate Dark Illusion from my hand. My Dark Illusion negates the activation of your Enemy Controller and destroys it. My Ebon High Magician is staying right where it is.
Well played, Yugi, well played. But your Ebon High Magician has no Xyz material left. That means you're cut off from any more spell or trap cards this turn. Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack and destroy Yugi's Ebon High Magician!
Since you've destroyed my Ebon High Magician, I get to activate its effect. When it's sent to the graveyard, I get to special summon a Dark Spellcaster from my deck in attack position. I special summon Dark Magician Girl! My Dark Magician Girl gains 300 attack points for each Dark Magician in my graveyard, giving it a total of 2,300 attack points. Then, thanks to my Ebon High Magician's effect, my special summon magician strikes down one monster on your field. Since your Azure Eyes Silver Dragon's effect prevents me from destroying it, and your Luster Dragon is your only other monster that hasn't yet attacked, I'll strike down your Luster Dragon.
Azure Eyes Silver Dragon, attack and destroy Yugi's Dark Magician Girl! You lose 200 life points, and your Dark Magician Girl is destroyed. I set 2 cards face down and end my turn.
It's my turn now. I draw. I activate Card of Sanctity. Now, we each draw from our decks until we have 6 cards in our hands.
Thanks for the cards, Yugi.
I've drawn Palladium Oracle Mahad. When I draw this card, I can special summon it to the field. Mahad is a trustworthy and ancient protector of my deck. He is a powerful ally, and I am proud to have him by my side. Next, I activate Pot of Greed. Now, I draw 2 cards from my deck. But that's not all of the card drawing I'll be doing. I activate Pot of Desires. Just like you did on your previous turn, I banished the top 10 cards of my deck face down to draw an additional 2 cards.
Yeah, are you just gonna draw cards, or are you gonna actually play them?
If you insist, Kaiba, I activate Magic Formula. My Magic Formula increases the attack points of any spellcaster on my field by 700. I equip it to Mahad to increase its attack points to 3,200. Finally, I activate this spell card, Diffusion Wave Motion. I give up 1,000 life points to allow Mahad to attack all of your monsters. Palladium Oracle Mahad, channel your power and attack Kaiba's Blue Eyes White Dragon. Now, Mahad, attack Kaiba's Azure Eyes Silver Dragon. Your field is empty. I set 4 cards face down and then end my turn. It's your move.
My field may be empty, but thanks to your Card of Sanctity, My hand is full. I draw. I activate the effect of the White Stone of Ancients. By banishing it from my graveyard, I add a Blue Eyes White Dragon from my graveyard to my hand. Now, I reveal a Blue Eyes White Dragon from my hand to special summon Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon to my field!
Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon?
That's right, Yugi. I can special summon my Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon simply by revealing a Blue Eyes White Dragon from my hand. My Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon is just like my Blue Eyes White Dragon, but with an added effect. Once per turn, my Alternative White Dragon can destroy any monster on your field. I activate its effect to destroy your Mahad.
Oh, no. But that's okay. When Palladium Oracle Mahad leaves the field, it leaves behind a Dark Magician to protect me. Come forth, Dark Magician! Plus, when Magic Formula is sent to the graveyard, I gain 1,000 life points.
Your Dark Magician doesn't stand a chance. I activate Return of the Dragon Lords! This card lets me return a level 7 or 8 dragon from my graveyard to the field. Return to me, Blue Eyes White Dragon! You're finished, Yugi. I activate Polymerization! I fuse the Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon on my field with the Blue Eyes White Dragon on my field and the Blue Eyes White Dragon in my hand. Come forth, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon!
4,500 attack points!
Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, attack Yugi's Dark Magician!
If you want to attack my magician, you'll have to find him first. I reveal my trap card, Magical Hats! Magical Hats, materialize! My Dark Magician is hiding under one of these 4 hats. Good luck finding him. Is all that helping?
Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, attack the rightmost hat!
It looks like you missed.
Unfortunately for you, I get to try again. I activate my Ultimate Dragon special ability by sending a Blue Eyes Fusion monster from my extra deck to my graveyard. I get to attack again. I send my Blue Eyes Twist Burst Dragon to my graveyard and attack the middle hat.
Missed again.
My Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon still has 1 attack left. I send my Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon to my graveyard to strike once more. Attack the hat to the left.
Strike 3. Now that my Dark Magician's location is no longer concealed, I dispel my magical hats.
Even though all 3 of my attacks failed, I still intend to win this duel with my Neo Ultimate Dragon. I reveal my face down card. Ring of Destruction! My Ring of Destruction destroys my dragon and inflicts 4,500 points of damage to both of our life points.
You would sacrifice your dragon and the rest of your life points?
My dragon, yes, but my life points, no. I didn't come here for a tie, Yugi. I came here to win. I activate Ring of Defense. This card shields my life points from the explosive impact of my Ring of Destruction. Now only you lose 4,500 life points. This duel is over.
You're right about one thing, Kaiba. This duel is over. But you're not the one who will be evading the damage from your Ring of Destruction. I am. I reveal my trap card, Mystical Ref Panel. My Mystical Ref Panel displaces your protective ring, shifting it from your side of the field to mine. Your ultimate dragon is vanquished by your Ring of Destruction, and your life points are reduced to 0. while mine are safe.
I thought you might try something like that, Yugi, which is why I held on to this. I activate diffusion. I split my monsters back into the 3 dragons I used to summon it. My life points are safe. Plus, since there are 4 monsters on the field, my life points are about to get a big boost. I activate my trap card, Gift of the Mystical Elf. This card increases my life points by 300 for each monster on the field. Since there are 4 monsters on the field, I gain a grand total of 1,200 life points. Since I'm still in my battle phase, I still have 3 more attacks that I can use to finish you off. Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, attack and destroy Yugi's Dark Magician.
I activate my face-down card, Mirror Force. This card reflects your monster's attack back at you, destroying all of your Blue Eyes White Dragons.
Not so fast, Yugi. I activate the effect of Return of the Dragon Lords. By banishing it from my graveyard, I protect all of my dragons that are threatened by any one of your card effects. Your Mirror Force is nullified.
No.
My monster's attack continues, which means your Dark Magician is destroyed and you lose 500 life points.
My Dark Magician.
Now, it's my next Blue Eyes' turn to attack. Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack Yugi directly and end this duel.
I activate my last face-down card, Nutrient Z. This card gives me 4,000 life points right before your dragon strikes. I'm still in this duel.
For the moment, yes, for the moment. But I still have 1 more Blue Eyes with which to attack. And since you have no more cards to activate on your field and only 2,600 life points left, this attack will finish you off. Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack Yugi directly and end this duel!
I may not have any cards to activate on my field, but that doesn't mean I'm out of this duel quite yet. I discard Karibo from my hand to prevent all damage that would be inflicted by your Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Your Karibo may keep you in the duel for 1 more turn, but it's only prolonging my inevitable victory. I enter main phase 2 and activate Dragon's Mirror. This card lets me banish the 3 Blue Eyes monsters on my field to fusion summon my Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon back from my extra deck. I set 1 card face down before ending my turn. It's your move, Yugi, but with 4,500 attack points on my field, this duel is as good as over.
I draw. I activate my spell card, Monster Recovery. This card lets me return to my deck all of the cards in my hand and on my field and draw a brand new hand of 5 cards. That's 5 more cards for me to use to defeat you, Kaiba. It looks like I've drawn Waterpon. When this card is added to my hand, I can special summon it to the field. Next, I activate Premature Burial. By paying 800 life points, I special summon Magician of Dark Illusion back to my field. Now, I activate my Upstart Goblin. This spell card gives you 1,000 life points and lets me draw 1 card from my deck. But more importantly, since I activated it while my Dark Magician of Illusion is on the field, I get to activate my Magician's effect to special summon Dark Magician from my graveyard. Return to my field, Dark Magician!
So you've managed to summon 3 puny monsters. None of them are nearly as strong as my Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
True, but my turn isn't finished. I tribute Wadapon, Magician of Dark Illusion, and Dark Magician to summon the almighty Slifer, the Sky Dragon! Your monster pales in comparison to my Egyptian god!
Ah, no way! You've summoned an Egyptian god card?
That's right. I've summoned Slifer the Sky Dragon.
Even while you control Slifer the Sky Dragon, I control the strongest monster on the field. Slifer the Sky Dragon only gets 1,000 attack points for each card in your hand, which means it only has 2,000 attack points. My Ultimate Dragon's 4,500 attack points are far higher. My dragon will wipe out Slifer on my next turn.
Your Ultimate Dragon's attack points may be higher for now, but they won't be for long. I activate Double Spell. By discarding Makiyu, the magical mist from my hand, I get to activate a spell card in your graveyard, and I choose your card of demise.
Oh no!
Now I draw until I have 5 cards in my hand. Consequently, Slifer's attack points shoot up to 5,000. Slifer the Sky Dragon, use your Thunder Force attack to destroy Kaiba's Ultimate Dragon! Your dragon is destroyed, and you lose 500 life points. I set 1 card face down, and Slifer's attack points drop to 4,000. It's over, Kaiba. Nothing in your deck can defeat my Egyptian god card.
Okay. I draw. Perfect. Perhaps nothing in my deck can defeat Slifer the Sky Dragon, but there still might be a card left in your deck that can. I activate my spell card, Lullaby of Obedience.
Oh, no!
By giving up 1,000 life points, my Lullaby of Obedience lets me choose any monster in your deck and add it to my hand. So, tell me, Yugi, is Obelisk the Tormentor still in your deck?
It is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Then hand it over.
You may have taken my Egyptian god card, but with no monsters on your field, you still can't summon it.
My face down card will change that, Yugi. I activate Return from the Different Dimension. Now, I give up half of my life points to special summon 5 of my banished monsters back to the field. I special summon Chaos Emperor Dragon, Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, and all 3 of my Blue Eyes White Dragons.
My Slifer's Lightning Blast effect activates, eliminating 2,000 attack points from each of your 5 monsters. All their attack points are reduced to just 1,000.
That's all I need, because they're about to be tributed for something greater. I tribute all 3 of my Blue Eyes White Dragons. Come forth. Obelisk the Tormentor!
Slifer the Sky Dragon's effect kicks in, and your Obelisk loses 2,000 attack points until the end of the turn.
My Obelisk, the Tormentor, may be weaker than Slifer for now, but it will show you no mercy. I activate Obelisk, the Tormentor's effect. I offer my Chaos Emperor Dragon and Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon as tributes to Obelisk. Now my Obelisk's attack points rise to infinity, and it attacks everything you control with its Fist of Fury. Your Slifer the Sky Dragon is no match for Obelisk, and your life points will not withstand its attack. It's over, Yugi!
It's not over yet, Kaiba. I activate my trap card, Zero Gravity! This card changes the battle position of all monsters on the field.
It's naive of you to think that a change in gravity will interfere with the infinite powers of my obelisk. Yeah, my obelisk's attack continues unimpeded.
Perhaps. But a slight change in gravitational force is just what my Slifer the Sky Dragon needed to switch into defense mode. Now that my Slifer is in defense mode, it will guard my life points from your obelisk's attack.
Even so, your Slifer is destroyed, and obelisk remains on my field. I end my turn, and obelisk's attack points return to 4,000. You're defenseless against my Egyptian god card, Yugi. Without a god card to defend you, my obelisk will wipe out what's left of your life points on my next turn. I am about to prove to everyone once and for all that I am the stronger duelist.
He has a point. I have nothing left on my field, and none of the cards in my hand can beat an Egyptian god card. We can still win at this, Pharaoh. It may not be easy, but if we take a chance and believe in the heart of the cards, I'm sure we can win this. You're right, Yugi. We must never give up. Heart of the cards, guide me. I draw. I activate my spell card, the True Name.
The True Name? What in the world is that?
This card lets me predict the name of the card on the top of my deck. If I'm wrong, the top card of my deck is sent to the graveyard, and with nothing left to defend me against your obelisk, I will lose this duel. But if I'm right about which card is at the top of my deck, the named card is added to my hand, and I get to add a divine monster from my deck to my hand.
Divine monster? That means...
The card I name is Monster Reborn!
You're going to gamble the outcome of this duel on one single guess?
I reveal the top card of my deck. Monster Reborn!
No way!
I add Monster Reborn to my hand and now search my deck for the Winged Dragon of Ra!
Even though you have the Winged Dragon of Ra in your hand, you still have no monsters on your field that you can tribute to summon it.
That's about to change, Kaiba. I activate Monster Reborn to resurrect my Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning. Next, I activate Dark Magic Veil. By giving up 1,000 life points, this spell card lets me special summon a Dark Spellcaster from my hand or graveyard. I sacrifice 1,000 life points to special summon the Dark Magician of Chaos from my hand. Now, my Dark Magician of Chaos effect activates, allowing me to return a spell card from my graveyard to my hand. I return Monster Reborn. But it won't stay in my hand for long. I activate Monster Reborn to bring back my Dark Magician.
No way!
Wait.
You managed to summon 3 monsters to the field!
That's right, Kaiba. Now prepare to face the ultimate Egyptian god. I tribute my Blackluster Soldier, Dark Magician of Chaos, and Dark Magician. Almighty protector of sun and sky, I beg thee, please heed my cry. Transform thyself from orb of light and bring me victory in this fight. I beseech thee, grace our humble game. But first, I shall call out thy name, Winged Dragon of Ra! Now, the Winged Dragon of Ra emerges with attack points and defense points equal to the combined power of my tributed monsters. With the strength of my tributed Blackluster Soldier, Dark Magician of Chaos, and Dark Magician, the Winged Dragon of Ra has 8,300 attack points.
8,300!
And the Winged Dragon of Ra's power doesn't stop there. Next, I'll give all but one of my life points to increase the Winged Dragon of Ra's attack points by the number of life points I sacrificed. It's over, Kaiba. Your obelisk's 4,000 attack points pale in comparison to the Winged Dragon of Raw's 9,099 attack points.
This can't be happening!
It is. The Winged Dragon of Raw, attack Obelisk the Tormentor and end this duel!
No!
That was a great duel, Kaiba. I really enjoyed it.
After all this time, I finally got a rematch. A second chance to prove that I'm the best. And I lost. I can't believe it.
Lighten up, Kaiba. This weekend isn't about you.
It's not?
No. It's about our World Championship competitors. This weekend is about letting them prove that they're the best by giving them an opportunity to become world champion. Besides, the journey of a duelist never ends. I'm sure that we'll have lots of amazing duels in the future.
Oh, yeah. You're right, Yugi. I'll rematch you again someday, and when that day comes, it will become known throughout the world that I am the king of games.
I'd be happy to duel you again, but for now, let's see which of the remaining duelists will become the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Champion and Dragon Duel World Champion.
Life's just a game. We all wanna win. Keep your hand a secret. Unleash the monsters within. Sometimes it's over before it's even begun. If someone else gets hurt, then what have you really won? I'm always one thought short, always one day late. For once I
My move. It's time to duel!
All right, and we are now heading down to the table to see Masu Williams take on Young-Hook Choi.
So here we see both players are ready. We actually saw Williams there just... Is that camera coming right towards me? Okay, so he opens up Pantheism.
He starts at the Pantheism,
Wow.
discarding return. That's
Only
pretty
one
good.
Pantheism, and he's straight in there with that.
It's a little easier to get than you might think with Tenacity of the Monarchs available at 3, but he's not even playing 3, he's only playing 2.
Yeah, but, you know, still having it on your opening hand is really strong. So it's as if we're seeing just a regular Monarch deck from the current TCG format here.
Yep, not quite as good as, you know, opening the Pantheism into Prime Monarch. And
Well,
all that,
no,
but it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So he's going to reveal all 3 Tenacity here.
Oh, no, he is playing 3. He's got it written as 2 Tenacity, 1 Tenacity. That keeps tripping me up.
Okay.
Some of the duelists, when they use different versions of a card, they put down something for each version of the card.
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
So Choi here looked like he was making that choice. And coming down here, Brilliant Fusion as well. This is a really, really good opening hand for Williams here.
He's got pretty much everything you want except for an ether.
Yeah, that's just really strong. I mean, brilliant fusion without drawing the Ghana. Is he playing Ghana or is he playing Lazuli?
Lazuli.
Yeah, he's playing Lazuli with
Jack.
Knight.
Yep.
Ooh, let's see if he decides to go with that combo.
Yeah, because he can go get another copy of Return with his in-hand tenacity, and that could get him the ether.
Yep. Yep. So he's going to send Adia here. Oh, we're just going to get that Pantheism back. Wow.
It's pretty good.
This is pretty strong. So he could make that move if he wanted to. He could use Tenacity to go search for the Prime Monarch. Make that move.
All right, he goes ahead and reveals a Monarch. Looks
Yep.
like
Showed him Kuraz. Yeah, showed him the Kuraz. So Tenacity's going to go searching here. What do you think he's going to go for?
It's either going to be Prime or Return. Since he hasn't played the Pantheism yet, I'm suspecting he wants to set up his Prime Monarch.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be Prime or Return as well. Probably Prime to... oh, no, he goes for the Return. So that's a more consistent option. Yeah. So he definitely knows what he's going to get with that choice. You know, he could have risked it with the Prime Monarch, but decided not to go down that route.
So in this case, he's probably going to try blowing up the Brilliant Fusion.
Oh, yeah.
With Kuraz.
Yeah. And he can draw many, many, many more cards in this opening hand.
I see he has an Idia in his hand already.
Yeah. So he must have opened that, as well as the Stormforth and... yeah, as well as the Stormforth. And Erebus as well.
So whatever happens, it's going to be an extremely strong start.
Yeah, definitely. This is such a great opening for Williams here.
See what he might be facing down on the other side. Looks like Choi has drawn a Tekennenborg. At least it's not the Singleton one. He does run two, but that is a hand that you wanted to go first with.
Yes, definitely. I mean, look at that. He's got a hand full of really fantastic trap cards. If he'd have been able to open up with Anti-Spell Fragrance here, he'd have just shut his opponent down right away.
Meanwhile, we've got...
so here's Kuraz. Kuraz is going to take away some options here.
Yep.
So, you know, he's going to kind of choose his targets and chain links in the correct manner, because you can perform the chain links in such a way where Return is chain link 2, so that gets to resolve, and then Kuraz destroys it. I don't know whether he's targeted it in this case, but we'll see.
I believe he targeted his face down.
It's face down. That's interesting. I think what would his face down be?
It's got to be the Pantheism.
That seems strange that you would do that.
Pantheism and then blow it up, and then you can get another search off it while it's in the graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. What else is he going to want to go search for, though, really? He's kind of already gone through... He's got all the cards that he really wants. He's, like, crafting the perfect hand here.
He still doesn't have a Prime Monarch in grave yet.
Yeah.
So he draws two, picks up
that's
another
a Brilliant Fusion.
And another Stormforth.
Yeah.
Well, he's done with the extra deck for this turn for as long as that Return of the Monarchs is on the field.
Yeah. Well, that's why I thought maybe he was going to go ahead and get rid of that with Kuraz.
That would probably be why. But he did not.
Yep, so he's just going to open with Erebus here. Erebus, probably one of the strongest Monarchs that gets played in this Monarch deck. Being able to take away that card from your opponent's hand right away in just your first turn is really, really strong.
Yeah, it's vastly unpleasant.
Yeah. Vastly unpleasant. That was fantastic, John.
And he's taking a quick look to see what that other card that was sent to the graveyard. If he's looking at a Monarch card, it's probably Frostbolt of the Monarchs. That's the one that doesn't see a whole lot of play.
Yep. So, but he's got double Stormforth, like Stormforth for as many times as he wants. Also, something to note, that Williams actually plays double Lazuli. Let's check to see if he plays two... He plays two Seraph Knights. Yep. That means he's going to be able to play another Brilliant Fusion next turn. As long as he doesn't draw that second Lazuli.
Yeah, and he can just destroy a face-down card with the Frost Blast of the Monarchs. You can play it from your graveyard and banish a Monarch spell or trap.
Yep.
Just destroy that card on the field. It's pretty good.
So he sends a card away there. If we look at Choice Hand here, I think there was actually a card that he could... Yeah, okay.
It took the strike.
Could have been worse. That's kind of how I'm looking at it right now. That could have been worse.
Yeah, the good thing for Choi is that Solemn Strike is often completely useless against Monarchs because they can order their chain links in such a way that Return of the Monarchs protects whatever Monarch they summoned. You have to chain it directly to that effect. It is useful for stopping the quick effect of Ether, though. Though, when you haven't had a chance to set it, it doesn't really matter.
What card activated?
The prime?
Okay.
So before he ends his turn, he's summoning back his Prime Monarch, making sure he gets the maximum number of activations out of it.
Yeah, you may as well. I mean, he's gone through so many spell and trap cards here. He might as well just keep summoning it back. Actually, something interesting. Is he playing Ultimaya?
Ultimaya Zulkin?
Yeah. No, he's not.
I don't think he's got the tuner for it in
No,
his
he's
deck.
Go ahead.
Zulkin might be just a little bit too cute, even if it's only a 5-round tournament.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's actually the creator of that deck, or who many people see as the creator of that deck, Jared Stone, who's from the UK. I spoke to him a lot about the deck. He said it really raises the potential of the deck as far as the strength of it's concerned, but the consistency of the deck gets sacrificed for that.
And that's kind of the one thing that stops a lot of people from picking up the Monarch deck, is that the unplayable hands in Monarchs are actually just unplayable. You sit there and do nothing and lose next turn.
Yep, that does happen. But we didn't see that here. We saw Williams open the best possible hand here.
Yeah, this one is this is how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
So Choi has gone and set 3 cards face down. He's left both monsters in his hand. Whatever he drew for this turn was set.
Yeah. I will activate.
Goes ahead and vanishes.
Yep.
To activate Ether on the end phase.
Yep. So he's going to tribute the Erebus, and here comes down Ether. Ether's effect's going to activate, return's going to activate. Williams has got so much going for him here. But Choi could come back with these back rows. We'll see.
About the only way that you win a game like this is by exhausting them of all of their resources and then hitting them with a sweeper like Darkhold.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing. So Williams, however much we're saying how Williams has got a great hand here, he is burning through his resources very quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest thing you can run out of really is Monarchs.
Yeah.
Like eventually you just don't have anything left to summon, and if you haven't won by then you're out of luck.
Yeah. I think at that point, you've got to hope that you can get your Return of the Monarchs off the field so that then you can just repeatedly use Prime and try and make some Exceed plays with it. I think that's kind of the approach you got to take
here. Because he's got his Kuraz out.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to have to use Kuraz's effect to get rid of that Return so that he can make some Exceed plays next turn. That just seems like the most logical move.
Well, he's going to shuffle up first.
We'll see where he decides to go.
Yeah, Kuraz is a card drawing effect, so he does need to complete that shuffle beforehand.
Yeah.
And you can see his deck's already getting kind of small. There's only, what, 2 cards? 2 or 3 cards in each of those piles?
Yeah, not very many at all.
Like, we're not quite in the Pot of Desires era yet, but eventually you're not going to be able to tell what's the deck and what's banished.
Yeah.
Just getting a sneak preview of small decks.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing you with the Pot of Desires deck yesterday.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell. It's like, is that your extra deck? No, that's just what I banished, Pot of Desires.
Yep.
All right, so Ether, or rather, Return of the Monarchs is off the field.
So Troy here deciding to set a monster.
Yep. Because you have to use Ether in the main phase, he's allowed to back up and set a monster.
Yeah, so instead of the main phase going through to the end phase, I assume he was going to the end phase, he chooses to stick in his main phase and put a bit of defense up there. Williams has so many cards. How many cards do you have in hand? Like 7?
Take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Yikes.
8 cards in hand.
Usually only see that when Max C is involved.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, this is really strong. I mean, he's going to be able to exceed. He's going to be able to make an exceed play now. He's got that Brilliant Fusion, which is live.
That's a 3rd level 5 monster. Just
there's
a level 5 monsters everywhere.
Unless he's drawn Lazuli, which I don't think he has.
Nope.
He could just go ahead. Oh, he's got Spell Fragments anyway, so that's not a possibility.
So he chains Stormforth. That means no extra deck this turn, but he can still drop a Monarch.
Yeah, I think he can. Yeah.
which there are many.
Oof.
And he doesn't
I
realize.
don't think he realized. Yeah, he didn't realize. Ugh. Yeah, so Williams will receive a caution here for that illegal activation. Illegal intent to overlay.
Cautions are generally reserved for either international tournaments where language barrier is a big issue, or local level tournaments when you're just teaching people how to play to begin with. It's basically a warning that doesn't get entered into the system and doesn't get upgraded into game losses later on.
Yeah. Especially with something like that, in all honesty, it's not really a, it's not a big thing. It's, it was kind of unintentional. He didn't really mean to do that.
Destroys a set soul charge with his in-graveyard Frostbolt of the Monarchs.
Yep, so that's unaffected by that anti-spell fragrance.
It must be nice being able to play all your spells from the graveyard.
Yeah, yep. So let's see where he decides to go from here. I mean, he's played the Stormforth now, so he can at least take away his opponent's monster without having to destroy it somehow.
Yeah, he can tribute that and one of his Prime Monarchs for Erebus, and then take off the last face-down card, or the anti-spell fragrance, but I imagine at this point you'd be taking off the last face-down and just trying to stick Choi with being unable to play any spells.
Yeah, I just think you should leave that spell fragrance there. There's no reason to try and remove it at this point, purely because I believe he's shown that he's not got a lot going for him in this game. So you don't have to progress the game at such a rapid state to try and make your plays faster when clearly your opponent's struggling.
Now that's interesting. I wonder if maybe he wants to send that Ragged Gloves back into the deck to stop any plays being made from the graveyard.
That's possible.
Welcome back to the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. We hope you enjoy the epic showdown between Yugi and Kaiba, because now we've got the battle for the bronze, the battle for third place in the main event. And that's between Soichiro Kajihara, who we saw last round. He's been up twice, and twice he hasn't been able to get there, so perhaps third time will be the charm for Kajihara. And he's facing off against Matthew Casiero of Australia, who was not victorious the second time around against the Galaxy Soldier Blue Eyes White Dragon deck.
Nope.
And now he's here facing off against Magispectors with his Monarch deck.
Yep. Just to know about the live duel, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I was stood at the back of the hall screaming and shouting and clapping and
it's good,
all
right?
that good stuff.
And you were out of camera range, so nobody can make an animated GIF of you.
Yeah, I guess that's a plus. Yeah, so it was fantastic. We don't have the voice actors over in Europe.
Not even
they're from North America.
The French or German ones.
No.
Are they as well known as Eric and Dan?
No, I don't think so, because it's such a wide variety over in Europe. All the different dub actors, that it's kind of it's a little strange if we pick just one of them to come to an event. So
makes sense.
Yeah. So that was a first for me. Really cool.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And Casiero is enjoying the fruits of his deck building here.
Yeah, Allure of Darkness.
Allure of Darkness. He's used Tenacity to go grab his Pantheism, which he now banishes. Pretty good start from the Monarch Duelist.
That's exactly what you want.
Meanwhile, over in the Dragon Duel World Championship, their battle for the bronze is currently taking place between Hong Uk-yong of Korea and Declan Matthews, also from Australia.
Yeah, so the two Australians got kicked out of the tournament in the top 4.
The dream wasn't quite real in this case.
Nope.
Excellent showing from both, though.
Yeah, they thoroughly enjoy. Like, every time I go into the players' room, they're all just enjoying themselves.
And I also love to see a lot of the players came to watch the live duel as well.
Yeah, they did.
Kaiba.
Yeah.
And Samir Bakar, who you might remember from our round 1 feature yesterday, he was so pumped to go backstage and see Dan and Eric. He was, he was just pumped. I was trying to find a Sharpie for them. And he's like, couldn't believe what was happening right now.
Yeah.
Great guys this year at the World Championship.
Yeah, everyone's really, really nice. Everyone's enjoying themselves, and just, you know, taking the full experience in.
Casiero sets the card and passes over to Kajihara.
So Kajihara here, opening the full Speedroid suite.
Yep, he's got a Tekedenborg and Terratop in his hand. Let's see if he plays a second one to go search out. Should probably know this by now. Nope, he does not. 2 Terratop, 1 Tekedenborg. That's a little interesting.
Is this the first? This is the first time we've seen Kajihara with the Speedroids on stream.
Yeah, I've
I
been
didn't
forgetting
even
that he
think
even
he played
played
them. Yeah, I didn't remember.
Summons it, does not activate its effect as there's nothing left for him to search.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That's just what happens sometimes. You can't play the second Tekedenborg or the third Speedroid because you're packing so much stuff into your 40 cards here.
Yeah.
No, so much that he had to go to 41.
Yeah, so he just goes straight in and attacks with these Speedroids.
Good, getting some damage in.
Yep.
And that does give him 2 wind monsters as well, so he can Totem Bird up.
Yeah.
XE summon.
Goes for the Totem Bird.
Totem Bird in defense position. Got a Solemn Warning to back that up too.
Plus the Pendulum and the Archfiend Eccentric.
Uses it to destroy Archfiend Eccentric to search out another one. Now activates Terraforming.
Yeah. He seems to have like a lot to do after he's already attacked. It's a little strange.
Goes to get Sky Iris. No Magic Spectres in sight.
Nope. May as well get Sky Iris.
So he activates it and destroys Luster Pendulum, sending it to the extra deck.
Probably gonna go get that Unicorn.
Well, he's passed his attack, so I think he might try to load up with Pendulum Dragon.
Yeah, good point.
Unicorn. And he does go for the Pendulum Dragon.
Yep.
Sets 1. Destroys Pendulum Dragon in the end phase. And that actually gets him a Magic Spectre. He could go for Bunbuku here. There he goes.
That's definitely the choice
that's
that I would
key,
make.
because he can go get the Unicorn whenever he wants as long as Sky Iris stays.
Yep. Yeah, so I guess this is kind of a good time to invest in the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, because you got a Totem Bird that's nice and safe on the field, sat behind that Solemn Warning. So it's a good time to let your Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon do its work.
It's like on the end phase, the Prime Monarch is set and flipped.
Yep, so that's going to add a little more draw power.
Okay, shuffles his 2 Monarch Spell or Trap cards back into the deck to draw 1 card. That's the first time I think we've seen Prime Monarch actually set.
Yeah, it is.
In this tournament.
Both players looking really calm there.
Just want to make sure you go out on a high note.
Yep.
On your World Championship experience. In a way, the pressure is kind of off.
Yeah, that's
even
true.
Though you are on camera.
Yep.
Casiero gets his draw from Prime Monarch, and then draws for turn. He's got a healthy hand there.
Yeah. Double Return of the Monarchs. Oh, he could just... no, Totem Bird.
Yeah, he'll have to negate that, I think. Otherwise, he's just going to lose his Totem Bird for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he did still activate it, though.
Yeah. Does Stormforth say used or activate?
Stormforth says...
Activate.
During turn, you activate this card.
Oh, yeah, you can only activate 1 Stormforth per turn, so that means he can activate another one because its activation was negated.
I do think it negates the activation. Yes, negate the activation.
Yeah, so there's the second Stormforth. The Vanity's Fiend. Oh. First he's going to play Return of the Monarchs. There's Vanity's Fiend.
That's going to get
solid.
warned.
Yeah, well, that's kind of a 2-for-1 in a way because you don't get to search for Return of the Monarchs. Return, it does activate whenever you summon a monster with Monarch-like stats.
Does? but that's the good thing about Solemn Warning is that the summon never happens.
Yep.
So, Casiero is left with no monsters going into the opponent's turn, which is not an enviable position for the Monarch Duelist.
No. Doesn't even have an ether that he can really summon.
Not with no monsters.
Nope. Kajihara here does have a full set of scales.
Yeah, he's going to be able to complete the Pendulum Scale, but not quite get back all of his cards unless he gets the Unicorn.
Yeah. I can see Bunbuku search.
He goes Bunbuku.
Bunbuku search, Sky Iris the Bunbuku. That kind of line of players, I think.
Yep, the goal is to finish this right now.
Yeah.
Opponent has no monsters right now. This is your best chance.
Yeah.
No Prime Monarch in the graveyard either.
Nope, it's on the field currently face up. Oh, he very swiftly chose Kieran and then...
That Kieran or Toad? That's Kieran.
He's adding up right now.
Part of we're getting in the damage early with the Speedroids.
Yeah, that helped. That helped a lot, actually.
Only needs to do 6,200. Destroys Bunbuku with Sky Iris.
Yep, as expected.
Only one left is Unicorn.
Yeah, that gives him a really big scale.
8 is even high enough to get back the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon.
Yeah, I think that was essential in getting all of those life points away from Matthew here.
Another 2,500.
So
2 and 8 are the scales. 3 through 7 are the monsters that can be summoned.
Yep.
And we've got 2 3s, a 7, and a 4.
I don't know, 12, 25, 700, and 1,900. That's only, that's 6,350.
350 is enough. Attacks in the correct order, just in case a mysterious Super Gores appears, and Soichiro Kajihara very quickly takes the first duel, in which Casiero wasn't really able to field a monster for any long period of time.
No, he seemed to struggle a little with that.
He did not have any of the squires that I could see there, just a bunch of spells and tribute monsters.
Yeah, he got through quite a lot of his deck, but didn't really manage to get anywhere with it.
Didn't get there. Oh, he did get the double Stormforth, though. That was useful.
Yeah.
But Solemn Warning that's really the bane of the Monarch deck.
Yeah,
Strike, they're fine with you having Strike. They can play around that, but there's not a whole lot to do against Warning.
No, I feel like the Warning was the absolute kind of turnaround.
Yeah. Same reason that things like Chaos Trap Hole are so strong here as well, because it negates that tribute summon.
Yeah.
Which Strike cannot. Players quickly dive into their side decks.
Yep. What do you think we're going to see from these players here in their side
I wonder
decks?
if Kojihara has actually played against Monarchs. He certainly prepared for them with a full complement of Mask of Restrict in his side deck. And if he wanted to put in some cards to play from his hand, he does have a pair of Effect Veilers that could come in here.
Yeah, that Mask of Restrict might restrict himself, though, against Majesty's Pegasus.
It would, but the whole thing with this is that if he's going to flip it that way, he's probably just going to play all his cards first and then flip it so that it's one-sided.
Yeah, a lot like Royal Oppression was back in the Dark Arm Dragon format. That was a little while ago now.
Exactly. Oh, that was back when I played. I was still just a player. 2007.
Yeah. 2007. It was the same format where we had Light Swans as well, just later on in the year.
A little bit later. The Light Sworn, the zombie one with Mizukis and Plague Spreader.
Yeah, it was that one. Well, no, it was the machine one, actually. The one with Black Salvo.
Oh, okay.
That was
after Dark Strike Fighter came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, because it was that, and I specifically remember at the UK National Championships, we had that as well as the someone brought Dimfisher Gladiator Beasts. Did really well with that, as you can imagine, against Light Swan.
Yeah, that would be the start of the whole Macrocosmos Dimensional Fissure side decking thing, really.
Yeah. Yeah, all the way back then.
All right. Players are shuffling up each other's decks now. Decisions are made pretty quickly there. I think they both have a good idea of what they want to do.
Yeah, I think at this point you kind of know, what you want in terms of the matchups.
Casiero probably wants his copies of Typhoon.
Yes.
Which is actually a brand new card that we made specifically for Battle Pack 3 Monster League. There are 10 of them in there as well. And Typhoon has been the one that's seen the most longevity.
I love Typhoon.
Outside of sealed and draft play.
It's one of my favorite cards.
We'll bring that up back when the screen resumes. It's actually a really cool looking card.
I actually went out of my way to get Shadowfoil ones.
Oh, the Shadowfoil ones?
Yeah.
I think we made a foil version of it too in the latest, I think the first OTS pack.
Was that?
As well. Yeah, some of the players are using them today, actually. They're really cool.
What rarity is it? Is it super?
It's a super. The whole key with Typhoon is that it was made basically so that you'd have something you can side in against a pendulum deck that can take out their scales on the first turn before you've had a chance to go.
Yeah.
It destroys a face spell or trap card on the field, but if your opponent has 2 or more spell or traps, and you have no spell or traps on the field, you can just play it straight from your hand.
Yeah.
So if your opponent's going crazy with all sorts of face-up spell and trap cards during their own turn, like pendulum decks tend to do, you can destroy one of them with Typhoon, even though you haven't had a turn yet.
Yep. Wondering whether we're going to see that Thousand Eyes Restrict again.
I kind of doubt it. It wouldn't be very good against a bunch of stuff it can't target.
Nope. What a shame.
It had its moment in the sun, though.
Yeah.
All right, looks like our duelists are just about ready to go.
Yeah, just the hands loading in here. So, Matthew opens with Fairy Wind.
But he also opens with 3 tribute monsters and nothing to play with them.
Yeah, basically he's going to just pass one and set. Set one and pass one even.
Oh, and he chose to go first, too. All right. So that is a huge break for Kajihara.
Yeah.
Whose hand is... There it is. It actually looks pretty good. He's got
it does.
Removal.
I remember Matthew saying...
He's got the Effect Veiler.
I remember Matthew saying how he always wanted to go second, and he had the choice there, but decided to go first. It seems a little strange.
That might actually be matchup specific. Just because he wants to get the chance to be able to tribute his opponent's monsters before they can be tributed for anything else.
Yeah. So QB here
goes for Tornado.
But he can just play Arch Phoenix. He could just play one of the Arch Phoenix Centrics, right?
Yes.
Blow away at that back row with absolutely no fear. I'm surprised he didn't do that first. Why, is there any reason why he didn't do that first? Maybe there isn't actually 2. Maybe there's just 1. It's just doubled up.
Also possible. I mean, it could just be that he doesn't want to destroy a Prime Monarch.
That's true. That's very true, in fact.
Attacks for 1,500.
Yep. Just again, Kajihara here being able to get in that kind of just initial damage, just to bring his life points just down enough to possibly make it so that next turn he can destroy the rest of his opponent's life points.
We know that Kajihara can do 8,000 in 1 turn, but it's a little easier on him if he doesn't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Activates Terraforming for Majesty's Pegasus, and then tributes off his QB for Bunbuku.
Yeah. Then he's probably going to go search for something that could complete his scales.
He's got a high scale, still needs a low one.
Yeah. So Kieran, most likely.
Kieran's usually a good choice.
Kieran, or I see Neko.
He's got the cat as well.
Yeah, he gets Neko.
Right, so Casiero really needs to come up with something that he can put on the field. Majesty's Fiend, really good in this matchup, if he can get it.
Yeah, I think, like, well, Majesty's Fiend's not all that useful against, like, completely stopping your opponent playing.
It does stop all of the monster effects from activating at all, though. So Kajihara would be left with essentially a bunch of monsters, but nothing he can really do with them.
Yeah, but he can always, like, exceed someone into something that allows him to defeat Majesty's Fiend.
Alright, so he activates the Archfiend Eccentric, and we see what Casiero's face down was.
Yeah,
and it
Fairy
was
Wind.
Fairy Wind.
Yep, so that just destroys all the face-up spell and trap cards on the field and inflicts 300 damage to both players for each of the destroyed cards.
And he did need to use it there, because otherwise, Archfiend Eccentric's Pendulum effect that lets you play her kind of like a mystical Space Typhoon would destroy it.
Yep. Sets just one tornado.
No reason to risk the second one.
Nope. I think that's Pot of Duality.
That is Pot of Duality. Let's see what it gets him. Another Ether, Stormforth, and another Fairy Wind. I wonder if he's just going to be forced into taking Fairy Wind.
No, I was thinking Stormforth, Majesty's Fiend.
Ah, that's right. And he only has a 1 tribute monster in his hand. But if he activates the Stormforth, Kajihara can just chain the Tornado to banish Stormforth itself.
That's true.
And essentially get off scot-free.
Yep.
And it'd be... The other thing is Casiero is probably going to be tempted to play Return of the Monarchs first so he can get his engine going.
Yeah, that's true.
If he does that, though, he's just going to lose everything. The Tornado that he knows is there.
Yeah. Yeah, so not a great spot. What did he take? In the end.
He took the Monarch Stormforth.
Yeah.
So I think he sees what his chance to get back in this is.
Yeah, maybe he's just not going to play Return.
That's definitely the correct move.
Okay.
He allows it. That's very surprising to me.
Can Tornado hit?
Maybe it doesn't destroy spells or traps. Yes. Okay,
it's
it's
just
monsters.
Okay.
I forgot. Actually, when those cards were first being made, they all hit everything.
Oh. Yeah.
And very quickly we realized that that is a little too good.
Yes. So, as I've been slowly learning, as we've seen this deck many times now, all of the Magic Spectre spell and trap cards only hit monsters.
Yes.
But they all do different things.
Yes.
One banishes, one destroys, etc., etc. Even Sonic.
Oh yeah, it does target a monster. Doubles up. All right, so Casiero is looking way better now.
Yeah, that's much, much nicer.
The one thing he can't do, though, is activate either of his ethers.
No.
He's locked under his own.
Either of his ethers.
Majesty's Fiend.
Yeah, that's a little troubling for him at the moment, but...
Kajihara has no Magic Specters right now.
Nope.
So the Fiend could just get there.
Yeah, we'll see. Even just one Magic Spectre will do it, because then he can Tornado away the Majesty's Fiend.
And that leaves Casiero with nothing again if it happens.
Yeah.
And he picks up a Magic Spectre.
Looks like a toad, actually.
That is Magic Spectre Toad Ogama. I guess any Magic Spectre but Kieran works.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything but Kieran would have worked out there. Still, he has to invest a turn into just summoning Ogama, passing, and then playing Tornado.
He could flip it aggressively if he wanted to.
There's no follow-up. There's no
follow-up.
There's no reason to do it in his turn, I think. You might as well wait, let your opponent play under Majesty's Fiend, and then do it as he's attacking, wasting his battle phase.
I think you might just not want your opponent to get another activation out of return, though.
But is he really going to tribute the Majesty's Fiend? Actually, either way, even if he does tribute summon something, he can chain it, and then return doesn't get its effect if the monster's not faced on the field.
That's true. He'll still get an ether effect, though.
Really?
Well, he tributes
Oh, yeah.
for ether.
Yeah.
And then Ether would get banished, so he wouldn't get the return effect, but he would still get the Ether effect.
Okay, yeah. That's...
And that would get him Prime Monarch in the graveyard.
Yeah, and Kuraz destroying return as well.
Alright, so a card was accidentally revealed from the deck.
Yeah.
We know that Stormforth is next, and now the judges are taking care of that situation as well.
Yeah.
That is just basically a looking at extra cards penalty. It's World Championship, I think that's a caution. Card wasn't added to his hand, he didn't even attempt to draw it or anything.
No, he just knocked it with his hand accidentally.
Over. That happens sometimes. So the fix for that is that everybody gets to see what the card was. Though we already have.
Yeah.
It's Stormforth.
I thought it was revealed and put on top.
And they are currently checking to make sure they know what the exact fix for this scenario is.
Do anything.
Card is revealed off the top by accident because he shuffled the deck after.
Oh, okay. So how was the card revealed?
He accidentally knocked it over.
When I drew that one, the next
So
one flipped
it was
over.
from here?
So it's literally the top card right there.
So both players saw a card?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
just you?
No,
Both
players
players.
saw a card.
Okay. Nothing else occurred?
Right. Head judge is here.
Yeah, just
Andre says
for
that it's world policy.
Probably just gonna reveal the card once more so that both players can completely see it.
That may be one that's different here.
stand by, guys. We'll research.
They are consulting the policy for, basically there was a question of whether it's shuffled back or if it's just revealed to all players and then flipped back face down.
I'm pretty sure it just gets put back where it belongs.
Yeah, in standard tournaments, it's put back where it's belong, but it could be different for international competition.
Yep. At least in Europe, that's how it would be fixed. But the World Championships, there's a few different little things in the policy.
Yep, and that's just a case of you've got people from all over the world, and there's a lot of interplay going on between your translators and different rules in different territories for basically in terms of tournament policy. So we try to find a happy medium of the rules so that everybody feels that the tournament is being adjudicated fairly and everybody has a fair shot.
Yeah.
So we're now checking to see if that is one of them.
Yeah, so I just got a notification from one of our judges at the table saying that's exactly what they're doing. They're just checking out to see exactly what that policy is.
All right, well that's good. That means everybody's on the ball and making sure that this match goes down the way it's supposed to.
Yep.
It's just the world's policy is different from normal TCG.
Yep, so let's see what they decide to go with here.
So we're still in the draw phase technically here. We haven't had a chance for
Yeah. Just a quick update for the third, fourth playoff for the Dragon Duel. It looks like Declan has lost. I can't remember the name of the other player in the top. You have the names of them?
yes, I do. Did you say that Ook?
Wook Young.
Ook won?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
That's what it looked like anyway. So
congratulations to Ong Wook Young of Korea for taking third place in the Dragon Duel World Championship.
Yep.
And we did just get a confirmation there. This is one of the fixes that's different for the World Championship.
Yeah.
We shuffle again in the case of a card being accidentally revealed.
Yeah. Just as something to note, I think that he has a tenacity in hand, so the fix may not necessarily make a difference here. But, got to make sure that it's as it should be.
All right, so Erebus is tribute summoned. Magistector is tributed. And I don't know that this chain is going to quite resolve the way he wants it to.
Yeah.
One still resolved. Because Vale is no longer on the field.
All right, so Chainlink 1 was
Chain 1, Chain 2.
Erebus. Chainlink 2,
Chain
Return of the
3,
Monarchs.
target this.
Chain
Chain 4,
3
target Erebus.
is Magic Spectre Tornado. Chain 4 is Effect Failure, targeting Erebus.
Chain 2, no effect. Chain 1, still effect.
So Effect Failure resolves first, negating the effects of Erebus. Then Erebus is banished.
Yes.
Then Return of the Monarchs.
Yes.
Does
resolves
nothing.
that effect.
And then Erebus. The question now is, does Erebus resolve, since its effect was negated completely
Erebus
before it
already
left the field?
Yeah.
Does it need to resolve? It already activated.
Does it resolve?
Yes. It will not be negated. He will be able to use the effect.
All right, and we've got... Oh, we've got all the judges from all over the place in there, even from Japan.
Yep. Yep, so we got plenty of translators, plenty of judges. I'm sure they'll be able to work it out. Yet again, that's what it's all about here at the World Championships, making sure that the game is going down exactly as it's supposed to, all the rules are as it's supposed to be.
Casiero's argument here is that as soon as his Erebus is no longer on the field, it should no longer be affected by Effect Failure.
Yeah.
And Kajihara is essentially saying is that, hey, after Effect Failure resolves, all that monster's effects are negated, even if it does leave the field.
Yep.
Citing cards like Rescue Rabbit, for example, or Lone Fire Blossom as examples, where you resolve Effect Failure, the effect is negated. Even though you tribute or send that card to the graveyard to activate its effect, it's still negated because all of the effects are negated.
Yep, because it resolves on the field. It activates and resolves on the field.
Resolved on the field. Rules note for everybody at home, effects always resolve wherever they activate. They don't move. So say you have something like Light Imprisoning Mirror, for example. Let me go ahead and bring that up for you. It's a hyphen, right? Light Imprisoning Mirror. When the effect of a light monster activates on the field or in the graveyard, negate it. When this card first came out, and Honest first came out, which is a monster that you can send from your hand to the graveyard to use an effect.
Yep.
There was a lot of confusion over whether or not Light Imprisoning Mirror would affect Honest.
Yeah.
Because it's in the graveyard after it goes on the chain.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be in the graveyard upon activation.
And this was actually a trick that allowed me to play Light Imprisoning Mirror in a deck running Honest without interfering with my own abilities, because effects activate wherever the card is when you declare, I am using this card, before you pay any cost of it.
Yep.
So
Honest
activates in the hand.
Yeah.
And would not be negated by Light Imprisoning Mirror.
Yep.
We're talking about Erebus, though. As the discussion continues.
Yeah. Maybe we can get a nice sweep of the prizes.
Both of these players can be getting a copy of Shelga, the Tri-Warrior. We're also going to be getting the very snazzy top 8 game mat featuring Juno, Celestial Goddess.
Yeah. So these are some of the best duelists from the entire world here playing.
This is basically for pride right now.
Yeah.
Which is a very important thing to a
And
duelist.
for a cool trophy.
So you can see they got some nice bags to carry all their stuff in. Plenty of sleeves to work with. All their notepads, cards. There's even more cards that they had earlier. Got a few boxes of some of the latest stuff from all over the world.
Yeah.
And of course, they're out here in Orlando.
Yeah, exactly.
Went to Universal Studios.
Yep.
It's been really a crazy weekend. And, you know, that's right. They had that party. They had a party Friday night with Yugi and Kaiba.
Yeah.
And so that was exciting, too.
Yep. So now we can see the prize cards that everyone's gunning for there.
I really do like Juno.
Yeah, I do as well. Quite jealous of these guys getting to take those home.
See if I can bring up one of the, or something similar. Not Victory Dragon. Yeah, there's a very good chance we don't have them in there because we don't really get a chance to have these cards. They go straight to the players instead of getting scanned into the system. But all of these cards have essentially a match-winning effect.
Is that Shelga?
Yeah, that's Shelga.
There is a card that has a match-winning effect that I can remember, which is
like an actual match-winning effect. There's lots of things that you can win the game.
Oh, right, okay. I thought
in a
you
certain
just meant
way,
the
but
match-winning effect.
when one of
the
these
attacking
fulfills its
directly one.
condition and it attacks
Yeah.
directly, and you win a game with that effect, you win 2 games instead. You win the entire
Yeah.
match.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Victory
remember now.
Dragon.
Is that the only one?
Victory Dragon was the only one that was ever actually legal, and eventually we decided that effects like that actually just shouldn't be legal, but they make for very cool prize cards.
Yeah.
So Victory Dragon on the forbidden list, and that effect has been moved to the prize cards for the World Championship ever since.
Yeah. So I'm looking up the prize cards from the last World Championship I was at, and we've not got them scanned in either.
All right. So it looks like
I think the debate continues.
if the conference is still going in
Yeah,
back, we're
I
looking
think-
over.
I think that was Joe.
We've got head judge
Yep.
and his assistants.
Yep. So the ruling has been given.
Yes.
Vela does negate Erebus's effect.
Does negate Erebus's effect. All right. Well, in that case, it's an excellent play from Kajihara. He's managed to eliminate Casiero's only monster on field and deprived him of all of his effects.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, he was able to stop that return of the marks as well.
And that rule does make sense. It's consistent with the examples that we were telling you about. On the end phase, Typhoon is destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon. Its older, mystical, more spacey brother. Nekomata and Archfeet Eccentric are activated in the pendulum zones. And it looks like Kajihara is about to toss his whole extra deck on the table.
Yep. And as per earlier on, when he got a few of those attacks in, Matthew's life points are not so high.
All right, Bambuku's Chain
That's
Link 1.
definitely
Nekomata
enough.
2, Ogama 3. That's 13, 15, 1,000, 1,200, and not much from Nekomata. I cannot remember the last time I saw Nekomata in attack position, since her 100 attack is dwarfed by
Could make the
1,800
difference.
defense.
Could make the difference, Jerome. You never know.
All right, so we got 12 and 1, or 12, 1,000, and actually 100. That's what, 13, 23, 38, and 13 more. It's 51.
Very close.
Not quite enough.
You just did mathematics on stream. That's impressive. I never decide to take that challenge because I never managed to work it out.
Hey, you know, who dares wins.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Well, Kajihara didn't dare. We gave all of the competitors calculators and notepads and pens and dice and everything so that they could go ahead and feel all at home here on the main stage. So he's just working that out right now.
Not sure if he's just declaring his... No, he's declaring his effects right now, deciding if he needs to search anything out.
Yeah.
He should be able to get some extra attack points out of an Xyz summon, though. I'm pretty sure Bunbuku and Nekomata together can make something that can make up the 500 difference. Back to Totem.
For
Bird ought to do it.
example...
I mean, Acid Golem would obviously do it, but the safer play would be the
Totem Bird.
Totem Bird.
Well, yeah. He could still have Battle Fader.
That's right, he is siding Battle Fader.
Yeah.
Does he have it?
No.
Oh. Well.
Yeah, so he's figured out that Totem Bird is enough. And yeah,
tributes for
to
Kirin,
that.
just to make absolutely certain, and Casiero offers the handshake. Suichiro Kajihara. He's had kind of a rough go of it on stream with 2 losses previously, but in the battle for the bronze, he finally takes one home and takes home 3rd place in the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Championship for Japan.
Yeah.
No slouch, though. Matthew Casiero played excellently this weekend.
Oh, yeah, really well.
And I'm sure if you're still up there, if you're still awake in Australia, that you're very proud of him. And your Dragon Duel representative, Declan, as well. Both of them finishing 4th place.
Yeah. Yeah, both exactly the same place.
Kind of amazing how things work out like that sometimes.
Yeah, it's very strange.
The world is a mysterious place.
Yep. That's why we've got Juno up there watching us.
Yep. So, with that match concluded, there are only 2 matches left this year. One is the Dragon Duel World Championship Final, which is going to be next. And after that, we will have the finals of the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship.
I can't wait.
Don't go away.
My move. It's time to duel!
Welcome back to the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. We are in the home stretch of Day 1, now entering the 5th and final round of Swiss, where the current world champion, Shinsuke Hiyama, is on the verge of not making Day 2. After taking a devastating loss in Round 1 to Madolches, he's sitting on 9 points going into the final round. Whereas there are duelists with 7 points behind him who could leapfrog him with a win in this round and Hiyama's loss. In this round, he is playing against his fellow Japanese competitor, Soichiro Kajihara, who you might also recognize from an earlier feature match. He was running Magispectors. And while his deck did what it was supposed to do, Travis Smith's did as well. And Smith got to go first 2 games out of 3, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, so these two really kind of fighting for that final few places for the Day 2 of the World Championships.
It is possible for both to make it, but the only way to guarantee a seat in the top 8 is to win.
Yep.
So it looks like Kajihara's taking the first turn. He's got Sky Iris, 2 face downs. He's terraformed for the Sky Iris.
Yeah. Straight out the blocks here. No messing around. Sky Iris.
Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. And in the end phase, he's destroyed it to get Magispector Raccoon Bunbuku to his hand.
Yep.
Sky Iris is actually pretty useful in this matchup.
Sky Iris is fantastic.
Being
I
able to
love Sky Iris.
Save cards from being targeted, especially by the effect of Dragon Spirit of White, can be pretty useful.
Yeah, well, with a lot of the Magispector cards as well being protected, that means the Blue Eyes alternative White Dragon is going to have a bit of trouble as well.
So the Magispector monsters and any Odd Eyes or Magicians that he has in his Pendulum zones, and he's got a couple. He's got Odd Eyes Unicorn in particular to help inflict a lot of damage really fast.
Yeah.
Could be protected.
So let's see what Shinsuke has in his hand here.
Starts with a trade-in, discarding Dragon Spirit of White to draw 2 more cards. He picks up Double Sage with that.
Yeah, plenty of monsters with Eyes of Blue.
Dragon Shrine, Return of the Dragon Lords. Another trade-in. Uses Return of the Dragon Lords immediately.
Yeah.
Pulls Dragon Spirit back.
Clear out that back row.
And he activates Solemn Warning. All right, 2,000 down, but Dragon Spirit of White is not on the field.
Yep.
Dragon Shrine is next.
Probably gonna play the White Stone of Legend to be able to get the Blue Eyes in whatever order.
Yeah, he's got that trade in there. He needs to go Blue Eyes, White Stone.
White Stone.
Exactly right.
Go search for another Blue Eyes so he can get that trading on the go.
Yeah, if he doesn't get anything good off this trade-in, his hand suddenly looks a lot less good.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of ways to revive monsters, Shinsuke plays 3 Return of the Dragon Lords and 1 Soul Charge. He does not use Silver's Cry.
There's the trade-in. Oh,
hits Melody.
There we go. And a Max C ready for next turn. Well.
No revival cards, but if you can get your third Blue Eyes and an alternative on the field, you can start doing some work.
Yep. I think he's going to start with Sage. Did he start with Sage? Yeah, Sage, go get Whitestone of Ancients. Then discard that for Melody. Get... I don't know if he's going to go for double alternative. No,
he can't. He has to get the third Blue Eyes or he can't play anything.
Well, he could have used the Whitestone of Ancients.
Mm.
But, yeah, I guess it was more optimal to go Surge Forward from the deck.
That leaves his special summon ability in the end phase if he wants it.
Yeah.
And he only runs one Dragon Spirit of White. Actually, I don't think he has any dragons left.
No, he won't.
Summon.
He won't have. Probably going to go for the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon here.
Here it is.
He's just going to defense mode up here.
And Kajihara does not have... Well, he's used his Solemn Warning. He doesn't have any standard Solemns.
Yep. And he had no other cards to use with any of his possible Magispector trap cards here because didn't have any Magispectors on the field.
Now, Blue Eye Spirit Dragon has an often unnoticed ability to prevent the summons of multiple monsters at the same time.
Yeah, that includes Pendulum Summoning. So this is a big duel here for these two duelists here. They're fighting for their place in the World Championships here. They've come such a long way to make this final duel really worth it. So Shinsuke here, just thinking how much more needs to be done in this turn.
I think he's deciding if he wants to bring something back with Ancients, and he does. He picks up alternative.
Yep. Whitestone of Ancients, so versatile.
That card is extremely good. It's a tuner. It's level 1. It can summon things in your end phase, and it can add back Blue Eyes monsters from your graveyard.
So, Cards of Consonance. Perfect usage of it. Melody.
Yeah, the Melody is really the turning point in that.
Yes.
Because before that, he had nothing.
Yep. So, Kajihara here actually has this Sky Iris. Sky Iris really opens up doors for this deck.
Picks up Magispector Toad Ogama. I guess it really depends on what that other face down card is.
What is the scales of Bunbuku and Ogama? Are they compatible, John?
They are 5 for Ogama. And Bunbuku is also 5, so they are not compatible.
Okay, I was just thinking maybe he could try and get around that Spirit Dragon by summoning the Archfiend Eccentric.
He's going to go ahead and destroy Ogama. The last Odd Eyes monster in his deck should be the Unicorn.
Yep.
There it is. That's a scale 8. A little better. You can still use a low scale, though. Archfiend Eccentric 7's not very low.
No.
You can search for one with Bunbuku, though.
Yeah. So, still not ideal, though, because that Spirit Dragon's on the field is going to stop a multiple Pendulum Summon.
He can still... Well, no, he can't throw down the Kirin because he needs a... No, he could throw down the Kirin. He could have a 5 and 8.
Yeah, 5 and 8.
And drop
Summon
the Kirin.
Kirin. Is that really ideal? I don't think so.
I don't think it's ideal, but it does force the Spirit Dragon out.
Even that, it's still... Where are you going to go from there?
I mean, whatever comes out, you just bounce it back.
But Kirin targets, no?
Kirin targets, but he can chain to the effect of Azure Eyes.
Oh,
Azure Eyes is a trigger effect.
Yeah, sure. But I'm thinking... okay, anyway, he had Tornadoes to solve this.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Doesn't super matter. It's interesting that he played the cards in that order. I guess it's to just get it off the field.
Yeah. So yeah, Max C here. So that's going to stop any further plays being made here. But it's still Kajihara probably isn't going to mind giving him one card to be able to summon
all of his monsters.
All of those monsters.
I wonder what he has in the way of non-targeting effects that he could possibly use. Look like a whole lot. He does have the unicorn, though, so he could buff up a monster. Let's see exactly how the unicorn works.
Oh yeah, when you attack, you choose a performer power monster. When you attack, you choose an odd-eyes monster, and then you target another performer power monster, and the odd-eyes monster gains the attack of the performer power monster.
Well, he hasn't got another performer pal, so I don't know how that's going to go. If he... Oh, and he's got Luster Pendulum. That's useful. That'll get you some non-targeting removal.
Yeah, Ignista.
That'll do just fine.
Yeah. So he's going to go search here with the... Again, I can never remember which way around the cat and the fox are.
So he's got the frog.
Kiwi.
Frog gets anything.
Ah, yeah, so it's the frog. Said it really. So yeah, he's playing into the Maxi here, but he's going to get Ignista. Ignista, really strong card. Obviously, it's limited. For that exact reason, when people were being able to play 3 of those and get 3 of those out on the field all at once.
And Shinsuke's now taking a look at something. That is the unicorn. He's looking to see if he's going to get whacked for all the rest of his life points.
Yeah, which I don't think he is right now.
Nope.
But a fair chunk of them. This Ignista's huge. So yeah, Kieran is exactly where it needs to be now. Kieran is in the place that he really wanted it. Oh wow, he's just going in.
He's probably going to try to pick up a totem bird. Maybe knock off one of those cards. Oh no, Acid Golem. Acid Golem could do it.
No, that's enough.
That's enough.
Wow. I completely forgot about Acid Golem.
I did forget about Acid Golem. I didn't see it in there.
Wow. Whoa. That's
in there.
What an explosive play by Kajihara here.
Where is it? There it is. There's Acid Golem.
That was so explosive. We weren't expecting that at all.
No.
Wow.
The thing with Acid Golem is that it always seems like either a last resort or something like Skill Drain is in play, but well, you can't forget it's got 3,000 attack points.
Yeah, you might as well
rank
play
3.
Should I win or not win?
Yeah,
let's try the
you
win
gotta
bit.
win.
Yeah.
So
wow.
You don't see it often, but Suichiro Kajihara has taken the Maxi challenge and won.
Yeah. Yeah. Was there any point where he could have drawn into something, maybe like Battle Fader was like the best kind of draw he could have gone into? You know,
his only cards he can play from his hand were Maxi and Effect Veiler.
Yeah, so...
And the Veiler could have stopped the Ignister if he drew it soon enough.
Yeah, but
he did
obviously not soon enough.
He needed one more extra summon of a Sage to get that protection.
Yep.
So it looked like Shinsuke was just going to bowl over Kajihara.
Yeah. What an explosive play we see by Kajihara there.
Kajihara.
Last time we watched this Magispector deck, it was not very explosive whatsoever. It was kind of really defensive, small, diddy beats. That was about it.
I think Kajihara has a way better matchup against Shinsuke's version of Blue Eyes, though. Shinsuke can't start with Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Exactly. Yeah. I think when we saw him play against Travis, it was a matter of like a free game got given away because of that Infinity play.
Yeah.
But yeah, so let's see what they decide to side deck here. I think this is the kind of thing where we talked about this about you play a Blue Eyes deck or play a deck that's going to beat Blue Eyes. It's
Kajihara's deck is pretty good at beating Blue Eyes when it gets a chance.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we talked about Kajihara's choices quite a bit last time. He's got the Maxis that he can put in for himself along with Dark Hole to try to force things out. Also has the Cycle Readers.
Yep.
Very popular pick this weekend.
Yeah.
Those he got it against Travis Smith. It just didn't help.
Yeah.
Smith had everything else he needed.
I think something that's really fascinating about the World Championship is we've not really seen we like all these decks seem to be really level in their like strength levels versus consistency. No one's really playing anything that's it's not strong. All these decks are really kind of even playing fields.
The only thing that really feels like it elevates something above the general level is that Galaxy Soldier tech. Because Cyber Dragon Infinity is such an unsolvable card when your best choice to get rid of it, because the Kaijus aren't allowed yet, they're not released everywhere. Your best choice to get rid of it is Santa Claus.
Yeah, Santa Claus, Volcanic Queen, or good old-fashioned Lava Golem. I'm sure that Marek would have liked to see that here.
We actually had Merrick at one of our, I think it was our WCQ last year?
No, it was
WCQ
it was
or
at
the
one of the- it was at one of-
YCSs.
yeah.
It was one of the two. I can't remember. The mind control thing, the after effects of that were brutal.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he was at OICS, I think.
Pretty sure he was nice.
Yeah. Well, I remember watching the stream and the Pegasus challenge on
Yes.
stream, where he took over the Pegasus challenge.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. And that was a lot of fun.
All right, looks like our duelists are ready to go for game 2. Shinsuke, from our past experience with him today, is probably going first. I feel like the duelists have decided this not necessarily based on their matchups. They just know what they want, and they're always going to take it, no matter what they're playing against.
Yeah. Both of these players here really concentrated.
First game took about 15 minutes.
Yeah. So looking over to the main event stage here, we can see there's no Dragon Duelists, because obviously they finished last round.
Shinsuke's got a lot of melodies. 2 melodies, Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, which he discards to one of the melodies. He's also got Twin Twisters and Solemn Warning. That's about as good a hand as you can ask for. Maybe Sage. Sage would make it better.
Yeah, give him a normal summon.
Give him a tuner, too, because he's missing that at the moment.
Yeah. He's just going to be able to summon the alternative White Dragon, and then set a few cards and leave it there.
Really needs that tuner.
Yeah. But there's no way for him to continue on to get that tuner. That's going to be his turn ending there.
Twin Twisters and Solemn Warning, though, ought to put a stop to most of what Kajihara can get up to. I don't know that he's playing removal. Not really.
Yeah, apart from the few Magispect spell cards that he's playing, I'm so very interested to see how those end up working for him in this duel.
Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon hits the field.
Yep.
And sometimes all you have to do is just keep that monster on the field.
Yep. And it's very strong. Very, very strong monster.
Goes to set a card. And then seems to pick it up.
Yeah, decided against it.
Question isn't, do I set anything? It's how many things do I set?
Yeah. So what did he end up setting?
That should be the Twisters and Solemn. I guess the real question is whether you set the melody as well.
Yeah.
I don't think you do.
No, I don't think it's not.
You can maybe give them a bluff target with Twin Twisters. But
Yeah.
if I had to guess, I would think that Shinsuke and Suichiro have spoken at least about this event. And he would probably know whether or not he runs Twin Twister.
Yeah.
Bunbuku is
So that's a
first up.
great start here.
Bunbuku. And it
Soon
eats-
stopped.
It eats a Solemn.
Yep. Poor
Now-
little raccoon. I
Yeah.
love all the Magispectors. The Magispectors kind of remind me of the Mythology cards, actually. They're cool little animals or little creatures that just look really cute.
So Kajihara's got an eccentric. He could probably use to take out that last card.
Yeah, and he's got Dark Hole if he wants to clear out the rest of the field.
He's also got Cycle Reader to banish everything else.
So yeah, just Dark Hole and pass.
Shinsuke's picked up Dragon Shrine.
Yeah, that's going to be able to actually put a lot of traction in his plays here.
See what he's going to activate first. Still doesn't have a tuner, so he'd just be swinging with alternative dragons.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's probably going to basically do what he did last turn. But
Melody, alternative.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, this time he gets to attack since it's his second turn.
Yeah.
Here's Dragon Shrine first.
Only one possible card he could have played from hand in that situation. Well, that would directly respond to it anyway, which is the Herald of Greenlight. Loved those Herald cards.
You might get another shot to play them if you pick up the Cyber Angels.
Yeah.
Cyber Angel, Herald of Perfection. I like Herald of Orange Light, actually, since it's a tuner. You
Yeah.
combine it with the Cyber Petite Angel
Yeah.
and get Herald of Arclight. Just play all the heralds.
Oh, I love Herald of Arclight.
It's even better in that deck because it searches ritual cards.
Yeah. Well, it was great in Necros to be able to use with Necros Kaleidoscope.
Yeah, not that it ever actually hit play, except in very rare circumstances involving Glow-Up Bulb.
Yeah, Glow Bulb and Causelus.
And Shinsuke's still thinking about what he's going to send.
Yeah.
This Dragon Shrine.
What kind of options do you think he's got here? What is he thinking about?
He's thinking about probably how many Blue Eyes he's going to have left in deck. Because he's got one in hand. He's going to have one in the graveyard now. He needs to make sure that he has something to show when he finally gets to Alternative Dragon.
Yeah.
So he's probably going Blue Eyes Stone.
I think he must be passing straight to the end phase. Yeah, he must be going straight to the end phase.
The communication is not seem to be happening here.
Yeah, I definitely feel like he's going to the end phase. That Dragon Trade should be at the graveyard.
That would be the only thing I can think of is if he went Blue Eyes Stone, Summon Spirit, go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So we see Yatta being drawn there. That's the crow's name, isn't it? Yatta.
Yep. Not that other Yatta.
No.
That guy is definitely not allowed anywhere.
Do you not like Yatta Garasu?
He, yeah. No, I don't like him.
I love Yatta Garasu.
Not as much as Dan doesn't like him, but I am not a fan of the draw face skipping bird.
Well, I remember my Yatta Garasu deck.
Alright, so Kajihara summons Yatta, and Shinsuke responds by checking his graveyard. I don't know what, if anything, he has in there that would help this situation. Yatta picks up Magispector's Sonics, I believe. I think that's Sonics.
Sonics.
That'll allow him to, strange as it seems, have a Magispector monster successfully fight and defeat a Blue Eyes. There's Sonics. Doubles the attack and defense. And Crow, I think, has 15. Oh no, it has 1,000, so it's not enough.
But still, he could have some kind of pendulum play here.
You have to get it past the Twin Twister. So he attributes it for Storm. Okay.
Oh, did he have Storm as well?
Yeah, he had Storm. That was in his opening hand.
That makes sense. Okay, so Storm here.
Plays Storm.
What was the Storm again? Just is it just destroy one card, or is it face-up cards?
It's bounce a card to the top, or shuffle it into the deck. Target one monster, shuffle it into the deck.
Okay, so definitely going to go for that Spirit Dragon. Obviously, it's the only monster on the field.
He's gotta.
Yeah. So what else has he got in his hand? What's his follow-up play going to be here?
Well, he's only really got Archfiend Eccentric because he's played the Crow already. He's got Cycle Reader, which he needs to save for later. I guess he could destroy the Twin Twister. Or
with Eccentric
for 1,000. Looks like Shinsuke's deciding if he wants to do that, which I don't know that he can actually do.
So the Blue Eyes gets shuffled in.
So tributing is a cost for this. And the problem here is Dragon Spirit requires your opponent to control a monster.
Yeah. So that just gets shuffled right into the deck.
Yeah, so he cannot activate Dragon Spirit of White.
Yeah.
In that case, it goes into the deck.
Yep. So that's fine. Probably a small caution there for that, but nothing major. Yeah. Again, I think it's really important to note these guys are playing for a position in the top 8 of the World Championships this year. They're both just so calm about it. And I think they're both running on such a low steam. They don't really have very many options going on here.
Shinsuke has just picked up Master with Eyes of Blue. That can revive Blue Eyes monsters from the graveyard. Summons Master. When it's normal summoned, you can add Light Tuners back to your hand. And he attempts to add back the White Stone of Ancients, only to have it banished. And something else is probably getting banished
Yeah,
as
with
well.
Cycle Reader.
Presumably, it's going to be the alternative dragon that was properly summoned. Yes, the properly summoned one and Ancient Cloak. Remember, the first alternative dragon is there because it was discarded to the first melody.
Yeah. And straight away he goes in with another melody, which is going to get him the Blue Eyes alternative dragon. Attacks for both. Again, but still, both players running on really low resources here. I think Shinsuke is kind of gaining some traction here with this. Going to be able to get Azure Eyes.
Yeah, Magispector is a deck that you can run out of cards really quickly because they always have to tribute, and if they can't establish their pendulum scales and keep getting back all of those monsters, they'll run out of cards pretty fast.
Yeah. Ooh, that's interesting. He's just drawn Sky Iris. That could help here. That could help a lot to complete those scales. Shinsuke has a no. Is that set card Twin Twisters?
It is Twin Twisters.
Okay, so this could be.
He would have to try to blow it up with Archfiend Eccentric first. But I don't know if that leaves him enough cards for the play.
I think it's got to. He's got to blow that up with Archfiend Eccentric. Otherwise, he's going to be taken out by that Twin Twisters.
That's a monster, sense a spell, or trap.
I was expecting him to kind of be able to extend through plays here. Maybe not. Maybe he just didn't have enough cards.
Yeah, I don't know that he's got a whole lot working there.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't really want to try and establish some pendulum scales without being able to really do some damage with them because, you know, Azure Eyes is going to get back the Dragon Spirit of White.
Shinsuke picked up a Sage. That's pretty useful. And the Crow takes a hit from Blue Eyes and goes to the extra deck.
There's the Sage that he needed.
Yeah, this could get unpleasant if Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon makes an appearance.
Wow, yeah. We've not actually seen that on stream. I don't think ever, or at least in Europe. And today we've not seen it.
Yeah,
has it ever been played on the European, on the US stream?
It depends on which. There's kind of a more combo-heavy version of the deck that runs Maiden and Mausoleum of White.
Yeah.
And then there's this version that's just alternative, spirit all the time. This is the more focused deck. It usually doesn't get that far, but when you do get that far, it's probably because you're already really far ahead and you're just mopping up.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. We have made it to the finals of the Dragon Duel. Facing off are Aiden Tiemann of the United States and his Pendulum deck. He's using a mixture of the Draco Slayers, the Draco Overlords. He's got Performer Pals, he's got Odd Eyes, he's got Ariadne, he's got Abductor, he's got Eccentric, he's got some Magispectors. He's got it all in there. So we're just going to call it the Pendulum deck.
The Pendulum deck.
And facing off against him is Pon Po Shan of Taiwan with his Domain Monarch deck.
Yep, that's the first Domain Monarch deck we're seeing this weekend.
And that's most likely because you can only have one copy of Domain in this event. He starts off strong, though, by normal summoning Eidos and immediately tributing it for Majesty's Fiend.
That's a pretty big play to just open up that with. Vanity's Fiend.
That's right. Aiden starts with Magical Abductor and adds a spell counter to it by activating Terraforming. If he gets the 3 spell counters, he can cash them in for a Pendulum monster of his choice from his deck. Actually, a very key part of how this deck works, so let's show it for you. 3 counters, 1 Pendulum monster. It's also got a fairly decent low scale of 3. A lot of the best monsters in this deck are level 4 or higher.
Yep. So we can play just 1 scale and complete that Magical Abductor's effect.
Gets the 3rd counter from Master Pendulum. Name I always get mixed up. I get it mixed up with Magister Pendulum.
Yeah.
Sky Iris was the 2nd. And he has Master Pendulum destroy itself, sending it to the extra deck.
Yeah. Which monster do you think he's going to go for here?
Looks like he's taking a look at Bunbuku.
Yeah.
Because that'll actually get him another monster in addition.
Yeah, I wonder how he plans on getting rid of that Vanity Feed.
Sky Iris can only search for an odd eyes.
Actually, yeah, can't get Mbuku.
Ah, I thought he was using Abductor.
Yeah, I thought he was using Abductor as well.
I can clearly see the three counters are still there. He gets to get a dragon, though. There he goes. Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon.
Yep.
He already has
he can
Unicorn.
still use that Magical Abductor.
And that can get him the Bunbuku that he wants.
Yep.
But he's going with Archfiend Eccentric. That's smart, because that can get rid of the Fiend.
Yeah, it can. Then he can do a nice Pendulum Summon afterwards as well.
Poe does not have Ether.
So, Aiden here actually been able to, kind of fix his situation using that Magical Abductor and Sky Iris.
Just really needs to get this Archfiend Eccentric effect through.
Yeah. So, did you see what Poshan had?
In his hand, I did not.
Okay, I'm just wondering what those face downs were.
Nope, he played them very quickly the second the match started. Just slammed it all on the field. In terms of trap cards, he's got 3 copies of the Prime Monarch. He's got Escalation of the Monarchs. He's got Reinforced Truth. It's a very interesting choice.
Reinforced Truth?
Reinforced Truth. It summons a warrior from your deck.
Isn't it like a level 2 or lower warrior?
Level 2 or lower warrior.
That's interesting.
And that is because, guess who is a level 2 or lower warrior? It's Idia.
How cool.
That's some tech that we heard some talk about back when the Monarch structure deck first came out, but it never really materialized until now.
So there goes the Archfiend Eccentric. Now he can complete the scale. Abductor gaining some more counters there. Now he can perform a huge Pendulum Summon here.
And I got a quick look at Peng's face downs. It does look like he has Prime Monarch and possibly Escalation. Both cards were pink. That is for certain.
Yeah. So let's see how many Pendulum. It's going to get striked here.
Kill him for 2. I don't know that he plays any strikes. He's got
Oh, does he
Reinforced
not?
Truth. Yeah, he's got 3 Reinforced Truths. They are all different versions, though. So they're marked down 3 times. Normally when you see that, it's I got one of this solemn, one of this solemn, one of this solemn. But it's all Reinforced Truth. Odd Eyes, of course, has 2,500.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought I'd seen Strike. Oh, no, I think I saw Strike in Aiden's hand.
Yes, Aiden has a pair of strikes. And Master Pendulum has 1,950 attack.
Yep.
That's a good chunk off.
Yeah,
Pawn's life
big
points
chunk.
right there.
Big chunk.
More than half. And with just Idia and currently no more Monarchs, Pawn's already in a pretty deep hole in this first duel.
But Poshan can come back quite easily, I think. He's got, a lot of powerful cards.
Yeah, all he needs is essentially one Monarch.
Yeah.
He's got the Idia, so if it's Ether, Erebus, whatever, he can play it.
Yeah, so just a bit of math going on the feature match table here.
50s always make things complicated, so I'm glad no one plays Evil Swarm.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember playing against Evil Swarm all the time during Dragon Ruler format.
Back in the Rimini World Championship, there was one person playing Evil Swarm.
Oh,
They're just
yeah, the Korean Dragon Duelist.
Yeah, Rob and I were just having an absolute awful time trying to keep track of all the 50s.
I bet you were. Yeah, it's math on stream is never my favorite thing. I always manage to get it wrong. Sometimes I get it right.
All right, so Teeman tributes his Master Pendulum and his Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon to fuse them together for
Into
a very
Dynasty
special
Power.
fusion. A very special fusion monster. This one does not require polymerization. It requires you to tribute a Draco Slayer Pendulum monster and any other Pendulum monster. Protects your Pendulum zones from being messed up, stops being destroyed, as well as any Pendulum monster cards that are currently monsters. Oh, and you can also get Draco Slayer Pendulum monsters from your hand or graveyard and special summon them.
Yep, it's got a lot of effects. Dinosaur's really strong.
Yeah, it looks like he's using...
So the key part about this is that he's going to be able to protect that magical abductor.
Yeah.
The other side of the scales, the Odd Eyes Unicorn, is actually protected
Yeah,
by
twice over.
Yeah, by the Sky Iris.
Good luck getting rid of the unicorn, and that's... I mean, in a way, that's the more important part because it's the high scale.
Yeah.
That's what he needs to keep there if he wants to keep summoning back Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon and other high-level monsters like Kirin.
Yeah. So we just have our translator here for Poshan, who's just giving a translation of Dynasty Power.
And Dynasty Power does have a lot of text, a lot of abilities.
Yeah. So, you know, as we've been saying, just keeping the games totally fair, allowing all the players to understand where all the cards are on the field, and making sure that that's all as it should be.
2950 is actually a pretty tough defense to get over. Pretty much the only thing that does it here is a Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
Or an Xyz monster that you probably made with a Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
It's weird. Dinosaur's probably used to being, you know, the biggest defensive monster around. Nothing can really attack over it. Monarch's only 28.
Yeah.
But here, all of a sudden, here's all these 3,000 attack dragons.
Yeah. He's only a dinosaur.
Steam-powered dinosaur.
He is.
It's pretty cool.
He's
I
a
guess he
steam-powered
himself is a dragon. You know, you get your warrior or your pendulum dude, and you fuse it with your steampunk dinosaur. It's fine. You turn into this. It's kind of a dragon.
Wish I was a steampunk dinosaur.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Yep. And I just have to find a dragon.
Pretty
Then
sure
I'd be
Joe
able to-
wishes he was a steampunk dinosaur. With,
Yeah?
like tank tread legs.
Yeah.
So when he takes appeals at events, he can just drive
Rolling
around.
up. Okay. So
I wish that too, actually. I would like that.
yeah. So here we see the first Solemn Strike coming on out. So Aiden actually has two set, doesn't he? He had two in his hand. This is really good for Aiden here.
Eidos gets hit by it. Second Eidos effect happens. Summons back a Dia. And that effect's going to activate as well.
Yeah.
That going to make it.
Still, he's got to get rid of that Dynasty Power.
So you can only use the effect of... no. Okay, so the first effect, you can only gain it once per turn. The second effect is you can only use it once per turn.
Yeah. So you get to get both once per turn.
Yeah, if he gets another Eidos, he'll be able to still use the effect to gain another summon.
Yeah.
Like he is not doing that. We're back to Timon's turn. He destroys one unicorn to search out another. That is going to be so that he has another Performance Foul.
Yeah, to be able to
field.
Big pendulum summon.
For power shuffling, 4 instead of 8.
Yeah, you have to do at least 4, but you don't have to do more than that.
Shuffling up after the search there. Magical Abductor still on 1 counter. May not need to make another appearance in this duel.
Nope. But, you know, if Magical Abductor manages to just net 1, that's pretty good. But if you manage to get 2, now that's even better.
1 is frequently enough,
Yeah.
given how powerful some of the pendulum cards are, especially the ones that search
Yeah.
out the other half of your scale on their own.
Yeah. Oh, I love the Odd Eyes Unicorn. It just looks so adorable.
Odd Eyes Unicorn will also get him a big chunk of life points back if he does special summon it.
Yep.
Level 1 though, so you're not going to be pendulum summoning it.
Yeah, it's also got quite a devastating pendulum effect as well. If you manage to get it on the field alongside an Odd Eyes monster with a strong Performer Pal monster, you can make that Odd Eyes monster gain the attack points of the Performer Pal monster.
Yeah, generally that's going to be Skullcrabat Joker,
Yeah.
which Timon also has in his deck. The second one is Unicorn is activated. That gets him to Got him to
3
2
counters.
counters. Did he get into 3? What was the other spell? Let's get it off the activation of effects of spells. Did we miss one?
Yeah, I think we may have missed one. But yeah, so you managed to
probably played it.
go get Bunbuku. Go search Kieran. That's the magic spectre everyone's been talking about recently. Aiden just making space for this huge pendulum summon that's about to come down. Oh, maybe not. He looked like he was about to make some
He was
space.
making space for it. I think Jez told him actually you need to leave the cards where they are.
Yeah.
So everything but unicorn. Possibly
Big pendulum
another,
summon. Big pendulum summon. So he's not got a performer pal to be able to use with that Odd Ice Unicorn, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference here. Poshan is only on 3,550.
well, let's see if he bounces with Kieran first.
No, he just attacks in with Bumbuku.
Okay.
And I think...
Hang is probably thinking about when to spring his Reinforced Truth.
Yeah.
Let's bring that up for a second because it's not a card that is very frequently played at all.
It's a really cool outlook.
So he can play multiples this turn, and he can use them to block attacks.
Yeah.
Sides.
Not
Not
to
go with it. All right. So Teeman takes the first duel with relative ease. It was a little sketchy at first once Majesty's Fiend hit the field on the first turn, but he was able to break through with Archfiend Eccentric's Exiled Force-like effect and take the first duel with a commanding pendulum summon.
Yeah, it's fortunate that he had that that Archfiend Eccentric.
He does play 3 of them, and he was able to seek it out when he needed it.
Yep.
Thanks to Magical Abductor. So heading into the side deck, looks like Pawn has his Twin Twisters available to him now.
Yeah,
Oh,
so that's probably going to increase his chances a little of being able to combat this pendulum strategy.
Majesty's Fiend can stop, could just have more cards that he could open up with and possibly stop stuff like this from happening.
Yeah.
He's also got...
Forbidden Dress.
Yeah, Forbidden Dress is an interesting one. It prevents destruction by card effects.
You lose 600, prevent destruction.
Forbidden Dress.
Greater Eagle, that's one that a lot of the OCG players have been playing the OCG. I haven't seen it yet in the TCG.
That's used mainly against Blue Eyes decks to steal alternative dragons.
Yeah.
So you'll set it, and when they destroy it with a card effect, or even battle, or with a monster effect, or by battle, you take control of one of their monsters.
Just leave it there, as if to say, big blocker.
Yep, and they can't really get it back, because if you destroy the Gradle that's mind controlling it, you destroy the monster itself.
Yep. So, yeah. So yeah, Forbidden Dress, not one I've seen in a while.
So I really like Team Inside. I can remember seeing this during the deck checks. He's running the full Diamond Core of Kwakimeru and Kwakimeru Drago package. Like, we've seen a random Drago here and there, but nobody else in the tournament is running the Diamond Core and a full complement of them.
Makes sense, because you basically makes you be playing 6 of them, right?
Makes play 6 of them, and it keeps it on the field. You can banish it so that your monsters can't be destroyed that
It's like Return of the Dragon Lords, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You have to do it preemptively, though, but it keeps you safe for the whole turn instead of just once.
Yep.
Let's see what else he's got. Necro Valley is Necro Valley is very interesting. Actually, you can stop a bunch of stuff in Monarchs.
Yeah, lots of things like the Pantheisms.
You can't banish Pantheism. You can't retrieve other cards with Erebus.
Eidos.
Eidos can't revive things.
Yeah.
Or banish itself anyways.
Yeah.
For that matter. It's also got the Mask of Restricts that you would expect.
Yes.
And I actually think Swords of Concealing Light has a little more value against this version of the deck than others. Because Pawn is relying on 1,000 defense Fiends to hold the line. And Teeman can just flip the monster down and attack it with a Draco Slayer.
Yeah, or he's relying on Domain.
That as well. Domain still counts as a tribute summoned monster if it's face down.
Yeah. I think that Poshan here didn't really see too much of the Monarch engine. He just kind of relied on that Vanity's Fiend.
Yeah.
That's what his hand was all about.
That's how you had to play that hand, though. You
Yeah.
had to rely on the Fiend, and if they've got the out, then they got it. Very focused.
Yeah, both players really focused here. It's great to see such young duelists going at it here and being able to pilot these really complicated decks.
It
Just
really
as well
is
as just as
amazing.
well as the older duelists.
Yu-Gi-Oh can get pretty complicated at time. Like pendulums in particular have always been a very complicated deck.
Yeah.
Especially once you start adding in random elements like what card you get from Draco Face-Off
Yeah.
or things like that.
Yeah. And it's just the fact that their decision tree is huge. They can go a lot of different options. Like Dynasters or Ignisters and all that kind of stuff.
All he has in there, he's got, I was actually running 2 Dynasters. 2 Dynasters, 2 Magisters, and the 1 Ignister you're allowed. So a third of the extra deck's dedicated to the Draco Slayers.
He's running double Dynaster so that he can go into Hope Harbinger.
That seems like a pretty good card to have.
Yeah. Especially against Monarchs.
What else is he got? He got Odd Eye's Absolute Dragon. It's a rank 7 monster that we don't usually see a whole lot of.
Yeah, it's because he's playing Odd Eyes Fusion.
Yeah. Odd Eye's Vortex Dragon as well to go with the Odd Eyes Fusion.
Yep.
It's so great that you can search that out with Sky Iris. Helps you
Yep.
get back into a game if you're behind.
Yeah.
Side deck. This is a side deck.
Counting out the side deck there. It's again interesting to note that opponent's gone with the Domain Monarch deck, so he's playing no cards in his extra deck.
Nope.
Only 1 domain available.
Just now, as Aiden just said, do you have an extra deck?
I believe he might have had his side deck out on the mat
Yeah.
during the first game, and now he's questioning, like, hey, wait a minute, that's
Yeah.
your side deck? I thought that was your extra deck.
Yeah.
We're going to keep that corrected for this game. The side deck is off to the side where it belongs. Heading into game 2, it is opponent's choice whether to go first or second.
Yeah, he's probably going to want to go first. Let's
can't
see
be
what
targeted orders,
Poshan's hand is here. Yeah, it's still not... It's hard to use reactively, isn't it, for the address?
It's the targeting part anyway. Yeah. Right. So opponent's got...
Let's see what Poshan has here. See if he can make some more extended Monarch plays as opposed to last game.
See a Chaos Trap Hole.
Yeah,
over
I
on
see that
Teeman's
Chaos
side.
Trap Hole. Obviously, Aiden isn't going first, so he can't get that down in time.
Is he main decking that? Yeah, he is main decking that.
Oh, so we had the possibility of seeing that last time.
So warning, 3 strike, 1 Chaos Trap Hole.
Immediately playing Tenacity there. Gonna go and search for
Pantheism.
Pantheism.
Adds it to his hand.
Yep. Quick pile shuffle.
Draw effects next. He is running a total of... running a lot more traps than the average Monarch deck does.
Yeah, quite a few actually.
7 traps.
Pile shuffle.
40 cards. 7 traps.
Yep. Oh, Aiden's running just 1 main deck to Chaos Trap Hole. Is he running any extra in his side deck?
It's just
no,
the
just
one.
the one. So it's. I think it's still going to be useful here, looking at Poshan's hand.
Yep, he doesn't have any way to get monsters on the field at the moment. He'll have to Pantheism that Prime Monarch away and come up with something.
Yeah, that's the best thing you can do with the Pantheism. Is discarding the Prime Monarch, putting it where it's supposed to be, living in the graveyard.
There's the Pantheism, discarding Prime. Draws 2 and picks up another Prime.
And
the one
the domain. Yeah, there's the domain.
That doesn't get you anywhere, though.
Nope. Well, yeah, it kind of does, because he can play the Prime Monarch, and then during his opponent's turn play Stormforth Ether.
Yeah, and it has to get through whatever we got over on Teeman's side.
Yeah. Prime.
March of the Monarchs.
And what else? Another Stormforth.
That's the first time I think I've seen somebody voluntarily take 3 different cards.
Yep. So he's going to get a return. Okay, so it's kind of...
Oh, sorry, he got domain, so you can drop it down. That's right. I
Yeah.
always forget that domain has that other
Oh,
effect.
yeah, of course, yeah. So he can summon the Prime Monarch right
Yeah.
now. Go search another Ether. So then he can do this next turn as well if he needs to. That's actually really strong. Yeah, this is super strong. This is way stronger than I way stronger than I realized. So domain was able to drop down the levels of Ether here. Can go search the Erebus, puts Tenacity and another Frostblast in the graveyard to special summon the Ether, which, yeah, again, that's going to come back to hand.
What does he need the text for?
I think Aiden asking for the translation of Frostblast.
Not something you see very often.
No. So Poshang here in a really great spot. He played that so well.
The 1 domain, get your 1 Pantheism and 1 domain.
Yeah, I guess in reality, I guess Poshan could have done. He would have liked to have the March, because he didn't really need the Erebus, and March would have definitely kept domain online. But
oh, he's still going to be in a pretty good spot with the domain lock in place.
Yeah.
And both an Ether and an Erebus in hand.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
So the domain lock is now applied.
Not something anybody would think they would see in this event with domain limited.
Yeah.
Kind of like the whole idea of that, though. Monarchs were never really an extra deck.
Mhm.
Back when they were around, you didn't really have synchros yet.
No synchros, no exceed monsters. Nobody really played fusions either.
Nope. So Monarchs, they've always been associated with not having an extra deck. So I
Yeah.
kind of like domain
Yeah.
as a thematic card to let
Yeah.
you play your 2005 deck in
Yeah.
2015, 2016 in this case maybe.
Yeah.
2 cards face down to finish things
Oh, well,
off.
that's a little late.
And Teeman's up.
He drew Mask of Restrict.
Yep.
Not ideal.
If you could just, keep that hand, start a new game, I think he'd be all right.
Yeah. So he does have Archfiend Eccentric, so he could get rid of that domain.
Goes for the face-off. Moves Luster Pendulum to the front. He needs a Drake Overlord still, though. Plays both Electro Pendulum and a Vector Pendulum. Vector Pendulum is a normal monster with a pendulum effect.
Oh, that's nice. Just little things like that make me happy to see players playing Yu-Gi-Oh like that, turning his monsters around so his opponent can see them straight away. It's a really little thing, but it's it's nice.
Electro Pendulum seems to be enjoying himself.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks like he's just come out of the Bermuda Triangle, actually.
Got the Bermuda spa treatment in there. All right, Electro Pendulum wins the face-off, gets to stay on the field. And then Sky Iris is destroyed by Twin Twister,
Twin
discarding
Twisters.
another Prime Monarch. Normal summons, Archfiend Eccentric. Tributes to target Ether. That'll force out the other one.
Yeah. I'm surprised that he didn't use the Archfiend Eccentric to get rid of Domain instead. Considering getting back Domain is so much more difficult. Oh, does he have a second one?
Have a second Eccentric?
Yeah. I don't think so.
Don't think he does. He can only use the effect once per turn, or each effect once per turn. So if he had another, he could use it.
Yeah.
Chainlink 1 with Storm Force, and then
I just think, I think...
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay.
So he activates Ether's effect, chains Stormforth.
Yeah, so Stormforth is going to resolve first. Oh no, okay, so that's...
Or rather,
I think
Eccentric's Chainlink 1.
he's got it the... Yeah, Eccentric's Chainlink 1, but I think he's got it the wrong way around.
Yes, that's chain.
Eccentric, Ether, Stormforth?
No, I think he played Stormforth as Chainlink 2.
I don't think does that work? Because
So
he
we have
tributed for that.
eccentric was activated.
Eccentric.
Chained Monarch.
And we are...
Chainlink 2. And then I assume the hand effect of Ether.
Ether.
Chainlink 3.
Ah, he may have made a mistake.
Yeah, I think he's made a mistake here.
And he's tributing.
The play that he's attempting to do is activate both Ether and Stormforth on the same chain.
Yeah, so you have to play Ether
You have to play
before...
Ether first, and then Stormforth.
Ah. Okay.
So
He cannot.
So, got plenty of judges to resolve it here.
Ether is tribute. The Ether on the field is
immediately
tribute
after it
something.
resolves, it comes into play. It tributes immediately. So he's using the effect Chainlink, but Stormforth is not yet resolved.
Correct.
So he cannot tribute the Draco Overlord yet.
Correct.
Appearing, looking at
So Chainlink 3.
how
Chainlink
Joe
3
and Matt
summon Ether.
have worked it out and rewound to see what exactly
And,
happened there. They have determined that
as soon as it
Stormforth
resolves-
was slipped first, and then Ether was chained to that.
Yeah.
You
It's
can banish
Joe
one
doesn't-
immediately after this effect
fascinating here
resolves,
to see
tribute
the
summons card.
the
So he
translation path
tributed,
that this is going
the
through.
Ether in play to bring this out.
We have being translated into Japanese to then be translated into
So there was the Ether in play before.
Mandarin, I
Tribute that to
assume.
bring that into play.
Or
Okay.
Taiwanese.
Chainlink.
That's pretty
immediately
rough.
after it resolves, so the effect resolves. He brings that into play. Chainlink 2 is Monarch Stormforth. Resolves. Is in the graveyard. And then you have the eccentric. Now we're running into the discrepancy because he was trying to do both.
Because he wants to tribute the Luster. And he can't.
He wants to tribute the luster for the
With the Storm Force.
Ether,
Yes.
the Chainlink 3 summon
Yes.
effect. But
Chainlink 3 is the
Stormforth
summoning
is not
effect.
yet resolved yet, so you can't tribute. that
Stormforth
card.
hasn't
You
resolved,
can only tribute
Yeah.
his own.
so it does not work.
But he can still play either and just
So,
but he
when
only
this effect
tributes his own ether.
resolves, he can't tribute this because Monarch Stormforth hasn't resolved.
Yeah, so this duel's just being resolved.
He
Explained.
cannot.
Yeah.
To Colin,
Cannot
what's happening
because
here?
Stormforth hasn't resolved yet. Okay. All right. So Stormforth resolves. It's Chainlink 2,
understands.
and then resolve eccentric.
All right. So
Poshan
Eccentric-
understands you?
Yep.
So we're good.
So eccentric resolves without effect. Ether is only able to tribute Ether. And now new chain, Ether's effect will activate.
Thank you. Because I can't read this stuff in this glare.
That actually bodes pretty well for Teeman.
Yeah, he gets to keep his Lecter.
His opponent decides to Kuraz it, however.
Don't think that's incredibly likely.
Goes for Caius, the Mega Monarch.
Mhm.
That seems to be his special tech card.
Yeah.
Caius, the Mega Monarch, can grab all the copies of a Dark Monster that it banishes.
Yeah.
Here it is. Targets any card in the field, banishes it, does 1,000 damage. Then if you hit a dark monster, you also get to go get rid of all of the other copies of it from your opponent's hand, main deck, extra deck, graveyard, wherever.
Yeah. And just looks so cool. He's kind of original Caius. He's just got one big shadow ball that's been thrown out there, whereas Mega Caius, he's got loads of little skull kind of shadow balls there.
And bonus effect, if you tribute it with a dark monster, you can just target 2 cards instead.
Yep.
I've never actually seen somebody successfully target 2 dark monsters with this effect, though, but I can imagine that it's the worst feeling in the world to be on the receiving end of it.
Yeah. Feels like Trishula.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah.
Trishula goes in your deck, too, in your hand. Well, it goes in your hand anyways, but it goes in your deck, too. All right, so we see another copy of Terraforming in Teeman's hand.
Yeah. So
He does have
I
a
don't think
second
there's
Sky Iris.
not really anywhere for him to go from here, though. He's got a few trap cards, but no extra monster cards to be able to play here.
What's domain say?
I'm sorry?
I read domain.
Ask him for the text of Domain, see what he can do.
Yeah.
Can't summon from the extra deck.
Yeah, I think that's the long story short of it, isn't it? Just cannot summon from the extra deck.
That's horrible. That's got
Also a attack buff, I think.
Oh yeah, the attack buff. But as far as right now, what's relevant to Aiden?
Yeah, the relevant effect
definitely
is
the cannot special summon from the extra deck.
get an 800-point bonus when your tribute summon
Yeah.
monster attacks an opponent's monster, but not when it defends.
Nope. So it's looking like we're going to even up here in this game.
Okay. Thank you.
Checks his extra deck. About what he's going to set, shuffles everything up.
I set them all.
And sets everything.
Yeah.
The end phase.
So in the Prime Monarch, Caius is going to go back to hand. And he's going to draw a card for turn. Let's see what he gets. That's a Majesty's Fiend.
Majesty's Fiend. You get the double lockdown going
Yeah.
there. Now activates Frost Blast of the Monarchs.
Yeah. Let's see what he hits here.
Frost Blast?
Yes, target.
Destroy a set card on the field.
Yeah. And even if he flips it up, it'll still get destroyed, right?
Let's see if it's that target.
Right.
I can't remember the text of Frost Blast.
Frost Blast is destroy it, so
Yeah.
it doesn't care
Yeah.
what it is when it resolves.
Yep. And cool picture of Frost Blast there. That's Mobius, the Frost Monarch.
So, card text tip for everybody at home. If the card says destroy it, if it targets and says to destroy it as opposed to that target, the targeting conditions no longer need to be correct.
Yeah.
If it says destroy that target, then everything that had to be true in order to activate the card still needs to be true when you resolve it.
Yeah.
Chaos Trap Hole is destroyed.
Yeah. So he's still got that Mask of Restrict.
Activates Domain to reduce level.
Yep. He's going to want to flip over that Mask of Restrict now.
And there's the Restrict.
Okay.
On says okay. I don't think he really believes that. But he is still in the commanding position here.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got a huge board presence here.
Gains 800 attack.
Main difference is that if Aiden can come back with some kind of sweeper here,
Yeah.
he gets straight back in the game.
Yeah.
He doesn't play Dark However, he could have sided in some copies of Swords of Concealing Light to at least
Yeah.
flip that ether down to where he could defeat it in battle.
Yeah, I mean, if he manages to get board control right now, then Mask of Restrict is going to stop Poshan from being able to kind of play any monarchs.
And Poshan already played one Twin Twister.
Yeah, so
2 more on the deck.
6350.
I think Aiden needs some kind of board wiping here.
What he's got is Terraforming.
Yeah.
That's an extra.
If only he had Fire King Island in his deck, then he might be able to get some board wiping, but not exactly what he was after.
Draws, and he picks up Bunbuku.
That's not too bad.
A start.
Yeah, that's kind of investing into next turn where he's going to be able to start looking at building a pendulum scale here. If he manages to complete a pendulum scale now that Master Restrict's out, he's going to be in a great position because he's going to just be able to keep resummoning his monsters.
Got to get past the domain first. Or at least get rid of. Sure.
Yeah.
He also activates terraforming. Grab the effects of both of those at once.
So he just has to get Kieran.
Do Sky Iris for terraforming. And looks like you're correct, it is Kieran.
Here's the Sky Iris. So yeah, he's going to be able to complete scale here. Just yeah,
8 and 2 will do it.
Yeah, he's still just under that ether. Has he just forgotten about its restriction, or do you think he's just getting a scale ready?
I think he's just getting it ready because he knows his opponent can't really field enough damage to take him out in one turn.
No, definitely not.
He's just got to believe that he's going to pick something up.
Yeah, it's all about the heart of the cards.
Shuffles up very well, knowing that he really needs that next draw to come through for him.
So, Poshang here in a really commanding position with this domain. This is exactly why you play Domain Monarchs, because this kind of lock is just so strong.
It's just so rare that you'd think would happen, given...
Well, Domain is searchable with Tenacity.
It is, but you also have to search out your one Pantheism with it to get started.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you don't draw one of them naturally, you have to Tenacity for one of them, and then you can't Pantheism back for Tenacity for the other.
Yeah.
Unless you want to do it across 2 turns.
Yeah. Either way, we're going to see Poshan here go into his next turn, still unable to tribute any monsters because of that Massive Restrict.
He's looking like he wants to add at least a little more attack points.
Yeah, maybe he's going to... I think that's an Eidos that he drew. Maybe he's just going to summon the Eidos and start attacking with that instead.
Maybe looking to go for some Prime Monarch beatdown here.
Yeah.
This is G7, right?
Yes. Attacks for 28.
Yeah, this has to keep the Prime Monarch in defense mode.
Puts him at 3,500. Next turn, the attack from Prime Monarch along with Ether would finish teaming off.
You should have 3550 left. 50.
See if he'll add another monster to his field. He does not. All right. One last shot to come up with something good, and he comes up with a trap.
Yeah, that's not a great draw. I think that's going to make it 1-1 here.
See if he decides to hold out with the unicorn.
He has to at this point.
Passes, bluffs with the trap. See if Dawn will give him another turn.
Definitely Mirafos.
He does.
Okay, gives him another turn. Okay, so
turn.
Aiden still has a chance here if he draws something to get rid of that domain, or some kind of dark hole for to get rid of all the tribute summon monsters. There's a few options he could draw here.
Yeah, I'm thinking that basically what he's got is Swords of Concealing Light.
Yeah, here we go.
And he comes up with
Archery and Eccentric,
which he can't use.
Can he
has
not?
to tribute it.
Not from the Pendulum Zone.
You don't?
No, it destroys itself.
Oh, it's destroy both it and this card. You're right.
So he can stick that in the pendulum zone and destroy domain.
Yeah.
And then he's in business.
So.
Nope.
Okay, things have gone off the rail.
Yeah.
That's definitely not allowed.
Yeah, that's definitely not allowed.
I mean, what is happening here can happen, but it would have to happen with Ether on the field. And we may be too far gone at this point. Shuffling up. Things like this happen sometimes.
Happen from time to time.
And sometimes the word gets in quick enough that we can fix it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can't. Actually, the Dragon Duel final last year.
Yeah,
I had a situation where Evil Swarm Exciton Knight destroyed a tribute summon in Clifford.
Yeah. Well, I've notified the judges, so hopefully they get it as soon as possible. We'll see if they can resolve this.
Fortunately, there's a lot of time here shuffling.
Yeah.
Right. Activates the Light Phoenix. Light Phoenix, I think, is a 3.
Yeah.
There's no tribute summon monster.
It's a Performing Pal Odd Eyes Light Phoenix.
Yeah. It's a 3. That allows him to summon the Kieran.
Is this a monarch?
It's escalation of the monarchs. Yes.
Passive Escalation of the Monarchs. The Monarch spell or trap? It is, but you might not know that if you can't read Korean.
Yeah.
I'm just using Japanese cards. Yes, he's using Japanese cards.
Yeah.
Do we remember how many plays it happens as?
He pendulum. He
So Archwing Eccentric was tributed to destroy Ether. Yep.
I think one of the judges just noticed.
Oh, I see.
But we're a little far gone now.
Okay, we split back up.
Yep. I think we can reverse it.
So let's see if we
Looks like they are going to try to reverse it.
Okay.
A lot of searches have happened since then.
Yeah.
To destroy Ether, and then use Sky Iris, which
To search for this.
Yeah, I think they're trying to rewind.
Yep, and there's no need for any of this to happen. All Teeman really needed to do was put it in his pendulum zone and destroy domain.
Yeah.
Right. So we can. This is easily
So the-
repairable.
Yeah, so this
The
is
issue is
repairable. The
Archwing
end result is that
Yep, so I think the various judges are going to
Yeah, so that was the error.
be able to repair this here.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna rewind. Yeah, we may need to translate for him. So we're backing up the game because of an illegal play.
Okay, so we've got our head judge, Matt Weaver here, who's just going to help rewind some plays here.
Gotta undo the searches, undo
Yeah.
the pendulum summon.
So
Yeah. And the
Archfiend Eccentric
deck can be
was
shuffled again and be
tributed
randomized,
while
so
Mask
that's
was
okay.
in play. So he couldn't have done that.
Yeah. This is going to make Aiden a little disappointed because he's going to
He
have already
actually had
summoned
this one, and he already summoned it.
Yeah.
So they're not going to let him take that back, and he's going to lose this duel.
Yeah. That's fine. I guess it's going to go to 1-1, and we're going to go into game 3.
Yeah, that's the illegal play. So we
That's
do
an
this.
absolute shame when you get this
Pendulum
far
cards
and you
go back.
actually have the play available to you.
Yeah.
Kieran was in his hand.
Karen,
Was in his hand.
Karen was in hand.
Yes.
Well, Karen's in hand right there.
Kieran
This
was in
the
hand
deck.
with the Odd Eyes Unicorn. The Odd Eyes Light Phoenix was in the
It's in the deck from Sky Iris.
Yeah.
And Archwing Eccentric in hand.
And Arch is on the field.
The illegal play
Archwing
was the
Eccentric.
tribute, so that's on the field.
And this is back in play. You need to shuffle your deck. Okay, now this all occurred when he tributed this. So we just back up in his turn to this point, and he'll continue from here.
Yep, so they're going to continue from there.
All right, there's not a whole lot to continue here.
No, I
Peng
think
is just going
that's
to win.
kind of it. Yeah.
All he can really do is destroy his own Mask of Restrict, which he could do.
Can he?
Can he? Oh no, he might have to destroy an opposing card.
No, it's a monster at this point.
Oh, it is a monster at this point. That's right. I keep thinking that he had put it in his pendulum zone, because it is in fact over there where his pendulum zone normally would be.
No, he put it on the field as a monster.
Yep, that is where it should have been in the pendulum zone if he wanted to actually make the play he was making. But he summoned it as a monster.
Well, yes, we would basically give you a warning for a procedural error, but we are able to fix the game state and you can carry on as is. So don't worry about I'll log it later, but right now focus on playing your match.
So, quick rewind. Back to where we were.
Right, so Archfiend Eccentric is a monster.
Yep.
Can't really do a whole lot.
Yep. Aiden has performed his normal summon for this turn.
When you tried to tribute this to destroy Ethers, so you have
What I'm saying here is it's not Archfiend Eccentric that's going to destroy the Mask of Restrict. It's going to be the Sky Iris. So he can destroy his own card,
okay.
Sky Iris.
I see. Yeah, so that's possible. Okay, so not all is lost. So he can still destroy his own Mask of Restrict and basically do this exact play.
Pretty much. The difference is his opponent's going to be able to fight back now.
Yeah. Yeah. Why is that the case?
Because Mask of Restrict isn't there.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I see what you mean. I thought you meant fight back against the play. Yeah, so yeah, his opponent can fight back.
Yeah, otherwise he has no plays.
Yeah.
If Mask of Restrict is around.
Yeah. So that's all repaired. Thank you very much, judges. It's actually one of the ones that gets me all the time with Archfiend Eccentric with Mask of Restrict. Or at least when Monarch started being a thing, you know, Mask of Restrict kind of came back in. It was a tough thing to remember that Archfiend Eccentric tributes.
It's amazing that a card with so little text is so good.
Yeah. Same as Regeki.
Yeah. Destroy all monsters your opponent controls.
Yeah.
Monsters cannot be tributed. And the everybody's favorite, draw 2 cards.
Yep, that's a pretty good one as well.
All right, this time Ether is destroyed. And let's see what Teeman was up to with that pendulum play. Unicorn and Phoenix. Goes for Kieran.
Yep. It's basically the same play. Just now he doesn't have a Mask of Restrict.
Activates to return Electro Pendulum to the hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
He hasn't, has he? Yeah, he knows from the Eccentric. Still had it in my head that he didn't need to.
Puts up a block. Not entirely certain this matters.
No.
Though, if opponent is out of spell and traps in his graveyard, if he has no Monarch spell and traps left, that could help. But Domain will lower the...
Yeah, Domain can lower the... yeah, Domain. He can just attack over any of these monsters.
And he doesn't need to. He just needs to summon Caius, and he does 1,000 and wins.
Oh, yeah. that works too. I actually love that play. Hold that.
He goes Majesty Fiend.
Yep. Turn's going to activate. Going to go search for Ether, just in case he needs it for next turn.
Shuffles up.
Aiden's just gonna do the same.
Yep, he's just Getting all the cards out of the way, since pile shuffling is mandatory.
Yeah, and the 4 piles this time. Do you think that factors into kind of deck building and things like that? The shuffling
The amount of
methods?
shuffling?
Yeah.
It affects me when I deck build. I hate shuffling 5 million times a turn. I much prefer things like Pot of Desires, where it might take a little while because I got to count out the 10 cards, but I don't have to shuffle, so it's fine.
Okay.
I sit at a desk all day, I type, and then I have to shuffle during playtesting too. I'm going to break my hands doing that.
Okay. Okay, so if anyone ever needs to beat Jerome, just...
Yeah, make me play Gladiator Beasts. I won't even survive the duel.
Yeah. 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 That's a good way. I'm just going to play 3 copies of Disturbance Strategy.
Oh. Oh. All right. Well, that about wraps it up. Teeman looks at his next draw, and it's nothing useful. So we are going on to a deciding
game 3
game in the finals of the Dragon Duel World
to
Championship.
decide who is the Dragon Duel World Champion.
Teeman's going to have to put this one behind him really fast. He cannot let the mistake with Archfiend Eccentric affect the way he thinks about this final game.
Yeah, he seems pretty calm about it.
As long as you stay calm and just do what you know that you can do, and you get to choose whether you want to go first or second, so you have the option to at least get 1 turn without any domains or any other shenanigans.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to choose to go first here? I think so.
I think it's highly likely.
Yeah, just so he doesn't have to play under Domain of the Monarchs.
He gets a chance to put a Solemns down, or even trigger an Ariadne effect. We haven't seen that card all day.
No.
All weekend,
All
Guiding
weekend.
Ariadne, but it's in there. He's got 3.
Yeah, it's actually really strong Ariadne. If you manage to get it with Luster Pendulum, really good.
That was one of the most devastating plays of the old Performer Pal Pendulum deck in the short days of its existence.
Yep. Yeah. A lot of people spoke about that.
The Performer Pal version, not the later version that just had all the Draco Slayers.
Yeah, I was going to say that deck still ended up being very, very strong, even though quite a few of its cards got taken away on an adjusted list.
And this is kind of the next evolution of it, really.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what is seen quite a lot. Saw quite a lot of play at the European Championships, actually, this kind of deck.
Former Pal Pendulum Sorcerer is limited here, but Teeman is still playing it. It's a very good card.
Yeah. And Skullcrow Bat Joker as well.
All right. Looks like we are drawing hands for game 3.
But this is the final match to decide who is this year's Dragon Duel World Champion. Is it going to be Poshan from Taiwan or Aiden from the USA?
All right, just looking over at Pun's hand. He's got some pretty good stuff there. He probably wishes he was going first with this.
Yeah. And Aiden here opens up with this Archfiend Eccentric once more, which is good, really good. It's a good card to open up with because, it's a large scale.
And he's got 2, so he could tribute 1 off and use the other as a 7. He's got Lector, Master, 2 Eccentrics, and a Solemn Strike, which is not super exciting.
No. Not ideal. At least he has the Solemn Strike.
Yes. Solemn Strike is very useful before your opponent gets Return of the Monarchs on the field. He goes Master and Archfiend Eccentric.
Putting Electron field.
Hummin's Lector. And he's put all of his cards out there where they can get hit by a Twin Twister, which Pawn has.
Yeah. I think Poshan here is probably just going to go ahead and play that Twin Twisters.
Twin Twisters for back row and Master. That takes
Yep.
out the Solemn Strike.
Gets the Prime Monarch straight in the graveyard. Eidos. Eidos' effect.
And Stormforth. This time he can definitely do what he wants to do with Stormforth.
Yep. Here goes Ether's effect. Probably get another Ether.
Sends Pantheism to the graveyard.
Yep. He's going to want Pantheism and then just some other... Oh, goes for the second Prime Monarch. That's no problems with that.
The one thing he can't do is force Teeman to give him Domain. Because you can't play Tenacity without a Monarch in hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, he might try to trick him and just take it and 2 Tenacities. But I think at that point you have to kind of just hope they don't have it.
Yeah, you'd pick Tenacity, surely. You'd pick Tenacity just on hope.
Okay, there he goes. March, Domain, Stormforth.
Yeah, so immediately you're kind of drawn away from Stormforth. Down to March and Domain.
That's March of the Monarchs.
So I think he's going to ask for a translation of March.
Let's go ahead and bring it up for everyone at home.
Yeah. Not a lot of text on this one, but very powerful.
Can't be targeted or destroyed by card effects. You can't summon monsters from your extra deck. Not that Pawn has one.
Yeah. So that isn't really a restriction.
This is March of the Monarchs.
Teeman, I think, is very likely to choose that one since he doesn't have much in the way of effects that destroy them anyways, other than Eccentric.
Yeah.
And he just knows that if he tries, the next one's going to drop.
I think... I can't tell what he gave him. I think Aiden's in a bit of a tough spot now, to be honest.
Yeah, getting hit by the Twin Twister was...
Yeah, well, he basically got his entire board taken away, and he just has Archery and Eccentric now. His one card to Poshan's many.
I feel like he definitely gives him the March there, because you can just get rid of the March.
Yeah. He gave him... I think it was Stormforth.
Yeah, we'll give it Stormforth?
Yeah, well, it's not going to be much use in this next turn, because likelihood of Aiden summoning any monsters is pretty low.
Still got the Eccentric.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's got a second Eccentric in hand, so it's not like...
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, well, you could summon the Eccentric.
Yeah.
It could be a case of, okay, you set your Stormforth, and if you don't flip it immediately, I'm going to force you to play it, and then just not summon a monster.
Yeah, I just think that Twin Twisters at the start of this turn was absolutely huge. Like, there was no question about it. That was it. But I'm unsure as to why Aiden decided to put all his cards on the field.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
In that first turn. Maybe he just wanted to establish some cards on the board in case, they got taken away somehow.
2 hits for Monarchs, 5,600 damage.
Yep, drops down to 2,400. The original Monarch attack points.
All right, so I think he's going to be able to play both of his cards and get Ether back to his hand.
Yep. Yeah, most likely. He's also going to have Reinforced Truth. So he's going to be able to play Reinforced Truth, play Stormforth, and then play the Ether from hand. If Aiden comes up with anything here.
Draw, he flips Reinforced Truth.
So that special summons a level 2 or lower warrior type monster from your deck.
You have to skip your battle phase, but you don't really have one during your opponent's turn anyways. That is really kind of it's a big part of Pawn's deck. He runs a full 3 copies of it.
Yeah. Here is Edia. Followed by Eidos.
And he's going to be able to tribute that Edia to get back Pantheism.
Yeah.
Or anything else that he might banish for the Prime Monarchs. Even get back a Stormforth.
Basically anything, yeah. I don't think Aiden's in a great position here. Well, I don't know what the other card is that Aiden drew.
Can't Can't think of what one card is of particular use here.
No. Maybe Dark Hole or something, but not even that would help at this point, I don't think.
He still doesn't play it. You have to go full Zexal here and just make something up and somehow transfigure your card into whatever it is. And then you'd have to get Matt Weaver to allow you to play it, and I don't think he'd be down with that.
No. No, I don't think so. Full Zexal. Is that a term?
Yep.
Going full Zexal. Well, he could have drawn Cards of Sanctity.
The Yugi version.
That seemed to work for Yugi a little earlier.
He goes Eccentric. Tribute. Destroy Ether.
Yep.
And sets Chaos Trap Hole.
I think the game will continue here because he's going to be able to Chaos Trap Hole the one summon that Po Shang will be able to make here. He's probably going to tribute both for, one of the big monarchs, and then it's going to get Chaos Trap Holed.
Tributes them both. And he's going to negate the summon. Pays himself down to 400.
Yeah, what's the attack points of Edia? Can he not just summon back Edia with Eidos and attack?
I believe Eidos puts it in defense.
Okay.
Eidos does indeed special summon it in defense position. All right, and Erebus should be banished here. About the one summoned by Edia. Edia also summons in defense position.
Yep, so there's no small attacks that can be made here.
And he does get an extra tribute summon now.
Yeah.
So that'll just let him play the Ether and finish things off.
So the judge is just fixing the fact that Chaos Trap Hole banishes.
Making sure that Erebus is banished.
Just in case. There we go, that's all sorted.
Yeah, it looks like Pon picked up his Pantheism.
Yeah, so that's the second normal summon from Eidos being made here.
For a tribute summon only, which this is. Sends Frost Blast. Sends Return of the Monarchs.
Summon a second.
Another Ether. That's a third Ether, actually.
Yeah, I think at this point we're just watching the new Dragon Duel World Champion really do everything his deck could possibly do at this hand. He could just attack and win here, but he's making sure he completes the duel.
I think that's, in this case, kind of a sign of respect for, maybe you do have something. You're pretty good. You made it to the finals. There could be something there.
Yeah. You never know when that Battle Fade is going to appear.
People are playing Battle Fader.
Yeah, they are. Don't know if Aiden is playing Battle Fader.
No, he is not.
He's not. These are the top two duelists in their respective league here in the Dragon Duel. Aiden checks everything, and that's it.
And that'll do it. One last attack from an Ether goes through, and Pon Po Shan of Taiwan is the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game Dragon Duel World Champion. Played very well there.
With Domain Monarchs.
With Domain Monarchs, something that I don't think anybody was expecting.
No, definitely
and
not.
It absolutely worked out for him.
Yeah.
So congratulations. He will be receiving his trophy and other associated cool stuff in an award ceremony later.
Yeah.
Following the conclusion of the very final match of the tournament.
Yeah.
So congratulations to all of our Dragon Duelists. They did a great job this weekend. 4 rounds yesterday, 3 more today. And in the end, Pon Po Shan of Taiwan is the Dragon Duel champion. Runner-up, Aiden Tiemann of the United States.
Yeah, very well fought.
Well done, everybody in the Dragon Duel.
Yeah, that was fantastic to watch.
Yep. So if you are 14 or under 14 and you would like to compete in the Dragon Duels, you can do that.
Yep.
There are Dragon Duels available at regional qualifiers all throughout the world, I believe.
Yeah.
Is it the same in Europe? Because we have them at regional events here.
We don't separate them at regionals.
Oh, okay.
I think, the Dragon Duel is open at the Continentals.
I see.
In Europe.
All right.
Yeah, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yep. Dragon Duels will be starting up next weekend once the first round of tournaments for the 2016-2017 dueling season begins, and that'll happen next week with YCS Toronto, YCS Rimini, and the start of regional qualifiers.
Oh, I'll be over there in YCS Rimini.
That'll be very exciting. I know that Dan was really hoping to go to Toronto this year, but he's stuck in the office this time. I love Toronto. Actually, Toronto's a fantastic city.
Well, this is my first US event, so it's really been exciting for me to meet everybody from the US and just get to have a look around and see how the event's running. It's really cool.
All right.
Enjoyed it a lot.
Glad you're enjoying it over here.
Yeah.
We've got one last match for you. And you might recognize this guy because he's been in this last match for the last 2 years running, going for a third. That is current world champion Shinsuke Hiyama of Japan. And he's taking on the last remaining player from the United States, Eric Christensen, in a Blue Eyes mirror match.
Yep.
That's going to be coming up next, followed by an award ceremony. Don't go away. Here we are in the top 8 of the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. We're getting the opening hands right now for our 2 duelists. And as you can see, that's a very beautiful new playmat.
Yep. I really like this one.
That is Juno. She's not a Teller Knight. Kind of looks like one. She's inspired by Cape Canaveral and the space program. That's also something known in Florida.
Yep.
All right, it looks like Matthew is taking the first turn, and he's drawn the Pantheism.
Yep.
We saw Edmasu yesterday opening up with that Pantheism twice in 3 games. It's a very strong start for the Australian.
Yep. Let's see where his hand goes from here.
Got double pot of duality. One of those dualities not going to be that useful at the moment.
Yeah, his hand seems bigger than it should be. He's got
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You shouldn't have 6 cards in the first turn, so maybe one of those pot of dualities is a duplicate. We'll see.
Okay.
Judge, what is your happened to me on the? What is your question? Is there like?
So Pantheism has been banished. He's searching for it right now.
Yeah.
We have yet to see what is happening with the hand there.
Yeah. So Matthew's just
goes triple tenacity.
Yeah, straight for the tenacity. No reason not to, I guess, in this kind of situation. You want to be able to guarantee a search for one of those spell cards.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, not quite getting a good count on his hand there.
No.
1, 2,
I
3.
think it's just one pot of duality.
One pot of duality. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6. With the extra card from Pantheism, so that should be correct.
Yeah, so let's see if he can... yeah, so I think this is the best option for him here. He's going to have to somehow solve the fact that he can't get a Monarch on the board right now, and escalation seems to be the best way to do that.
Ah, yes, he had the effect failure on Edia from the Smith's side. That's,
maybe Travis just passed the first turn. Yeah, I think Travis may have just passed
he
the
went
first turn,
first
so
and
that's why
passed.
there is that extra card.
I see. Well, that makes a lot more sense then.
Yeah. That's super hard to tell for us, really.
It's a rare opening move.
Yeah, it seems strange that he wouldn't have let that go through and then played Max C to try and make his hand a little better.
Well, it could just be that he knows that he can't deal with a Monarch right now.
That hand that he has right now. Oh, let's show Travis' hand here. He's struggling a little.
Not super great. We've not seen his draw for the turn yet, though.
He's a double Galaxy Soldier, though.
Discards 1 for the second.
Yeah. Okay, so he drew Melody for the turn, which kind of
the Melody could
allows him
help
to do something.
That could get him both a light monster.
Yeah.
He can basically get to alternative and the second discard for
Yeah.
Galaxy Soldier if he needs it.
Yeah. At the same time, though, Matthew has got escalation.
He's got escalation for Kuraz, right? He's got Kuraz.
Yeah. But that's the only disruption that he really has.
And there is a cost associated with Kuraz. If he does use it to disrupt Smith, he'll be giving him a free card for each.
Yeah.
Cards Max C to Melody of Awakening Dragons.
Yeah, I think Travis is in a good spot here.
He gets both original and new Blue Eyes.
Alternative.
Blue Eyes and alternative.
Okay.
Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon has to first be special summoned from your hand by revealing the original Blue Eyes White Dragon. So you can't just play with Alternative Dragon, you have to play the original as well.
Yeah. So that Melody is really good for that, because you can search out both straight away.
What is good, though, is that even though you have to summon Alternative Dragon from your hand first, if it gets blasted by that Kuraz after being summoned, he can then summon it back with Return of the Dragon Lords.
Yeah. Yeah.
He can leave Casiero basically with no monsters. I think he's in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got the potential to summon the second Galaxy Soldier.
That's very true.
So he could summon alternative, then summon the second Galaxy Soldier with discarding the original Blue Eyes.
He's got to be very careful with this play sequence, though, so he doesn't wind up with an orphaned soldier,
Yeah.
basically just sitting there.
Yeah, because it's not much use by itself.
Summons the alternative.
Yep.
Casiero says, that's fine, but hold on just a moment, I may have a response.
I think either way, there's no way for Edia to really get to the graveyard too quickly. Like he's got to get Infinity on the board, and he can't do that without Edia going to the graveyard via escalation summoning something, which is always nice to get the Pantheism back. That's kind of where I was going with that one.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get Pantheism back, which is always nice.
Now the question is, does he summon the soldier now or force the activation of escalation?
As the second soldier.
He goes with the soldier, and that's going to force something out of Casiero.
Yeah, I think he has to.
He's going to wait for the Nova and hope that he doesn't have something to...
Yeah.
Doesn't have a fusion monster to summon.
Does he play Cyber End Dragon?
I would guess not. Nope, I don't see it.
Yeah, then it was correct to wait.
So that's going to be channel 1 targeting this. This will be channel 2 targeting...
Take out both?
Nova and this first turn.
I think he's just willing to accept that he's going to take a hit from that Blue Eyes alternative White Dragon. But little does he know that his opponent also has Return of the Dragon Lords.
Destroys his own duality. This
Yeah,
could
he
get
kind of wants
ugly.
to keep all of that. Well, he can play Ether now, right? Because he has Kuraz.
Does he have an Ether in hand? Oh, yes he does.
That's right, isn't it? Because it's now tribute zone, so.
He can. I don't know how much that helps, though, because of Return of the Dragon Lords. Because you can't Kuraz him out again.
No. But if he wanted to save himself some damage, I guess it's not really... Oh, well, I guess he's going to go for it. What do you think he's going to summon? I guess either way, he's going to be able to save himself some damage here, and he's probably going to put Prime Monarch in the graveyard. So that's going to help with the amount of tributes that he needs.
It's either going to be an Ether or an Erebus.
Yeah, I think Erebus would be the best choice, because then he can... it's going to go to the graveyard, and then he can use its effect in the graveyard.
Yeah, that'll help him to get back on the Monarch train.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think this is definitely the right line of plays here. Travis is...
I think what Travis might do is try to stick him with the Erebus in hand. Just destroy Ether.
Yeah.
And then have that go back to his hand without having a currently visible way to summon it.
Yeah. So he makes a rank A play here. He's going to go into Dark Matter Dragon.
Tachyon Dragon into full armor.
Yeah.
I like the effect.
Yeah. It always feels a little strange when you kind of... Your opponent's just got free reign now. Like, he's not got any more interruptions. So it's... Travis can just do what he wants to do at this point.
Takes out Escalation, forcing Casiero to rely entirely on Ethers for the rest of his opponent turn interaction.
Yeah. Well, he might be able to recycle that Escalation somehow using Edia at some point.
Will he, though? Is that more important than going from Pantheism? Because he does have another copy of Escalation. He could just go get it later.
Oh, he's playing multiple copies. Okay. Then yeah, he's probably not going to want to recycle that.
3 different
I figured he
Blue
was
Eyes.
only playing 1 copy. He was playing 2.
He's got Whitestone, Dragon Spirit of White, Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon. That Alternative Dragon cannot be summoned later.
Yeah. That's kind of a cool thing that Matthew decided to get rid of both of his Max Cs. Because it's not really good in this matchup.
It's too late. It's too late now.
Yeah.
It could be useful, but not at this point.
No.
And he sent 3. What was the third thing? To get rid of all 3? No, 2 Maxis. Third monster.
Yeah, I couldn't see.
Dark Matter Dragon banishes 3 monsters.
Yeah, I couldn't see what the third monster was.
I don't see whatever the third monster is.
Yeah, but he probably picked something that he really doesn't want to draw right now.
Alright, goes for the double attack.
Yeah.
Goes for 12. 12. So he's going to land that Erebus in the graveyard and force Casiero to start discarding if he wants to get cards back.
Yeah. But he's got I think that's another thing to note is that Pot of Duality choice. He's got Pot of Duality in hand now, which, you know, if he needs to do some special summons, he can just discard the Pot of Duality for the Erebus.
Doesn't he need a Monarch Speller Trap for that?
Oh, I thought it was just discard. Maybe wrong.
Take a look at Erebus. This? Yes, you do need to discard a Monarch Speller Trap, so
okay,
he'd have to give up his special summons to find one.
Yeah.
So Casiero's not in the worst position in the world. He does have
No, I don't think
blocking
so.
with the Prime Monarch, but his hand
Yeah.
is a little bit awkward right now
Yeah.
because he cannot play Pantheism. He
Yeah.
would have to discard it.
It would be a little more scary if Travis had a Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, I think.
Yeah, if he had Spirit Dragon to block Prime Monarch, that would be rough. If he could block spells with number 38, that could also be rough.
Yeah.
And it looks like in the end phase, Blue Eyes has hit the field. And we can't forget that Return of the Dragon Lords is still in the graveyard to prevent 1 instance of destruction.
Yeah.
All right, and he gets an Allure of Darkness. He's got an Eidos in hand, so that is live.
Yeah. So he's going to discard Pantheism to search back the Erebus. So he can summon Erebus right now.
Yes, he can summon Eidos and then Erebus.
He's going to play Allure. Draws the second Erebus and Ether. Ooh, that's nice.
That's a really good draw off Allure.
Yeah. So let's see. He's probably going to use Pantheism right now.
Quick check of the graveyard. And right now, Smith's only card in hand is Blue Eyes Classic. So he's going to be in need of a pretty good draw.
Yeah.
You may have the.
There goes the pot duality.
If you'd like to give it to me, that's fine, but I do indeed want the return, actually.
I've gotten pantheism so much.
I will probably
So,
go back to the deck.
What he's played.
Yeah, pot duality doesn't quite do that.
Smith is confusing it with that other card that starts with P, and now we're going to see that one.
Travis was trying to say, can you just take that Kuraz? That would be fine, right?
That'd be good. You love Kuraz, it's your favorite.
So he decides to take the return, which is obviously that's probably the best choice there.
Yes. And he gives them a choice of all the different ways that I'm going to tribute your monster.
Yeah. So.
And show you the Rebus, and then look at that.
That was like a little magic trick, didn't it? Because he didn't shuffle, so he kind of just searched off the bottom of the deck.
Oh, how mysterious. I can't believe there was a Stormforth there.
And then I'll activate Monarch Stormforth.
Yeah, I think Matthew is in a
And my Prime Monarch.
great spot now. This Erebus is going to be able to make a great play to get rid of. To get rid of that Blue Eyes that's on the field. Because obviously he doesn't know that that Blue Eyes Classic is in hand. However, Travis does have the possibility with the cards that we're seeing right now. He has the possibility of summoning alternative White Dragon.
That's right.
By using the Ancient Stone.
He's got the Ancient Stone in his graveyard to get one back.
Yeah. And he can get the one back that wasn't properly summoned, so that he
get
can
it into the
make that and put it in the graveyard in a
No, we'll not enter the deck anymore.
So I feel
better
like
way,
in,
I guess.
in a perfect world, he picks up Return of the Dragon Lords here and winds up with two alternatives, like a backup for once the Ether hits.
Yeah, or maybe. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. So Ether's going to be able to disrupt this play. Just wondering where exactly Matthew can go to make something that Travis can't deal with, because just one alternative won't really do it.
It's tough because of the.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yikes!
But he's only got one White Stone of Ancients though.
Does have one White Stone, so I think he's first going to summon
the
this alternative dragon.
Yes,
and force
I
out
agree.
Ether.
Completely agree.
This is a really back and forth game. We didn't get
this is really close. That trade-in was a great draw, though.
That's so good. I mean, Casiero had the allure and drew into the perfect stuff with it.
Yeah.
So let's see if Travis can answer back with his trade-in.
Yeah, I guess trade in here. What would you want to see? Like, I think Cards of Consonance and another White Stone would be ideal. He's shuffling too fast. I can't tell what it is. I think that's Return of the Dragon Lords. Yeah, he's looking at his graveyard. That leads me to believe that it is.
All right, so Ether was summoned, but he did not activate its effect. So it seems.
Maybe he's out of Kuraz's. Yeah, he's out of Kuraz's.
Out of Kuraz's, he only got two. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. If you're just joining us now, then you're just in time because we have one match left for you, and that is the finals of the World Championship between 2015's reigning World Champion Shinsuke Hiyama and the United States' own Eric Christensen, looking to create a triple crown of his own with a YCS win, a World Championship qualifier win, and then the World Championship win. Shinsuke, this is his third trip in a row to the World Championship. His methodical play style clashes with the high-octane, high-power Blue Eyes strategy that he's playing in this tournament. He went 4-1 in day one, losing only the first round to Medolces, armed by the player from France, Sakar. Eric Christensen of the United States. He is the first YCS champion who also won the WCQ in the same season, and if he can go 3 for 3 on major championship events, it would be a massive, massive achievement. He's also playing Blue Eyes today with the Galaxy Soldier tech to give him access to Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Yeah, we've been talking about that quite a bit. We like it quite a lot, don't we?
It's very good. When that thing works, it works.
Yep.
When it gets hit by Max C, you could be in a little bit of trouble.
Yep.
In terms of cards like that, Max C's, Shinsuke is playing a 2-2 split of Max C and Effect Veiler, which is a little strange. Like, I see it a lot, but it seems like there's always one of them that's better in the format than the other.
Yeah.
You kind of want to go 3-1.
Yeah.
And in this case, I feel like you want the Max C at 3 And since you can search Effect Veiler out, it's pretty clearly the one that you put at 1.
Yeah, you don't need as many.
But it's working for him so far, and also working for him is running with 42 cards. He's maxed out on a whole lot of things that you normally don't see maxed out. Cards of Consonance is generally a 1 or 2 of in most of the Blue Eyes decks that we've seen, but he's gone all in on it. 3 copies of Cards of Consonance, 3 copies of Dragon Shrine, and so far, everything's working out for him, even though he's stacking up cards like Dragon Shrine that can only play once per turn. Omitted from his deck, things like Silver's Cry that we are seeing in pretty much every other deck. Eric Christensen is playing it, for instance.
I think Silver's Cry is really good, actually.
Yeah, at least having one of
bit
it.
of damage. Yeah.
Play it in the battle phase. Play it during the end of your opponent's turn. Use it as a pseudo Cosmic Cyclone with Dragon Spirit of White. It's just a really good card. You just don't want to draw more than one of it because you can't play it.
Yeah, it's only once per turn.
The real star here in terms of recursion, though, is Return of the Dragon Lords, which you can play more than one of if you draw it.
Yeah.
So, it looks like our players are just about ready to begin this final match. So we're going to head down to the table right now. This is the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. We are in the finals. This last match is for all the marbles and the Millennium Puzzle imbued trophies. Fumbled over that last word of it.
Trophies, marbles, everything.
Yep.
You are the owner of the world at this point.
My problem right now is I'm a bit too psyched up for this match. Blue Eyes versus Blue Eyes.
Yeah, this is the ultimate match. This nobody could have predicted that both players in this final match would have been playing Blue Eyes decks.
Whoever wins, Kaiba wins.
Yeah.
Which is nice for a change. It's nice for
Kaiba to win
every once in a while.
Yeah. So let's see how these guys start out here. So it all comes down to who's going first at this point. We don't know who's going first yet, but these hands are loading in here. I think if Eric Christensen can, come out with this Galaxy Soldier tech in the first turn, that would be fantastic for him. It would be able to stop a lot of Shinsuke's plays.
All right,
There's
and
a
you
picture
can
of
see
the crowd
that there
there.
is a huge crowd there on hand. I don't know that if you could hear it over the mics, but they were going nuts when Eric Christensen was introduced.
Yeah.
And they are ready for some Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I wonder where Kaiba's at. He's probably watching from his personal jet somewhere.
Eric Christensen starts with Sage with Eyes of Blue, which is met by an Effect Veiler from Shinsuke.
Wow, that's a.
It's
like,
pretty brutal because that was about
brutal
the
start.
only playable card he had. He needed
Eric
that
passes.
to go off to get Cards of Constance out of his hand.
Shinsuke's hand here. He's got a lot to do. He has so much to do. He has the Blue Eyes alternative White Dragon. He can easily get the Blue Eyes Dragon with Melody. He can start searching with the White Stone of Legend that he's just discarded with the Cards of Consonance here. So that's probably going to go, well, it's definitely going to go get him the Blue Eyes White Dragon that he needs for that alternative White Dragon.
That's basically another perfect hand for Shinsuke.
Yeah.
He even had the Veiler to stop his opponent's turn 1 Sage.
Yeah, absolutely. Can he just put... No, he can't. Okay. I'm just thinking, can he just, like, outright win here? He needs to draw some... I don't know. Okay, that's all.
He needs some kind of recursion.
Yeah. No, he's drawn all the cards from Cards of Constance now. That's it.
That's really the one thing he doesn't have is a way to get monsters back from the graveyard.
Yeah.
here.
So he's going to be able to at least put one Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field. Possibly some synchro play. And the big thing here that I'm seeing in Shinsuke's hand is the Phoenix Wind Wing Blast.
Yep.
He's got that as well to interrupt any more of Eric Christensen's plays.
Yeah, Twin Twisters is not useful in this matchup, but Phoenix Wing Wind Blast can just discard it.
Yeah, so he attacks over with the Blue Eyes alternative. Blue Eyes alternative White Dragon.
That'll do a total of 3,000 plus a little bit more for the stone.
Yeah, I can't remember. I think a stone's only 100 or something.
That's a little bit more than that.
600. Oh, okay. So total of 3,500, 3,600. Sorry.
Blue Eye Spirit Dragon hits the field, sets the Phoenix Wind Blast, and during the end phase, he's going to summon out another Blue Eyes.
Yeah. So Shinsuke straight out the gates, really commanding position here.
Christensen really needs to get his hand cycling. He really needs a Dragon tuner right now.
Yeah. So Eric actually has a stronger hand than Shinsuke, but nothing to kind of complete that strength in that hand.
The effect failure kind of ruined it for him.
Yeah, let's say if that Sage went through and he went and got White Stone of Legend, this hand would be crazy right now because he'd be able to just start summoning back all those dragons. I said Ancient, sorry. Yeah.
All right, looks like that's it, and Eric's up, and he comes
Draws
up with
a
a second card of Consonance. What are the odds? That's both copies of cards of Consonance.
Yeah. He's not going to be able to go anywhere with this hand right now. Maybe he's going to set a bluff. I think if Shinsuke actually Wing Blasts this, then
Wing Blast it for game.
Yeah, and that's game over. Wow, what a swift first game here with these two guys in this World Championship final.
All right, Shinsuke goes ahead and plays Melody of Awakening Dragon now.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to summon a Blue Eyes alternative and then attack with all of his monsters. That's more than 8,000.
Goes ahead and plays the alternative, switches to attack position, and just attacks with everything, and that's a quick game one.
Okay.
So things are looking great for Eric Christensen until Shinsuke had effect failure.
Yeah, wow, that effect failure really stopped pretty much all of those plays that happened in that. Eric doesn't look too disheartened, though.
That's rough for Eric, too, because his deck really wants that first turn to get Galaxy Soldier out.
Yeah, so we didn't see his Galaxy Soldier tech this time around, but maybe in the next game.
So, Shinsuke is running that Cat Sith tech, Fabled Cat Sith.
I like that a lot.
It's very, very useful. He's probably going to drop the Twin Twisters out of his main deck. It'll be kind of funny to see a couple of Blue Eyes decks throw Cycle Readers at each other, but I'm afraid that's not going to be the case. Eric Christensen is not running Cycle Reader. He is running Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries.
He actually has, is that 2 Smashing Grounds?
Yes, it's 2 Smashing Grounds.
I haven't seen that since the +1 gadget deck.
It's kind of cool because it's a non-targeting thing, so you can play it when Spirit Dragon is out, and then whatever they chain to bring out will just get hit by it.
Wow, that's actually really cool. Yeah, and generally it has, like, Azure Eyes has a lot of defense, and so does Spirit Dragon.
Yep, 3,000 each.
Wow, that's actually a really cool tech card. So we actually might see that coming in here.
That would be really interesting. Not quite as old as Thousand Eyes Restrict, but pretty exciting nonetheless. Because he is main decking the Dark Hole already.
Yeah.
So having more non-targeting removal is pretty good.
Always good. Here we see the crowd again, going wild. That's the strangest Yu-Gi-Oh! Mexican wave I've ever seen.
We've got some fantastic hats out there in the crowd. Oh, look at that one right there on the left, waving it around, hitting the dab. I don't know if that's appropriate for a children's card game. I guess it's okay for the NFL.
Yeah, we don't have the NFL over in Europe, Jerome. What is that's the football, right?
Yeah, you do. You have it like 4 times a year.
Do we?
Yeah, they go to Wembley and play.
Oh, well, there you go. I need to get down there. Wembley's not too far from me, actually. So,
players look like they have made their decisions for side decking, and are now counting out side deck. Make sure 15 is still there.
That was a swift game one. That's the only way to describe it. Very swift game one.
I think we would have been in for a much longer, more back and forth match had that Sage gone through.
Yep.
That is one of the things you learn when you're playing this deck is that Sage is vital to it. If you can block that, you do it.
Yep. Kind of just like a lot of the really powerful decks we've seen over the past couple of years have had that who just have a single normal summon. If you generally stop that single normal summon effect monster who's got that trigger effect on normal summon, that usually stops the deck from performing well.
That's what keeps Edea out of a lot of Monarch decks these days, is that people don't want to open themselves up to that avenue of interaction to just shut down their turn.
Yeah, exactly. Because it stops Eidos coming out
Eidos.
and giving that extra tribute summon.
It's even worse if you try to normal summon Eidos.
Oh, yeah. Yep, because then just kind of sits there and looks at your opponent like, I'm by myself. I don't have one of my big marks.
All right.
Pile shuffle is last.
Got quick clarification on shuffling procedures, making sure that a pile shuffle is the last type of shuffle that happens.
Yeah. Both players here look so calm. Eric's got a little smile on his face.
It's funny. I was talking to the U.S. contingent this morning, and Masu was fine, Travis was fine, and Eric was freaking out a bit.
Right, okay.
And now out of the three, Eric is the one who's made the finals.
Yeah, so the other two guys are freaking out because Eric's in the finals.
Now the tables are reversed.
I'll go first.
All right, Eric's going to go first again. We'll see if he can push this to game 3.
Even more sportsmanship there in that World Championship finals. That's fantastic to see. Is that Master or is that an effect that I couldn't quite see from Shinsuke? Okay, Eric opens an anti-spell fragrance. That's interesting.
Think he can play all of his own cards?
His hand just looks like 3 spell cards and 2 anti-spell fragrances.
No monsters.
No. But one of those spell cards is an Upstart Goblin.
Yeah,
so
you can trade it for something. And he's going to need to.
He's got Soul Charge, Upstart Goblin,
2
double
anti-spell
anti-spell
fragrance,
fragrance, and a Return of the Dragon Lords.
Could
Wow,
really
that's not a great hand.
That is not what you want to see when you are facing
I don't even know
elimination.
what that card needs to be.
Comes up with Dragon Spirit of White.
Yeah.
Also not useful.
Yeah, at the very least he can set his Soul Charge so that next turn he can play it if that anti-spell fragrance does end up getting flipped over. But Shinsuke's hand isn't necessarily much better.
Especially not with the...
He sets 4.
That's 4, everything but the dragon.
Yeah. So, going over to Shinsuke's hand here. Also, yeah, Cards of Constance not live here because Master is not a dragon. As well as the
Cycle Reader could be very useful. Christensen, in theory, would get an advantage from getting his spell cards first, but having the Cycle Reader will stop any sort of revival should it happen.
Yeah.
And he picks up the White Stone of Ancients.
Yeah.
Is that the White Stone of Ancients?
It definitely looked like a White Stone. Yeah, it's a White Stone of Ancient. It just very swiftly appeared in our hand here.
Did not have Cards of Consonance, correct? That wasn't his...
No, that was Shinsuke's.
That's Shinsuke's. This is actually our first mirror match of
Yeah,
the
it
tournament, so I'm still getting a little used to seeing all the same cards on both sides.
Yeah, well, Shinsuke here...
he picked up
the Sage.
He picked up Sage with Eyes of Blue.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that's as good as having the White Stone of Ancient straight away.
Well, he does have the Cards of Consonance.
Of course he does have that. And that is going to be set because of the anti-spell fragrance. So he's going to be able to go somewhere with this hand right now. All depends on this draw from Shinsuke. He could really start powering up his board here.
Very carefully, making sure everything is in its proper order.
Yep.
This is not a Blue Eyes. This is not what you think of when you think Blue Eyes.
No, there's not a lot of powerful monsters being played at the start here.
Face down, spell and trap cards. It's kind of the opposite of Blue Eyes.
Yeah. So Shinsuke here draws into a Blue Eyes White Dragon, so he's gonna have to flip. Did he have a trade? Yeah, he drew trade in.
He picked up 2 spells, Forbidden Chalice and Trade in.
Yeah. So he's gonna have to set those, and then here's where the big Blue Eyes starts appearing. So he's gonna use that Dragon Spirit of White. Probably gonna take out one of the face downs. Not going to choose to get rid of that anti-spell fragrance at this point because he's already set all his spell cards.
He just needs to make sure the Christensen can't do anything with his own spell cards.
Yeah.
Christensen could really use a Sage right now.
Yeah, I could.
Having the Sage to be able to send your own stone to the graveyard might be pretty nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Eric has a lot of catching up to do here. Shinsuke is just having that Dragon Spirit of White is making him so far ahead, because he can then put that in the banish pile straight away and summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon from his hand. And that's kind of, you know, as far as a simplified game state's concerned, having a 3,000 attack monster on the field, not anything to shake a stick at.
And picks up cards of consonance yet again. That card is following him around like a bad penny.
Yeah. Asking which 2 was set during this turn.
He was asking, did he set these last turn?
Yes. Okay.
Confirm that.
That's 1 card face down, flips the White Stone of Ancients.
Okay.
Runs it into Blue Eyes.
Yeah, okay. So I guess he's doing that to try and get Blue Eyes.
19?
Yes.
Yeah, he's trying to get something on the board.
Yeah.
White Stone isn't gonna cut it.
Yeah, I think he has to do that so that he at least somewhat has. Yeah, that he has got that cycle reader. That's gonna take that right out.
Yeah, this turn Shinsuke is going to be able to discard Blue Eyes to trade in, draw 2 more cards, flip a return. And he may, in fact, be the first 2-time back-to-back world champion.
He's looking like he's got some power plays here now. He's got all these set cards. Anti-Spell Fragrance stopping Eric in that last turn from playing that Cards of Consonance.
Couldn't play it anyways because he'd set the stone.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just, yeah, one thing after another. So now this trade-in's live. He's going to go looking for some dragons. Not going to be able to play that because of Anti-Spell Fragrance. Now he has Emptiness.
More spells.
I think I saw Emptiness.
Yeah, he picked up
that could be
card.
That could be so important. Is that a Veiler as well? No, not a Veiler. It was Master.
I think Christensen. Oh, he's got Dragon Spirit of White.
Yeah, he's got Dragon Spirit of White. So it just depends what Shinsuke decides to go for here. I don't think he's got enough to be able to put game on the board, but
Summons Master lets him pick up his stone again.
Yeah, don't think he's got any really great way of using that right now, but he's going to make a Synchro Monster. He's going to go with
Spirit Dragon.
Spirit Dragon.
Position. He's got the set return.
Oh, so he does. Yeah, he does have enough.
Yeah, he's got 2 returns.
So this is it. Eric Christensen here, just unfortunately unable to keep up with the pace of Shinsuke Hiyama here. There's a second Spirit Dragon. Another return of the Dragon Lords. Take out more set cards, and this is it. Shinsuke Hiyama is going to be a 2-time world champion.
Well, that's not at all what I was expecting to see right now.
Well, that was the power of the Blue Eyes deck.
That is the fastest final match, I think, in any championship level tournament ever.
Yeah, wow.
Because even in the case of the old, I think, 2010 World Championship with Frog FTK, I mean, it has ended in literally 1 turn, but the turn took 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Each time it happened.
That is the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon right there.
Very swift 2-0 victory. Shinsuke Hiyama becomes the first 2-time world champion. And it all started because one person couldn't make it last year. And he took hold of that opportunity. He's actually not the first one to have done so.
Yeah.
Galileo, back when he won with Frog FTK, things just happened to wind up that he gets to go to the World Championship. But when you get that opportunity, you have to make the most of it.
Yeah, and he has absolutely made the most of it. That means he is going to be...
he's going to make his 4th World Championship.
4th appearance in the World Championship 2017.
Which is, I mean, 3 in a row was unheard of to begin with. But
yeah,
4 in a row.
Wow.
Is extremely unheard of.
So, I kept saying to people throughout the whole day that, you know, we're going to see this final match to crown our new champion. No, we have just crowned our same champion. He has defended his title as the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion.
And Christensen, like Eric Christensen, he played great this weekend.
Yeah, he
there
did.
Was really, I mean, it was through no fault of his own that he got blown out like that.
Yeah,
it's just
his deck was just built so well, but in his last match, Shinsuke just
he had the effect failure game 1, and then just nothing came up for Eric game 2.
And he was able to play that exactly as it needed to be played to get all that damage on the board. That's it.
I mean, it's just the worst case scenario for Eric. It happens from time to time, normally to Monarch players. But in this case, that's what ended Eric Christensen's magical run at the World Championship. He will not be the first Triple Crown winner. However, Shinsuke Hiyama, we still have history here.
Two-time world champion, back-to-back.
World champion, back-to-back. It's incredible. So there's a lot of things to take away from this World Championship. Everybody watching at home has finally gotten a chance to see how the Blue Eyes deck operates when it's running on full steam. So what kind of things do you think people are going to take back and put in their own decks?
I think, you know, obviously the way that these guys have built it, the one addition that we didn't get to see at the World Championship is the Pot of Desires.
That's true. That's very popular over in Japan right now.
Yeah.
I actually think that people might try to adopt the Galaxy Soldier deck. That seems very good going
We've not
forward.
seen that anywhere yet. Anywhere at all.
Maybe it might conflict a little bit with Desires, because part of the point of Galaxy Soldier is that you have to have one search the other. But if you have 3, well, if you only banish 1, then you're still fine.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, what a fantastic final match. And, you know, Kaiba sat on his private jet just thinking, Blue Eyes won at the end of the day.
I'm glad Blue Eyes won somewhere.
Yeah, because he got beat by Yugi earlier.
That's unfortunate. You got to catch that later on once we get it up on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, the live duel was amazing.
I mean, we've seen so many different decks, especially decks that we weren't really expecting. So Domain Monarchs in the previous match, for example, I didn't expect to see that anywhere. I didn't think anybody would play Domain Monarchs.
Yeah, exactly. The same. And just Monarchs at all, really. We thought that with them, you know, a lot of their cards being limited. Same as Burning Abyss. We didn't realize that people were still going to be able to play it with, you know, a very limited amount of Dante's.
Dante's or Skarm, Graph.
That's a lot of cards.
All that stuff was limited, and still, people did pretty well with it.
Yeah, really well. So, yeah.
That. What else did we see?
Magispectors?
Magispectors made a big showing here after not really showing up at all elsewhere.
Yeah.
And not only just Magispectors, but they were playing all the spells and traps for it, too. So that was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, that was really cool.
I'm glad that Suichiro managed to finally win one on his 3rd time up to the feature match stage. So good for him.
Yeah.
That was really nice.
Yeah, we just got the crowd out here who are watching the match going absolutely crazy.
All right. So we are going to crown our world champion coming up next in a special awards ceremony. But until then, please enjoy a little more of the action from this weekend.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Just now counting out their side decks.
Yeah, there's the camera on us again.
Swapping decks for the final shuffle.
I think Thousand Eyes Restrict was just happy to be here.
Yeah, just blessed to be on the table.
Yeah. 12 years ago, that card was last seen.
I don't know that
on the world stage.
It's particularly enjoyed its experience here after being summoned, failing to absorb its target, and then summarily exploding in the end phase. But, you know, you made it. You made it, buddy.
Yeah, you made it. You got more, more time on the table than I have, so that's good. That's good. Right, so Travis opens with a Sage here.
All right, Sage of Thighs Blue. Oh, and Casiero has let him go first.
Yeah,
that's just actually on the pass. I don't think he passed though, because you're in danger of taking 8,000.
No, I feel like all the questions that he told me about is coming up here. Yeah, he told me that he's actually built his deck to go second with cards like Electric Wires.
So Smith should.
Ooh, Travis decided to go with Book of Eclipse.
Interesting.
For this matchup.
Let's take a look at his hand. He does not have much of anything. That is not a super solid hand right now. It needs maybe. It needs something. He's got Eidos. He's got Instant Fusion. I guess he could get the Erebus out if he really needed to.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to be facing down. At least a Cyber Dragon Infinity, possibly a number 38 as well, because we see that Smith has Soul Charge in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of...
Smith has drawn just extremely well here.
Yeah. Really, really good.
And there's no Max C to stop him from doing whatever he pleases.
No. He's going to have Infinity, and he's going to be able to Soul Charge for number 38.
Oh no, he's missing the second. He's missing the second level 8.
Oh, is he? Oh well, he can at least get Spirit Dragon.
Yes.
At least making out it's like some kind of bad thing. No.
He could get Spirit Dragon. I think he could go to Crystal Wing as well because he has the.
Yeah, he could.
The second
yeah, he
tuner. Could. Now he is going to be forced to negate the. Oh no, he's got the Eclipse.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
This is
a pretty nasty setup.
Yeah, really nasty.
I still think Casiero needs like one more card to make this hand to actually break the board.
Yeah, well, he only needs to play 2 cards to then be able to Monarch Stormforth away the Infinity. He just needs to play something that seems threatening enough that isn't Stormforth. That's it. That's the kind of the end of it, really. He's got to play something to get that Infinity used, and then be able to play the Stormforth to get over it. That's the key of it. In all honesty,
he really needs like backup though. Like just Erebus. That doesn't get you past the deck that could recover as well as Blue Eyes can.
Well, you say definitely right. I think the Blue Eyes deck can put itself in a position that it can recover from really well. But I think this exact position here isn't that recoverable. He's it's not like he's got Dark Matter Dragon putting Ancients alternative in the grave. He's not got a Melody in hand. Soul Charge is kind of the big one.
I guess the question is he going to use the Soul Charge now or hold it just in case his opponent can out the Infinity?
No, I think he's passed.
He's passed.
That's
smart.
Matthew has drawn
he picks up his Pantheism, but the only thing he can discard is the Monarch Stormforth.
Yeah, but he could get another Monarch Stormforth.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he does have the Erebus. Wow, this is super interesting here. I think, this is difficult. I guess he could play, because it destroys as well. I guess he could play the Eidos, and then that he would surely negate that.
Yeah, he can't play the Eidos first. That's for certain.
Yeah. So.
Pantheism discarding Stormforth. That's okay. I think that's the right.
Okay,
move.
That was quite a threatening card, but he decides to let it go.
I think he's letting it go because he wants to negate the next one that gets searched. Or is he not letting it go?
Okay, Matthew already drew a card, and then Travis stopped him. He's negating that.
Okay,
Whoa.
he is going to negate it.
Okay. He's just going to be able to play Eidos, and then get another Stormforth, and then play Erebus. I'm not saying that's, that's going to win, just outright winning the game here, but...
2 in hand, sorry? Correct.
Yeah, Cyber Dragon Infinity is really tough to get around.
Well, one thing for Casiero is that he can at least get the Cyber Dragon Infinity back into the deck. and that'll stop it from being brought back with Soul Charge. I think he's only playing
Well,
one.
he can Stormforth it.
Yeah, he can Stormforth, but that puts it in the graveyard. And if he puts it in the graveyard, it can come back.
Yeah, yeah. But without material, it's not much use. Unless Matthew does have a special summoned monster for him to be able to absorb straight away.
He can take his own.
Oh,
You can absorb
yeah,
any
that's a
special
good
summon
point.
monster on the field.
That's a good point. Yeah, so he could. Yeah, just
Guards Twin Twister.
Twin Twisters. I think both players here have to keep in Twin Twisters just in case.
Yeah.
But neither of them really want to play it. That's quite a funny little thing there.
Instant
There's
Fusion up next.
Yeah, a fusion in a can.
It's Panzer Dragon. Thousand Eyes Restrict is crying right now.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to be able to make some, make like Pleiades or something if he really wants to.
Pleiades could be pretty good.
Yeah.
Get Infinity back into the extra deck at least.
Yeah.
But I feel like
Or
this
you
is
could go
gonna
into
Volcasaurus.
Okay, wow, he's playing this so well.
He's going to do a lot of damage here.
Yeah.
And Volcasaurus can't attack directly, but attacking Sage is basically as good as attacking directly.
Yeah. Wow, this is strong. He's going to be able to take cards out of his hand as well. He's not gonna use the Sage. He's just gonna start taking cards out of his hand. And if he takes away that Soul Charge,
50-50 shot.
Whoa, that's gonna be big. Let's see what he decides to
50-50
mill
shot.
here.
Unless he wants to take something from the graveyard. I don't think he will though.
No, definitely not. But he doesn't know. He doesn't know that he's got Soul Charge. If he takes away that Soul Charge, then that's gonna leave Travis with just the Book of Eclipse in hand. That's not much use. Oh, it was the Soul Charge.
He doesn't even know how lucky he just got.
He doesn't know. Travis knows.
Travis doing a very good job of not showing
Yeah.
that
yeah.
he just lost his out.
Yeah, I'm not doing a very good job of showing that he's just lost his one out. Wow. Okay, so I guess he needs to draw into Return of the Dragon Lords here.
No, or the Soul Charge just got sent
Yeah,
back.
all the Soul Charge. Whoa, it's not like he has a White Stone of Ancients in the graveyard either. So, I mean, if he draws like a vanilla Blue Eyes or something, then just, you know, that's not going to be
vanilla Blue
summonable.
Eyes wouldn't do it. Actually, any Blue Eyes wouldn't do it, and he's still got 5 left in deck.
Yeah. What a turnaround in this game here. He was facing down Cyber Dragon Infinity just a turn ago.
Goes for Upstart Golem, gets another shot, and picks up a different stone.
That's not ideal.
Not ideal, but it's not the worst.
No,
because Casiero has literal nothing.
But Travis is on 2,700 life points.
He does. He can defend, though, and get a special summon in the end phase to get past that Erebus. I would not count him out here yet.
He just needs a monster to get over the stone.
Stone has more defense than you'd think.
It's got a big 2,000, right? Is it 2,000?
Or am I thinking of Sage? Sage has 1,500 defense. The White Stone of Ancients has... This guy tiny? It's 500.
Yeah.
Alright, so Pot of Duality for Ether. After attacking.
Okay, so he didn't draw another monster.
No, he drew Pot of Duality.
Yeah. So Travis just has... He's kind of in the same situation he was last turn, but he's got a Blue Eyes. That's a good, a good thing.
And he does have a stone in his graveyard as well, so he can force the Ether out.
Melody.
Oh, he goes
wow.
Melody.
Whew, that's
a good pickup.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Traps I have now at 31. Is that right?
31, yes.
Wait, what?
Oh, sorry, I thought you played Book of
No, he discarded the Book of Eclipse. It's interesting that he didn't use the stone effect in the end phase, but looks like it has rewarded him though.
Yeah. Oh, wait, has he used all of his normal Blue Eyes White Dragons?
He's only used one.
Okay, so he's I guess he's gonna get 2 of those, so he can then use the stone and get the Blue Eyes back.
I thought he would have summoned a Blue Eyes from his graveyard in the end, or from his deck in the end phase.
Yeah, same.
And also alleviate a possible dead draw.
Yeah, that seems strange that he didn't do that.
Very interesting. We'll see. He will probably get a draw out of Erebus.
Yep.
Or out of
That's
Kuraz.
Seemed to have been a life point error here, so Travis is now above what a Monarch would be able to do.
Target list, yeah. So check. Oh, sorry, banishes cost.
All right, Erebus tributed for Ether.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna let him get a card here from Kuraz. If he does, then he's gonna be. Oh no, he's just gonna get another Ether.
I feel like Travis would have.
During the end phase, I'll activate effective prime, banishing return. And it returns to the hand.
I think he would have been better off with the second Blue Eyes on the field. I just don't know why he didn't summon it.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't summon that. Oh, and he's got Stormforth in hand as well.
He just drew Stormforth?
Yeah. Wow, what a draw. Yeah, he's going to be able to just take away that Blue Eyes.
That's
attack for 5600.
That'll do it.
Wow, this is such an intense match. Backwards and forwards.
So Casiero wins the coin flip on getting rid of Soul Charge with Erebus.
Yeah.
And Travis Smith either elects not to use a stone effect or just forgets to use a stone effect.
Yeah, well, he forgot his Eyes in the first game. Maybe he's feeling a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah, that's entirely possible.
Yeah, it's a big stage. It's a big stage. I mean, both players, they're really fighting for their chances here in the top 8
and
of the World Championships. I think they're the last table. They're the last table, too.
Nope, Dragondel's still going, and I see...
oh, yeah.
See some translators over on the other end.
Okay, so yeah, there's not many games left.
I feel like that was probably Travis's best shot to close this thing out, because Casiero drew 0 of his side deck cards. He didn't see any electric viruses, didn't see any cycle readers.
No.
And the odds of that happening 2 games in a row?
No, so that means that this game, there's a big chance of... there's still a big chance of those cards.
Yeah, it's about a 50-50 shot. It's a little higher in Casiero's favor than to draw one than to not draw one. And well, chances of happening twice in a row, not getting any. I don't know. I think Travis is just going to have to open really, really strong this time as well.
Yeah.
And hope he doesn't have it.
Yeah, so but both players here doing what they were supposed to do. They're making the best plays here. I mean, you know, if... Yeah, I mean, he got the soul charge in that
soul charge.
But at the same time, he made the play to get that chance. It's all about the kind of making the plays to make the opportunities to do well.
Give yourself the best chance to win.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think he still doesn't know that he hit a soul charge with that.
Yeah, he still doesn't know. Travis probably wouldn't tell him.
Maybe he'll tell him after the match.
Yeah, probably tell him after the match.
All right, well, all the decisions appear to be made with respect to what's going in.
Yeah, both players just shuffling up here. You can see the concentration on their faces.
This is not where you want to lose.
No.
Or at least make it to the next level. Not sure what the prize card cutoffs are for Juno versus the other one.
I think it's just the
just all top 8 or the finalists?
No, I thought it was the finalists. I think it's just first and second.
I saw a lot of copies of it over in the prize case yesterday.
Yeah. Maybe we can get a shot of the prize case and we can see just how many we've got out there.
All right. Still just finishing up the last pile shuffles. They're very delicate with each other's cards. I like that they're not handling them too roughly.
Yeah.
See Joe presiding over, as he tends to do.
Yep. Not something we spoke about. As you can see, every single one of our world's competitors got one of their own jerseys with their name on the back. That's going to be a keepsake. They're going to keep for a long time.
Yeah, and then Joe got one too. You can see he's got his United States patch on there as well.
Yeah.
Last name on the back. Joe was actually really instrumental at the WCQ for helping to unravel the we swapped our decks by accident error.
Yeah, I remember.
And the redemption round as well. He was doing a great job for us here as well. All right. Looks like our players have drawn their hands. Travis Smith looks like he's got some draw power at least.
Yeah, there's
He's
a
got
trade-in.
alternative, regular blue eyes.
So I think the key thing to remember here is that Travis is obviously going to choose to go first, and Matthew wants him to go first. He seems to have just opened a bunch of big dragons.
Trade in, discards blue eyes, draws 2 cards.
Ooh, opening double.
Well, it's
blue
fine
eyes.
because he had the
he had
trade in there.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought he drew into another.
Nah, he originally had it, but this is pretty good because I think he picked up Galaxy Soldier as well.
So we could see that Cyber Dragon Infinity again.
On the other hand, to get it out, he would have to take the Max C challenge.
Ooh.
And then do it into an electric virus.
Yeah. Cyber Dragon Infinity, another target for Electric Virus.
This could be really, really brutal if he gets Stormforth into Vanity's Fiend.
Yeah, and well, you could Electric Virus as well.
Electric Virus into Vanity's Fiend. Casiero drew exactly what he needed this match.
Wow.
So that activates in the hand, and then I'm chaining Maxi.
Oh, that's not what you want when you're summoning that Galaxy Soldier. Because Galaxy Soldier, although very strong combination between the double Galaxy Soldier, it's not so great just on the field alone.
Yeah, you just kind of have to stop, I think, at this point. You can't give him all those cards.
Yeah. Galaxy Soldier is kind of like the Battle Guard cards. He always needs one of his friends to back him up.
And he's picked up Erebus, so now he has a Monarch as well.
No more deck searching, sorry?
No more deck searching.
Matthew's hand here is pretty good. I think this game has just shown what these players can do. They've both been able to just, again, the deck building here at the World Championships is just fantastic. Okay, so Travis does decide to stop.
That's the smart play, but it might already be too late.
There was an Edier as well. I don't think he would risk. I don't think Matthew would risk playing Edier and it getting Veiled here.
No, not a chance.
I mean, he could play the Electric Virus on the alternative dragon, use its effect to destroy the Galaxy Soldier, then summon the Vanity's Fiend.
Just go and Stormforth Vanity's Fiend.
Yeah, I guess he's going to save that Electric Virus.
And that could just be it. Can't special summon at all.
Yeah.
And even though he's picked up another Blue Eyes Return Dragon, he can't play it. He really needs Book of Eclipse.
This is such a huge play here. This is exactly what Matthew built his deck to do. This Vanity's Fiend is just going to sit there and stop Travis from summoning any of his big, strong dragons.
Yeah,
and the Galaxy Soldier.
He's got outs to this. It's just there aren't that many. They come from the side deck. It's 2 Book of Eclipse.
Yeah.
And that's it.
It's got to be the Book of Eclipse. I remember back in Necros format when that was your only hope, was a couple of those Book of Eclipses.
No, he's got Dark Hole. Never mind. He's got Dark Hole, 2 Book of Eclipse, 3 possible outs, assuming he makes it past this turn, which he should because Vanity's Fiend is at least also preventing the Ether double up.
Yep.
All I was going to do is attack 24 for this turn, and then I was going to set this and set this in my stuff.
He
So
draws.
I think Matthew's just setting monsters to try and make some kind of tribute summon next turn.
Yeah. Comes up with a Sage this time.
Yeah. Did Travis decide to not play any cards again, or did he set Sage? Yeah, he didn't play any cards. So Eidos, Edier. Gonna tribute both of those for an Erebus. That's still not quite enough.
Nope, it's only 52. However, oh no, he can't pull back the Prime Monarch.
Yeah, because Vanity's Fiend is stopping that.
1 to 5.
Rolls, it's 3. That's the middle card.
Yeah.
Don't quite know what that was, but we'll find out what vanishes.
Yep. I think all of his cards is special summoning. This is huge. This huge Vanity's Fiend. It's a really really old card as well. What was Vanity's Fiend first released in?
Cyberdark Impact.
Cyberdark Impact. Wow.
I don't know. I'm not a judge. I don't know what the policy is.
All right. So, one last shot. That's not.
That's it.
That's actually not game.
Well,
that's 5,200.
The game's over now.
think he shook his hand, and that's the match over. So Matthew wins with a huge Vanities Fiend. Vanities Fiend. I mean, he still had a lot of stuff, Electric Virus, and.
Can you feel the power? Two words mean competition for the victory. I could be the best one day and make history. Swing into action. Are you ready to play? Challenge anyone, anywhere, any day. You wanna take a chance? Go ahead and roll the dice. See if it's in your cards. If you'll pay the price. Activate the spell. Let your powers come to life. It's showtime. Who will win the fight? I'm ready to do. Go ahead and make your move. I'll win this duel. You can't beat my rules. I'm in that groove. I know I can't lose. Your turn, your tricks. Now what will you choose? Can you feel the power? I'll win this duel. You can't beat my rules. I'm in that groove. I know I can't lose. Your turn, your tricks. Now what will you choose? Can you feel the power? My move. It's time to duel!
Here we are. This is the semifinals of the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. We've got a matchup between the current reigning world champion and an opponent that he dispatched, but only barely, at the end of day one yesterday.
Yep. So let's see. It's the perfect revenge story.
Yep. If Kajihara can pull this off, I think he's got a lot of extra motivation to pull this off.
Yeah.
And he's also got the first turn, which he's starting out strong with Magispector Raccoon Bunbuku, searching out Magispector Crow Yata.
Yeah, straight out the gates. No messing around.
He's also got a Toad.
Terraforming as well.
Terraforming was pretty good.
Getting that Majesty's Pegasus.
That lets him swap out his spellcasters.
So this is what we didn't see yesterday. We didn't see this Majesty's Pegasus a whole lot, which was kind of stopping him getting a lot of his trap cards.
The only time we saw it was in Duel 3 of that match, when Shinsuke had all 3 copies of Mask of Restrict to stop this exact thing from happening.
Yeah. So he plays the Maxi. I think it's probably still going to be worth him Pendulum Summoning, just for all those searches that he's going to get.
Yeah, he's got a Kirin in hand as well, and that'll make sure that he can threaten Shinsuke's Blue Eyes cards.
Yeah. Does he have enough scales there to be able to summon the Kirin, though?
Oh, let's see. Oh, no, he does not. He does not have any of his 7 or higher scales. I just thought for a second that he had Sky Iris, not Pegasus, is just going to go get Unicorn, but that is not the case. He'll have to settle with a lot of disruption.
Maybe he's just going to stick with the trap cards.
Got one Tempest.
Still he could make a Pendulum Summon and get Ogama, I think. I think he does at least have one big scale, doesn't he?
Nikomata's 2, Kirin is 2, Yata's 5.
Yeah, so Yata will be the 1.
So Kirin and Yata, Pendulum Summon. That counts as just 1 summon, even though it's 3 monsters. So Shinsuke only gets 1 card out of this with Max C.
Yeah, but Kajihara here is going to get 2, because he's going to get Nekotama in the end phase.
It'll be interesting to see what he gets with that. I don't know if he's going to go for one of his spell cards or get another copy of Kieran.
Yeah, interesting.
And he also has a chance, if he wants to go for an Xyz summon, but that would give Hiyama another card. It's kind of weird. If you made a Totem Bird here, you could take away one of his cards, but you're also giving him an extra one.
Yeah, I think it's just generally in that scenario, it is better to give them one more card, but then give you the chance.
Give you the choice of which card you actually want to negate.
Yeah. Just because, you know, the chance of them having of like all of their cards being useful is not necessarily the case.
And that is definitely the case for now, at least.
Yeah, he's got quite a few good cards in his hand here.
The Cards of Consonance is currently, I can't think of any way he can make that useful at the moment, but he can get some use out of all the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see how many make it through, though, given both Tempest and Tornado.
There's that fabled Soul Charge that we were talking so much about in the last game.
Picks it up.
If he
7
was
cards
going
start.
Oh yeah, obviously if he was going first with 7 cards, we'd be worried. But with these 7 cards here, it would produce a really good first turn board. Let's see if he can play through these 2 really powerful Magispector trap cards. I mean, you know, Tempest and Tornado are really good.
He's got a Dragon Shrine. He runs 3.
I feel like he's probably going to start with the trade-in.
I don't know. I feel like I might Dragon Shrine first so that I don't draw the cards that I'm going to trade in for.
Yeah.
And he's actually pondering that exact thing. Which order do I play these cards in?
Yeah.
He goes Shrine first.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just thinking maybe, because if you're going to Shrine, you're going to take one of your tuners out of the deck, which is going to give you less chance to draw it with Cards of Consonance. But yeah, I can, you know.
I think what he wants to do is start with, you might want to start by trying to take out one of those pendulum scales.
Yeah, using the Return of the Dragon Lords. You mean with the Dragon Spirit of White?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be a great choice.
So he only plays 1 copy of Dragon Spirit of White, so there's no threat of a second one in the end phase.
That's good. Good for Kajihara, at least.
And did you catch what he took with? Ah, it's a Bunbuku. That's what he took with Nekomata in the end phase.
Yeah, I think it was. It's kind of. It was what you would do. What you would do in the Necros deck when I can't decide what I want quite yet. I'm gonna go at Brian.
I'm just gonna get another search. I'm gonna search for my search cards.
Yeah. So that you can make that choice later on.
Yeah, it sure did help that I was also a warrior.
Yeah.
You get it with Clausulus.
Yeah.
All right, Shinsuke discards Blue Eyes White Dragon to Melody for more searching. He's getting all the searching out of his way now, so he has a better chance of drawing into tuners.
Yeah, I think that is the right choice to make. And he's put the White Stone Evasions in the graveyard, so if he doesn't necessarily draw anything to be able to summon that blue as alternative dragon with, then he can just use the White Stone Evasions to get that.
Does he have another Blue Eyes in hand, or has he discarded it?
Well, I just trade in. Trade in seems like a possibility if he's going to keep on searching for possibly Twin Twisters.
Yeah, he does have a Blue Eyes available right now. So he summons it by revealing the Blue Eyes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he got another trade-in. It's kind of hard to tell whether or not it's updated or he's just drawing more copies of the cards, but it turns out it's the latter. Discards that Blue Eyes to trade in.
Wow.
And he finally gets 1 tuner, but it's not a dragon type. Can't be used for Cards of Consonance.
Yeah. It's a spellcaster, if I remember correctly.
It is. All of the Eyes of Blue tuners are spellcasters.
Yeah, we saw a lot of play with Secret Village of the spellcasters, didn't we? With this deck in the past.
Or with Maiden?
Yeah, Maiden and Sage.
Turn of the Dragon Lords.
Yep.
Goes in and brings out.
So Alternative Dragon doesn't actually get to use its effect at all here because all of his monsters are Magispector monsters and they can't be targeted or destroyed by card effects.
Correct.
So he's going to target that one with Dragon Spirit of White. Kajihara needs to decide here, is that the one that I wanted him to hit? He's going to chain that Tempest.
He is deciding whether or not, or what to tribute for it, rather. It looks like he's already decided to play it.
Yeah. I think
Tributes
Shinsuke here
Banbuku.
could use the Return of the Dragon Lord to protect it.
He can protect it, but he can't stop the negation.
Yeah. That, in this case, it doesn't matter because he targeted the Tempest with the Dragon Spirit of White, so it's just a matter of does he want to keep that monster?
He does.
The answer is yes.
Okay. He goes for a tuner next to add the stone back to his hand. That'll get him.
Cards of Consonance.
Now he can play Cards of Consonance.
Yeah, just keeps on digging through that deck.
So far, he's managed to continue to draw into cards that draw cards, and the cards that can be used to discard for them. And he picks up an effect failure.
Yeah, so he's just...
Which, not super useful.
He's just kind of putting himself in this particular game state where he can continue the next few turns without having to naturally draw some stuff. You know, at this point, he could still even decide to just, you know, not bother trying to take out his opponent's monsters and just make a bunch of Exceed plays and play Soul Charge and make more Exceed plays, synchroing into the Spirit Dragon as well.
Soul Charge is so powerful in this deck.
Yeah, really powerful. Because on top of the, you know, the level 8 monsters, they're level 8 for a reason. They're very strong, and on top of the fact that they can make all these powerful rank 8s, Soul Charge doesn't really mind what level your monsters are. So you just go ahead and summon them all back.
So he took a quick look at Hieratic Sun Dragon, Overlord of Heliopolis there. Don't know that he quite has...
Is that going to be able to take out the Magispector cards? I don't think it can.
It can't, but I think he's more concerned with the scales. As right now, Kajihara can't rebuild that pendulum scale.
Yep. Yeah, he's only got one Bunbuku. Yeah, can he?
The interesting thing
is there a way for him to use Majesty's Pegasus to rebuild the pendulum scales?
He'd need to have a monster.
Yeah, so
he could Bunbuku, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. Can he normal summon Bunbuku, search for another monster, tribute Bunbuku to then be able to...
I think he still needs another monster.
Needs another monster from his natural draw here.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is nasty because Shinsuke can basically just tribute off all of his monsters to wipe Kajihara's field and then soul charge everything back.
Yeah.
And Kajihara knows this and decides to activate his Magispector Tornado.
Yeah. This is a good thing for Kajihara, at least. He's filling up that extra deck. As soon as they're in there, they're not really going anywhere. So if he does manage to complete that scale, then he can pendulum summon them all back.
That's the important thing. He needs to be able to complete the scale and not have Spirit Dragon on the other side of the field.
So that's where that Totem Bird would have come into play. Probably much sooner, to be honest. He wouldn't have saved it for that.
Soul Charge for 4.
Yeah, that's a big Soul Charge.
And it does get him another use out of the Dragon Spirit.
Yeah. So I think at this point, he definitely has to deal with those scales. Even more so than previously, because... Oh, of course he's going to be able to just use Dragon Spirit of White.
Yep, he takes
out
somehow.
Oh, there you
Kirin, that's the low scale, because he knows that Bunbuku, which is a high scale, is the remaining card.
Yeah, but
not
still,
that it super matters since it searches, so he does need...
He needs to take out one more somehow.
He goes double Spirit Dragon, just in case.
Well, double Spirit Dragon is really scary, because you can use the Azure Eyes from the second one to protect the first one.
And
how did he get that back? Was it with using Master?
Dragon Spirit. Oh, no, yeah, it's the Master.
He used the Master effect in the graveyard?
Yes.
That's clever.
Yes.
That's real clever. So I think Kajihara here, just checking to see if it's not got a once per turn restriction on it, which it does not.
Here's Master. Summons a Blue Eyes monster, and while Dragon Spirit of White does not have Blue Eyes in its name, it is always treated as a Blue Eyes monster by effect.
Yeah. And then rounding off the turn here, Shinsuke summons the Blue Eyes from the White Stone Dimensions. Wow, whoa, what a turn. He spent a long time playing that turn out there, but he had so much to do. And he has ended with a regular Blue Eyes White Dragon, a Dragon Spirit of White, and 2 Blue Eyes Spirit Dragons.
Having those monsters on the field could be a big help.
Yeah, so he immediately is going to use one of the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragons.
Yeah, that pulls out Azure Eyes, and that's going to shield all of his current Dragon-type monsters from being targeted or destroyed.
Yeah, so
by
that
artifacts.
I think the targeting one is the big one.
So we'll see what Kajihara can come up with.
Yeah, what did he draw here?
Against the Soul Charge play.
Okay, well...
High scale, that can also summon Pegasus is pretty good.
Yeah, well, he can... Yeah, so he can summon Bunbuku. He can summon the Bunbuku, search the small scale, then play the Active Eccentric as the other scale, and then just pendulum summon all his monsters here. The real question is, does he have enough different monsters in his extra deck to be able to then, start making some Exceed plays to be able to take out the rest of Shinsuke's monsters?
He's got to choose one, though. Don't forget about the other effect of Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. You can't summon more than one monster simultaneously.
Oh, yes, of course.
And that's why he did the double Spirit Dragon play, so that he could both swap
Protect
for Azure Eyes and then protect the other one.
Yeah.
He goes with Bunbuku as his normal summon.
We were even talking about that yesterday, how everyone forgets that part of its effect.
Yep. It's very relevant to Kajihara right now.
Yeah, very relevant. So I guess he would have to... Yeah, I don't think is there any Exceed monster that he can make that can get rid of Shinsuke's monsters?
Yeah, but I think it targets. Let's bring it out.
Corvage.
Digital Bug Corvage. It does, in fact, target a defense position monster your opponent controls. So, while it does exist, it is not particularly useful in this case.
Yeah.
He would basically summon Giga Brilliant and then upgrade it.
Yeah, into Corvage. I guess his line of plays here is just try and get as many spells and traps. Oh, wait, can't he... Does he... it's not Sonic, it's not Storm, it's the other one. Might expect the Cyclone. Is he playing the? I don't think he is. It was the other.
He is playing Cyclone.
Oh, he is the one playing those. Yeah. We've seen several different Magispector decks.
Magispector Cyclone. There it is. It does target as well.
Storm. So he's out of luck.
Targets. Pretty sure everything targets except Tempest, and it's a bit too late for that.
Yeah.
Kieran also targets.
Yeah. Protecting against targeting is pretty strong.
There's a whole lot of protecting against targeting on the field right now.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, none of the monsters on the field can be targeted right now.
Swaps a cat for a crow and gets Magispector Sonics.
Yeah, but even it can't... It's not by battle, so he can possibly attack over that Spirit Dragon.
He would have to be able to get to more than 3,000. There it is.
Is there any chance of him doing that with the cards he has right now?
What does he have in hand?
He's got scales. I think it comes down to what he's got in his extra deck. Does he have any of the Magispector monsters that can...
I think he's got a Kieran.
Kieran definitely can get over it.
Kieran would double to 4,000.
Yep.
Do that with Sonics? Or is it target at level 4? Yeah, it's just one Magispector.
Yeah, so this is the... this is the Toad. The Toad has over 1,500? Must do.
I always forget the Toad's attack points are. It would make sense since he is the one who searches it, but he doesn't. He's got 13. In particular, like when we were making these cards, we made a point to make the attack points low because they felt a little too similar to the Clifforts when they were first devised, because they're both pendulum themes with very strong built-in protection abilities. And then these guys also have search effects on top of that. So we made sure to kind of limit how big they could possibly be, so they wouldn't just be better than Clifforts.
Yeah. Yeah, especially considering like almost all of them search something.
Yeah, if you had all the search power, all the protection power, and you were as big as or bigger than Guilforts, there's no reason, there's no choice to make between the two. And that's an important part of card games, is making sure that there are a lot of different viable choices that the players can make for high-level competition.
Okay, so Spirit Dragon gets taken out by the Toad there. Did we just make a mistake on the defense points of that? Is it 2,500?
I wouldn't think so. I thought it was 2,500 attack.
Yeah, I thought it was 25 by 3.
It is 25 by 3. Is the Crow? Like, what's big enough to take that out? Oh, no, it's got a Pegasus. Never mind, the Pegasus is there.
Of course. Yeah,
We forgot about the plus 300. So the Toad goes up to 16 and then has the
gets
stack doubled.
There we go. So actually, a lot of them could have taken it out.
And he takes Lightning Chidori. That's
I
a
actually
card from
really
Cosmo Blazer. I love this card.
Yeah, I really like Lightning Chidori. I think it's got a really. It was like if it had any more attack points than 1900, it would have been a crazy card.
Super good. Gets hit by Effect Veiler though, so Shinsuke gets to keep his face down.
Yep. With Kajihara now, he's still got a completed Pendulum Scale in hand, or does he? Yeah, he's got.
He does. 2 and 7.
Yeah, so he could just make a big Pendulum Summon at the end here and go search a bunch of disruptive cards.
He puts the scales, and Shinsuke, that's why he did it, to keep the Phoenix Wing Wind Blast.
Yep, so that big scale goes right out the window.
However, Kajihara is in a much better position than he was last time.
Yeah.
And since the Dragon Spirit of White is still on the field, it can't be used against him here.
Yeah, but very possible that Shinsuke here can end with the number 38.
It is. Oh, and he just drew Vanity's Emptiness. Of course he did. Why even make decisions when you can draw Vanity's Emptiness and make sure no decisions happen?
No, that's just everything anyway.
Yep. And he's got enough damage to win there.
Was that all 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons? I think it was.
All at once.
Well,
I'm sorry he didn't play Polymerization for you.
Yeah, I mean...
I have no control over this.
Yeah, Kaiba would have been really disappointed in that. Wanted to see a Neutron Blast attack.
So Kajihara almost comes up with the upset there, but Shinsuke had just enough cards to back his 4,000-point Soul Charge play.
Yeah, wow. So that huge Soul Charge play that we were kind of umming and ahhing, was that really worth the full 4,000 life points? Especially when Kajihara could have come back from it.
I mean, he needed all those blue eyes still on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Spirit Azure Eyes is not something that you think your opponent can even come back from. It's just a testament to how good Kajihara's deck is that he was able to do it at all.
Yeah, exactly.
That and the 300 points from Majesty's Pegasus.
Yeah, that was the one
that's what made it possible.
Yeah,
we
just didn't spot that at all.
It's just not a card that I've actually just never seen anybody play it.
Yeah.
And there we have a look at Shelga, the Tri-Warrior, and Juno, the Celestial Goddess. The players who come in 2nd through 4th will get a copy of Shelga, and the winner of each tournament gets Juno. That's Juno on the playmat.
Yeah. Is Juno firing off from the Earth or attacking the Earth?
She's just kind of chilling in space.
Okay.
Doing a spacewalk.
Okay.
That's what you get to do when you're the Celestial Goddess. You just walk around space like you own it, because you do.
Right, okay. Just chilling in space.
All right, so back into the side decks. Shinsuke's got another Twin Twister in there that he's probably going to bring in. And he can get, he loves his draw cards. And he's got multiple copies of Magical Spring in there as well. That he can use to draw even more cards if he wants them.
Yeah.
And then he's got those Mask Restricts that we saw all 3 of yesterday.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to... Oh, is he putting them in? I can't quite tell.
Yeah, it looks like
After an intense weekend of dueling, we finally determined the rankings of the world's top duelists.
The following duelists competed in the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship, but fell short of a top 8 finish. Byun Yo Cho from Korea, Jimmy Nguyen from the United States, Samir Bakar from France, Thomas Rowe from the United States, Brandon Aguilar from Mexico, Lorenzo Roma from Italy, Carmelo Buglieri from Germany, Joaquin Rinaldi Petroni from Argentina, Kai Saito from Japan, Sun Yu Chao from Taiwan, Bowden Temnick from Australia, Finn Bakewell from the United Kingdom, Adam Hutchins from the United States, Mijail Flores from Peru. Congratulations to all of them for achieving World Championship rankings. Come on, let's give them up. Not easy to do. Should be very proud. Very proud.
The following Dragon duelists showed a lot of promise, but didn't quite make it into the top cut. Ryuki Shatage from Japan, Sean Ali Wallace from Ireland, Ian Parrish from the United States, Ronaldo Sierra from Mexico. Congratulations to those Dragon duelists for achieving Dragon Duel World Championship rankings.
Yes. Our 5th through 8th place duelists competing in the World Championship fared well this weekend. These duelists were Daiki Momiji from Japan in 8th place, Travis Smith from the United States in 7th, Admasu Williams from the United States in 6th, and Makoto Yada from Japan in 5th place. Yes!
Dragon duelists making the top cut of the Dragon Duel World Championship also put on an impressive performance. Izumi Yoshi from Japan in 8th place, Christian Suarez from Ecuador in 7th, John Wilkin from Canada in 6th, and Gabrielle Shalpi from Italy in 5th place. They should all be very proud of themselves.
Indeed.
Yes.
Well done. And to present the top 4 in the World Championship and Dragon Duel World Championship, their trophies, are Mr. Soji Dewa, Executive Officer from Konami Digital Entertainment, Japan, and Ms. Yumi Hoashi, Senior Vice President from Konami Digital Entertainment from the U.S. Ms. Hoashi, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much for the introduction. It was a great honor to be able to host the 2016 World Championship Tournament in the United States again. And it was great to see all the sportsmanship and the intense dueling of all of our competitors. Congratulations to everyone who got to the World Championship, and well done to all the winners, because I think everyone is a winner here. Now I'd like to reintroduce Mr. Dewa from Konami, Japan.
Thank you, Ms. Iwashi. We are now ready to announce the top 4 in both categories.
In 4th place in the Dragon Duel World Championship is Declan Matthews from Australia. And congratulations to Matthew Casiero from Australia, the 4th place winner in the World Championship.
Congratulations are also in order for our Dragon Duel World Championship 3rd place winner, Han Uk Young from Korea. And in 3rd place in the World Championship is Soichiro Kajihara from Japan.
The semi-finalist in the Dragon Duel World Championship is Aiden Tiemann from the United States. Congratulations also to Eric Christensen from the United States, the semi-finalist in the World Championship.
Now I would like to extend a big congratulations to the new Dragon Duel World Champion. Timing, you gotta love it. It was a little Millennium Puzzle, I mean, it's at least appropriate. It's okay, it's okay. To begin again, a big congratulations to the new Dragon Duel World Champion, Pan Po Shan from Taiwan. Han Po, how does it feel to be the new Dragon Duel World Champion?
我很开心这次来到世界赛，我成为了国小组冠军。
He says that he's extremely happy to represent the Asian countries, and he's very excited to be the new champion.
Well said. Excellent. Congratulations.
Finally, the new world champion, also the defending 2015 world champion, is Shinsuke Hiyama from Japan. You are again crowned the King of Games. How does it feel?
I'm really glad that I was able to defend the title this year, and really looking forward to defend the title again next year.
Well done, Shinsuke.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Wow. At least someone won with blue eyes this weekend, right, Kaiba?
Both Shinsuke Hiyama and Han Po-shan possess the luck and skill needed to beat the competition and take home the championship titles. To everyone here this weekend, realize that this is only the beginning of a new year of dueling. There will be many more opportunities to prove your skills as a duelist and compete against the best.
Any one of you can be the next king of games. Keep believing in the heart of the cards. And maybe we'll see you at the next World Championship next year. Congratulations,
Thank
everyone.
you. Congratulations.
Thank you for being here. Good luck.
Yo,